impressed he was with Harry's balance of just getting the car to the rear end to just come round to in a balanced fashion and then just be able to get back on the power. Our coffee and hors d'oeuvre has arrived. Wow. Where's all that from, Snowy? Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Snowy on Coffee Run as we watch Harry King.
We're missing a cocktail party at the hospitality, Joe. Oh, car facing the wrong direction. That's the Monster liveried team lap time performance. Not sure that's going to sound very nice if we try and eat that on air, Snowy. It's going to be a lot of chomping.
Did you bring a stirrer, Snowy? He did.
Yellow flag at turn 9 to just allow this 23 to get facing the right direction again. Team lap time performance are down in 19th position.
He's got going again, good sign.
Maxwell Polzer is the driver aboard that car. There is the Mullen Motorsport car with its hazard warning lights on. Why is the Mullen running around with his hazard warning lights on? Oh, just come out of the pits. So they've had another long pit stop for that car. And now back out and running again.
Let's head down to the pits as I've just heard Nick Damon's dulcet tones. Nick, what have you got?
Just about that Mullen Motorsport 21 car. That's come down the pit lane twice very recently. Once it did not stop. It just rolled down like it was either doing a penalty or it was just a bit lost. And the second time it stopped in its pit box for approximately about 5 seconds and carried on again. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think they've obviously got issues with the other driver and they're having driver problems and all sorts of issues. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. They are, of course, significantly last. And a very important update, there's even more wasps than before.
It's not as sunny as before, by the looks of it. We are at 6 hours, people. We are on our way home now. Having done the first 6 hours of this 12-hour endurance race, we've hit the halfway mark. That means for track now and reset. And we start looking and working our strategy backwards from the end.
I know what you mean by that, Ben. It's how far can you walk it ever? What is the furthest you can walk into a forest?
Halfway.
Halfway. Because then you're walking out of the forest.
Yes. That's another one.
More little puzzlers coming up.
That's a sort of a university entrance question, isn't it? And then you're not supposed to answer it literally. You're supposed to answer it sort of metaphorically. Well, you could climb a tree. Get out and go upwards. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Still be in the forest, though.
If you're trying to get a spot in Oxford University.
But does the forest want to be walked into? Has it given its permission?
Nick, you need to come in on this. Somebody
fade Nick up. Oh, you were up.
Yeah, but does the forest want to be walked in? Has it given consent to that?
Philosophy student.
By the way, the 21's back in again from last place. Just getting out of the car is the driver. Whose name I'm just trying to get.
The driver doesn't want to play anymore.
It's David Cote. They're having a bit of a shifty at the rear right. Let's go around. There's Seb's around the rear right as well with me. Let's see what's going on here. They're having a real look at it. This car. It's trying to see what's going on. It's not obviously wobbling like a wheel bearing failure, but they're going to get the thing up onto the dolly jacks and they're going to continue what has been effectively a race-long struggle. This has been a real struggle for this car, and some of the faces on the mechanics are kind of indicating this has been a bit of a struggle, but they are now wheeling the car back in again. They're going to investigate what's wrong with the rear right, and then hopefully it'll come back out again.
Not their fault as well. Remember, this is the car that was T-boned when the car that lost the wheel, which was the, trying to remember what car that was that lost the wheel.
The Yinglong Bao, so it was a Q1.
Yes, Q1 track racing, wasn't it? Yeah, lost a wheel going into Lacombe and just speared into that Mullen Motorsport number 21. So they've had an absolutely appalling bout of luck here for this Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. Hopefully they'll come back. You keep looking over my shoulder as if I'm like sort of cheating on an exam or something. But I know you're looking at my iPad, aren't you? I'm
looking to see the progress of our old mate Tom Coronel to see if he's got a lap back yet. And basically the answer continues to be no. He's losing time to Tobias Muller, and therefore the gap is he's still he's now the third car on the road, because there is a much slower car that's squeezed in between the two of them. But unfortunately, yeah, if we get a safety car again, he is on the wrong side of Mullen Motorsport, who are in command at the moment. And actually, Rick Breukers is going to be chasing down Coronel soon. It won't be a pass for position, but it will make Coronel's life even harder. And all because they did their brake discs. But if we think that everybody else needs to do their brake,
yeah, that's going to come back to them, isn't it?
it's going to. Red Camel didn't, or did? It was just.
I don't think Red Camel have yet.
Yeah, so it was just Loesch and.
If they did, we didn't see
Podium.
it. If they did, we didn't see that.
Wow, big slide from the 24 there.
Red Camel did. Paul told us.
Paul,
Yeah,
sorry,
thank
Paul.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, of course, Paul. Just well said that they've changed.
We
the
were
rules.
listening.
Yes, we were. Just didn't retain. Harry King still struggling with the lack of front splitter on that car. His lap times have dropped right off, and now he's coming back towards Bart van Helden.
He's lost a position to Palette on the road.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at that. It's a rallycross track. Oh, my Lord. Palette goes off the road. There is a lot of gravel down there. We might need to get that tractor back on the track again. Oh, Harry King goes into the back of Palette. They both wiggle off the track with dirty tyres. Wow. Didn't realise we were holding a rallycross race for Porsches.
But that's not a battle for position.
No,
Palette
but
in the blue and white car is way off down the order. He is in 17th.
Yeah, and Palette was going faster.
Yeah.
And got past.
Yeah, he was. Now he's got it all to do again.
I wonder if the director's got a replay of that. Look at that.
Look at that. Now then.
Proper rallycross.
Right, so do you think that we're going to see a safety car, a full course caution, a full course yellow,
Well,
I think?
If we run enough cars over it, then it'll clear up.
Clear it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they are a smooth stone here at Spa, aren't they? So we tend not to see many punctures caused by the amount of gravel. FIA grade, yeah.
Accredited gravel does exist.
Yes, that's an actual thing.
Yeah, there is actually a thing. And paint. And it's very expensive. So if you don't need to use FIA paint, then you don't use FIA paint.
What's the difference between FIA paint and...
Rippier.
Ah, of course.
So it's got like a gravel or a sand in it.
All right, so it's like texture.
Yeah. So it's not as slippy when wet.
You can get textured paint at B&Q. It's probably a lot cheaper.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But as an FIA Formula 1
he's in. Harry King is in.
Right, so how many laps is that? That is a short stint, 22.
It'll be 22, yeah, 22, 23 by the time he clicked across the beam. So he's had enough. Let's head down to Nick. He's had enough of that lack of front splitter then, Nick.
Well, he hits the marks. They're going to do a full driver change as well. Let's see now. I'm sure, going to run the rubbery bit. I assume they can't actually start doing they're going to do the rubbery bit. They can't do the fueling until they do the rubbery bit. They're doing brakes as well, I think. There's a brake spreader on the front left. So this looks like it's going to be, let's just take the pain. Let's do the brakes. Let's also see if we can fit in the front splitter and then get some fuel. And they won't need a full fuel. Well, they'll have to take a minute, won't they? It doesn't matter, really. Are they actually trying to pick a bit of rubber? And they're not, actually. He's got a kind of bit of a breakage on the left-hand side. Some of the edge mounting points are slightly damaged. So I'm not sure whether he can get a splitter in this without actually... if we can just point down to Sven, look. So you look at this area here. This is actually where it would mount at the far corners. And those elements are broken as it kind of got ripped away. They're going to give it a go. Now, I would advise them not just to use the clips, but also to use a bit of tank tape. So I think a bit of duct tape to hook it on. This is not the work of the moment. One man carried. Oh, I'm desperate to kind of help him. I want to give him a bit of a hand putting it in, but it's every single clip needs to go in. And there are a vast number of them. These nose splitters are several £1,000s, I believe. So it's great news for the parts department at Visac. And they have, you see, they've actually already got tape on that left-hand side, because otherwise it's just going to fall out again. Because, of course, as indicated by how much it affects the handler, you can imagine what the forces, the aerodynamic forces are on that piece of plastic, rubber and everything else, which actually keep the car in place. I will keep going with more tape. That, to me, is not enough tape. You can never have too much tape, I believe. So as you can see, the front left is just still not quite ready on the change of pads. And all this, of course, will be done whilst the track is green. They are hemorrhaging time but I think they came to the point where they have to do it, and then their only hope really now is that they will actually get another full course caution, which will get them back into contention again. Driver change has been done, and the only thing to be really decided, guys, is whether they're going to take fuel at the end of this, and I'll carry on watching it, because at the moment it's just people with putting tape on and hoping for the best.
Yeah, taking advantage of the situation as well, Ben, by changing pads while this longer than normal pit stop to rectify that front splitter. They're not taking a chance with the clips, though, are they? With the deployment of lots of gaffer tape. Can't commend them enough, really. Just a bit of belt and braces job going on there. The car will come back. Not quite sure if Nick had mentioned that, because I went off cans for a second there. Who's the driver that's got in, Nick? Did you say? Okay. Yeah.
Exciting day, working, then not working.
Yeah.
So massive slide through Eau Rouge for Stephen Pallet. Then he comes to the gravel area, and it's just got the angle wrong there, so he understeers off the circuit, covers his tyres with even more gravel. Harry looks down the inside to make the move. Pallet shuts the door, but possibly didn't realise, and then they both end up running out of brake going into Brussels. And I'm not entirely sure whether there was a little bit of contact between the two there, but a sketchy moment for the two of them, even if they're not actually racing for position. Oh, what an adventure for poor Harry King. Up to 4th position. Nice, Seb. And now one of his teammates will be back in the car, whether it be Fujinami, who started the race, or Watarare or Banksy. We will soon find out when it clicks to change.
We haven't had an interview with Banksy, have we?
No, but he might not speak English.
That's right.
Watarare is a driver. He was actually better and faster than Fujinami, which is, if you look at the CVs, you would not expect that.
Yeah,
so.
you wouldn't. Super Formula driver, isn't he? Fujinami. On his way, the car will be handling more like it should be, with that front splitter now being put back on. I'm sure they're about $2,000 each, you know, those splitters.
And there's a lot of them that come off.
Yes, I know.
Misses breaking point.
Well,
so remember, he's got, well, also he's got new brakes in the front.
Yes, they needs to bed them in.
Yeah. Gravel has seemed to be slightly cleared over there at the end of Les Combes. So track conditions slightly better. 48 is about to pass the 66. So that would put him 2 laps down, because that was a 4-minute pit stop. Yeah, 3 laps down. So that has absolutely destroyed their race, isn't it?
Yeah, but
doing that under green flag.
Like you say, I mean, they use some really clever strategy to get them back onto the lead lap as well, remember?
Yeah.
And yeah, you mentioned an element of luck, just being on the right track position when the safety car was deployed. They have to do all of that again and more. And with the brake change done, did Paul Truswell say 2 sets of pads or just 1 over the 12 hours?
Well, it's going to be 1. They're trying at half distance.
Yeah. I mean, they'll do 7 hours. So, you know, you as long as you change it within the 7 hours.
Yeah. 1 change.
So other teams that have yet to take in that lengthy stop for pads, again, if we. I can't see it being green all the way to the flag. So we are going to maybe have the opportunity of a full course yellow to do that job in and lose less track time. So it's a big ask, pulling back 3 lost laps though for that car. That car down to 12th place now across the line after being in what I've got to say was in contention for a top 3 finish.
Yeah, well, definitely one of our main contenders, but you have to say that the 48 Losh Motorsport car seems to be pretty much in control of this. Even Tobias Muller at this moment in time is faster than Rick Breukers, and Rick is absolutely one of our stars. at the end of their tyre life, though, because the tyres have done 33 laps for Breukers. Sorry, 32 for Breukers, 33 for Ryman. So we are going to start seeing that performance dip now. Whereas Muller has about an 8-lap advantage tyre-wise on the two guys ahead of him. And even Sebastian Freimuth's car has gone long on its tyres, or, sorry, gone to 31 laps, so similar performance of tyre life. Let's see what Ouattarara is able to do, because he's now obviously got new boots, new brakes, so he can start really attacking, but it has put them down in 12th position.
Yeah, a lot of ground lost. Leader is still pulling out that gap, isn't he? A couple of tenths every lap. And with nothing in the toolkit, it seems, from Red Camel. Rick Breukers is arguably their quickest driver. Not much to argue, to be honest. Rick is, we know how quick he is. And so they are absolutely optimized at the moment. Can't see them managing anything at the moment, can you? I mean, tyre life is...
Well, they're at the end of the tyre life, that's
yeah, they very much are. 32 laps of tyre age. It's a set of tyres that they used in qualifying, so it had about 10 laps of usage on them. I think he's completed 24 laps. Yeah, 22 laps at the moment on this in this stint. So 10 laps of usage on those tyres, so they are getting.
I mean, we've seen people go to 45 or even 50 laps, but it's clearly not the best way forward. And considering, I mean, I can't work my way back from. What was the stint length? A legit stint length is 32,
33. We've seen cars do 33.
So that is. Just getting my calculator out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, are you doing that in your... I thought you were doing it in your head.
No! Oh no, I don't know if I can do this and commentate at the same time.
Well, how about I chat about something?
77 minutes, there you go. So that's a minute, an hour and 15 you can do per stint. So working back from now, that's 4 more pit stops, I think. 5 hours, if you did one now, 5 hours 45, 3 hours 30, 2 hours 15, 1 hour.
Could have just popped down. That's Trustwell, that. He would have been able to reel
I think
that
there's
up.
flexibility, isn't there?
Probably got that written down. That's going to change, though, isn't it, when you've got safety cars potentially going to come into play. And with the number 7 is the 3rd place car of Alex Ryman. He's got just under 2 seconds from Sebastian Freimuth in the HRT car, and Freimuth behind him in that blue car there. He's lapping quicker than the orange and black car, so the number 30 just getting stuck behind the 992 numbered entry as he clears Emerick Santos for PTE, with Manthey not deliberately getting in the way, but getting out of the way to allow Freimuth on his way. This is a race that we've got on now, 3rd and 4th place here. And the orange and black car of Alex Ryman trying his best to keep ahead, but Freimuth is coming. And it'll not be long, because last time through, 24.9, 25.8. Sorry, 25.8 to 24.2. So that is that's the difference in lap times. So the blue car is catching the orange one. Sebastian Freimuth is now going to just about picking up the slipstream from that car. He's a little bit stretched, I'd say, to really get sucked along behind the orange and black ST1 Racing, or ST1 SD, as we say it, up towards the chicane. He'll pull some gap back here under braking for the chicane through the right and then the left, and the gap we will be able to check on that was 1.8 seconds last time by. Here it goes across the line now. 140 laps completed. And the HRT performance car is in the pits. Looking at the timing screen, not out of the window. Fremont, who was catching the number 7, has gone into the pits, where, well, I know we have Nick Damon down there. I'm not sure where he'll be in relation to the HRT pit, but we did have that car on 32 laps, so that's a 33 lap stint for the number 30.
And that is fuel limited, basically. Can't go any further on the fuel.
No, he would have run out of fuel on the next lap bike.
And that's where Breukers and Ryman are in a different situation, because their tyres have done 33 laps, but they are only 20-something laps into their fuel stint.
They can do another 10 laps if they're good with fuel.
Yeah, but that means they've got to deal with those tyres for another 10 laps, which perhaps isn't not as fun.
It'd be interesting to hear from Rick or Tobias, or indeed both, just to see what the cars felt like on those tyres. Again, that's the geek in me. Just want to know just how. I've heard that this tyre just plateaus until the tread runs out. There's no real sort of performance drop off. Yes, you can't abuse the tyre. That'll be down to Snowy, I would think, in 10 laps time. And just asking those drivers who are going to be on over 40 laps of use on the set of tyres that will come off.
And you know that our strategy computer has this line that shows the sort of the lap time one versus the next. You can clearly see over the last 10 minutes both Rick Breukers and Alex Ryman, lap after lap, their average lap time going out, because they are so much slower after the last 5 or 6 laps versus before. So is it really a benefit to continue to try and stretch? I reckon we're bang in the middle of being able to do 4 more pit stops. And so if you stretch it and leave it another 10 laps, that would be another 20 odd minutes. Might give you a bit more of an opportunity to do 1 less stop, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. You need much more of a significant gap. And if you're running so much slower, I mean, Breukers is in the 25s now. Breukers and Ryman are both in the 25s, and we know that Breukers can do 21s, 22s. So, I mean, obviously Paul Truswell is a hell of a lot more intelligent than me, but as a racing driver, I want to go as fast as possible, and Breukers is really not being able to do that on this particular stint. Yeah,
sometimes though, and certainly in endurance racing, you have to ask your driver to not necessarily be the fastest car out there. You know, you are nursing tyre life, you're nursing. Not so much these days. I mean, the days of stick shift gearboxes and crash cogs in the box called for drivers to be perhaps run at 7/8 tenths in endurance racing and nurse the gearbox and every gear change and every downshift, nursing everything. Not so much these days. It's all done electronically with a paddle shift. So you go to change down slightly too early, and the computer, the gearbox, just doesn't let you. So you can't exactly over-rev a motor going down the box anymore. The computer just won't engage the gear. So there's a little bit less of that. However, there is still the way that you use the car out on track. You don't clatter the curbs. You don't go, you don't harshly hammer those sausage curbs at the chicane to end the lap. You've got to drive the car within the confines. Push without risk, I think, is the saying that the engineer at Audi, Lena Gade, and a couple of Le Mans wins would always use that term. Push without risk was the instruction to the drivers.
Clearly never raced a racing car, has she?
Well,
it's a really difficult one to do.
Push without risk.
Yeah.
No, I think, you know what, I understand that term.
I understand what she's saying.
I understand that term.
Yeah.
I think what you meant, push without risking any nasty, ridiculous overtakes, is probably what you meant. But also, push without risk is not hitting the curbs and not damaging the suspension, not potentially, that you mentioned the concrete on the outside edge of the curb.
Yeah.
Not going over that, because it's not as you go off the track, it's as you come back on that inside edge of the tyre can be damaged. You mentioned that. And I think that's exactly what she meant. You know, you can optimise your run without abusing the car.
Well, there's one answer. Alex Ryman from EST1 Racing into the pits then after 26 laps on that stint has decided that the tyres are not good anymore after 36 laps on the tyre.
Interesting. 26
lap stint, so shortening that stint. It's not the end of the world because everyone's sort of in the same ballpark. But they have lost ground and lost time, and they will probably lose a position, I think. Oh, Coronel's stopped. Is that a spin or is that a retirement? He's got the entrance to the endurance pits in front of him. Doesn't really want to go in there. We're not using that for this race. We're only using the Grand Prix pits. But Coronel.
Oh, and this is just a tragic. It looks like the wheels are slightly moving. Meanwhile, Snowy, I was just going to say, get down to S1 Racing. We want to know why Alex Ryman came in on a bit early with regards to fuel, perhaps not so much with the tyres, as we'll continue to monitor Tom Coronel in the 127, stopped just out of La Source, and that is never really.
So I think, sorry, going back to the first thought I had, I think that Alex Ryman's going to lose that third position to the car that Sebastian Fremont was driving. Pedro Juan Moreno is now aboard that car, so okay, the pace of that car is going to be different, but in terms of pit stop time, I'm not sure that they are going to, because of the time being lost lap after lap. Pedro Juan, first lap out the pit, so we haven't got a comparison, but the pit stop was good, and now Estonia 1 has done a longer pit stop as well over HRT. HRT did a 2:04. And Estonia 1 are still in the pit, so the timer is still ticking. So are they doing something more? We're up to 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Estonia 1.
Is Seb on a break, Nick? No. Yeah, Seb's on his way. Just had a battery change, I think, is the reason why.
Right, this is heavily downhill. So, number one, Coronel has got the car going again. Number two, he's just freewheeling down the very steep pit lane.
And he can come in the back door of the paddock.
Yeah? Ah, there we go. Answer is they are doing the brakes on this car.
Yeah, that's the answer to the longer pit stop, which we suspected was the case. Seb, our cameraman, is there as well, right over the shoulder of the mechanic, where we can see the new brake pads going in all round on this one.
Yeah.
Front and rear going on the number 7.
And that disc as well?
Not sure if are they brand new discs as well? They look pretty clean, don't they? There's Tom Coronel. He's managed to get the car rolling. Getting it out of gear, I think, was he?
What are the Top Gear episodes where they have a car that chases them if ever they retire? And they have like a sweeper vehicle, which is always a car you really don't want to be in. That feels very much like that. Exactly, an old Citroen or something like that. And you've got a Porsche, but if you can't get your Porsche to the finishing line, then you have to take
all right,
the Transit.
So Tom's going to have to take the Citroen van.
Yeah.
Brake discs and pads going on the number 7.
Is that rear?
Yes, that is the rear.
Oh my.
Retaining screw going in to keep the disc in position. That gets locked on when you put the wheel on, of course. Those locating pins are there, but retaining screws keeping that square in.
Rear discs? That seems like
I know I've never really seen.
Seems like a lot of service.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether.
Is it the rear? Can we zoom out? No, it's not. It's the front. No, it is the rear.
It's the rear.
It's the rear.
Yeah, the caliper is at the.
Yeah, okay.
At the front.
Yeah.
Of the disc.
Oh, let's go down to Snowy, who's now joined us back on air.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I was trying to help you there. Seb was doing a battery change as you knew, so I managed to get on to filming this car before I was ready for you. But yeah, discs and pads all round, which is slightly surprising, because Ben is highlighting about discs on the rear, but not wanting to go on particularly square on the left rear either, so the mechanic having to kick the disc into shape, literally to sit neatly on the hub behind it there. So retaining screws in, that's done. tyre going on now, so we'll get out of the way of that one. But I'll try and find out from the team why it needed discs on the rear. And I'll tell you who is watching very, very closely to the point of peering over the fuel rig to see it is the leader of the team next door, Team Parker. That's Stuart Parker, watching intently as to why they're doing discs all round on that car.
Snowy, if you could also ask Alex Ryman, how were the tyres? How did those tyres feel? He did 36 laps on those tyres and came in early. With regards to fuel, he still had about, what, 7-8 laps of fuel left, and yet he came in because the tyres had done 36 laps. They were obviously tyres that they'd used in qualifying, one of the sessions. So it's pure intrigue as to just how bad that car must have been for Alex to call it a day very 7 or 8 laps earlier with regards to his fuel.
That's a Ford, isn't it? That's not a Citroen.
I'm not sure.
It's a Ford Transit. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you were right with the Transit.
And now Coronel's driving the Ford Transit van and the dual van and the other one.
Can you imagine how tedious that would be? Tom Coronel would make that fun.
No, he's been known to drive a transit van around the Nordschleife in a DHL livery for an advert when he was sponsored by DHL a few years ago. Well, that's lost EST1 a massive amount of time. 6 minutes and 40 seconds is going to be the clock, even more. So they have lost another 2 odd laps as the leader comes past them. Gosh, compounding the pain, because we already saw the leader do their pad change, and now with EST1 doing their pad change and coming out behind the leader of the race, they are how many laps down there? They are 3 laps down, and that is actual. So that's a bit gutting, really. Rick Broikers in second position, still not pitted. We're up to 40 laps with that car. He's got found a bit more pace on the last lap, a 23.6. So that's a lot better than he was doing before. Maybe clear track now. Van Berlo Motorsport with Van Helden aboard in the pits. Seb Lejeune also in the pits. And we will be expecting GP Elite to come in the pits soon, which is all going to promote HRT right back up to the head of the field. And even actually 48 should be coming into the pits pretty soon as well, shouldn't they? Because they've done 32 laps, so must be the last lap for our leaders. So lots for Seb and Snowy to do. Snowy far more interested in the kid and the kid and dad rather than the mechanics at the front of shop posing for a photo with a film camera.
And it's in 28 laps at the moment on that fueling.
Who has?
Tobias Muller.
28?
Yeah. According to my strategy overview.
Okay, right. I keep getting confused by tyre age. So again, there's a set of tyres that have done 3 laps before he put them on.
Yeah.
Yeah, stint length and tyre age, not always exactly the same. You don't put new tyres on every time.
Rick Broikers has done 1 more lap on that fuel. So he's on 29, so probably about...
Looks like he's going to go all the way.
4 laps for Rick Broikers, 5 laps for Tobias Muller.
But get this, Rick Broikers' best lap in that car, 2:22.9 in this stint. Sorry, average 2:24.0. So it's still not bad average.
DHL delivery.
I don't like going to see Tom Coronel when the car's not working.
No. He's always good for a quarter, and poor Tom was looking to do really well here. This is the driver lineup that did very, very well last year in this event. They came second. They felt the joy on the podium. It's not going to be this year, though. Tom climbing from the car.
There's that cheesy helmet.
And
camembert.
He camemberts it. More cheese puns coming. He really is. You can see the despondent body language of him. I'm not sure what that could have been. The car came out of the source and just basically rolled to a halt. So did he lose complete drive as the gearbox completely destroyed itself as the gearbox shut down?
Drive shaft?
Dry, well,
Bit of a weird one coming out of turn 1.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Snowy is down in the pits. We'll wait for Tom to wipe his tears and maybe get a bit of insight. Tom Coronel has been around motorsport for a long, long time now, and there's more disappointment than those joys. But the disappointment makes the moments of success even more and more joyful. Snowy, what have you got for us? You're still down there with them?
Yeah, I don't know what Seb was doing with the camera stuff. I wasn't part of that. But I was down at the S1 racing one trying to find that information out for you. Oh, Seb's coming back now. Or was it Sven? I'm not sure. Had a little chat with the team manager of S1, and despite 36 laps on those tyres, apparently the rears were shot already, and they were having really big problems with them. So, but the brake thing for rears, apparently they are aligned with Manthey, that they use the rears and go through discs and pads on the rears more than the fronts around here, as do Manthey. That's all he would say. Regarding Tommy Coronel, he's in the garage next door, so I'm going to go and find him now as well.
Thank you, Stewie. Thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, so you know what, that makes sense about the rear tyres giving up the ghost, and if you are spinning those rear tyres up, and through corners and coming out of corners, the car begins to get a little bit tricky, and you are basically hemorrhaging time, lap time, especially out of the likes of La Source, out of this section here at the chicane.
But using the rear brakes more than the front.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, think about this stop coming into La Source here. You are straight as a die, bang on the brakes, all the forces in the front.
You are braking the rears. The rear-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, of course, you're braking all 4 wheels. But
you are braking all 4 wheels. And
the moment's forward.
But yeah, the weight is forward. Maybe they use rear brakes. I'm not really sure yet, but obviously I'm not going to question Manthey, are we, Ben? But I'm just trying to think of the science behind that. Maybe the weight being over the rear, the braking effort that is required because of the weight, the excess weight, the driven wheels, all of that will come into play in the world of physics.
Well, what we have seen is a few other teams not doing that. So will they be at a disadvantage and snatching rear brakes come the 12-hour mark? That will be interesting to see.
Interesting.
With Cred Camel, for instance, who just did fronts. Interesting also that when you see a GT3 Porsche have its discs and pads changed, it's a quick release system on the caliper. They come as one whole built set, and it's sort of click, clack, and off you go. Very unlike what you're doing on a car which is not designed to have racing changes mid-race. I mean, a Carrera Cup car just does one hour, basically, not 6. Let's go back down to Snowy.
Yeah, thanks. Just had a very quick word with Tom Coronel, and he said basically a whole load of alarms were going off, and they think it's a throttle sensor issue. He said, "Look, I'm going to keep." No, he's just not at the moment. No, if I had, I would have done that. And he's basically said it just stopped on the track, and he kept driving as long as he could, but managed to get it back, and they're fixing it now. The new driver's in it, and they've got the laptop plugged in and all sorts at the moment, and something's going on with it. It's not quite as easy a fix as we thought.
Yeah, we knew it had to be something catastrophic for him to have pulled in like that. So lots of alarms going off. That could be anything, couldn't it? Could be transmission alarms.
Could be a nice little annoying sensor. Just saying, sensor going, no, turn it off. But actually, it's just a sensor that doesn't know what's going on. Right, on track, big gaps at the moment. We are still awaiting the 48 in the pits. We're still awaiting. Fabian Dance, by the way, has come into the pits for Red Camel, so he's back out and still in second position. HRT up to third spot. There is Tommy Coronel. And his son is racing this weekend, Rocco. I didn't see exactly where, but somewhere in the UK in the British Championship. Paul Meyer having a chat with him. I see that Paul decided to go with the same hairstyle as Tom.
Well, it's slipstreaming, isn't it?
It's
aerodynamic. It cuts through the air quicker.
Peter Munich's down to fourth position now in GP Elite, but leading thanks to that slightly beneficial strategy leading Pedro Torres at Baz Coutin Racing, the number 3, who's just come into the pit. So they're going to lose some positions, and they're well ahead of Marc Guillot in the Seb Lejeune Racing 888, because they were caught out 1 lap down, weren't they? Taichi Watari, by the way, in the Team Parker Racing 666 is up to 8th again. So even though they had a relatively disastrous pit, now that everyone else around them is pitting, and they will gain another position over Denner Motorsport in a few moments' time, they will be up to 7th spot, but that's probably about the ceiling. Marcel Van Berlo is in the Van Berlo car now in 6th and leader in Pro-Am. That's the start of the stint for them. But as I say, we are awaiting the GP Elite car, and we are awaiting our leader, the 48 machine. Rick Breukers would be another one to chat to, because he was out there on tyres that were much over the fuel allowance, but he did stretch them to 30 laps, so he didn't go all the way to 33, which we understand to be the fuel capacity, but it was 30. Here is our leader then, Tobias Müller. Extended his advantage after the safety car.
32 laps.
And 32 laps on the nose.
He's managed to hang on to those tyres for 35 laps on those tyres. It's the fuel that's brought him in, though. 32 laps of fuel. And he will hand over. It's Fabian Dance who's taken over the Red Camel car. So Rick, sterling effort there with Rick handing over the car in 2nd place. Pedro Juan Moreno in the HRT car number 30. That's the car that we've been monitoring during this race, as the number 3 has come in as well. That's Pedro Torres, the Baz Coutin car, currently in the 2nd place in the Am Silver.
What's going on here, though? Because they're fiddling around with the rear right.
But not the rear left.
But not the rear left. Is this the last of the disc change, and it's just taking a bit longer because they've been in for 2.5 minutes? Or is that a particular problem with that particular part of the car? That's one for Snowy. I can see Snowy's legs, I think. So he is down there and watching.
They're having an issue there. We're trying to get the pads into that. It's not a disc change by the look of it. It's just actually pads on the rear. They couldn't get the pistons to go back on that caliper on the left rear. That is now sorted, and number 3 car is down on the ground and ready to be refueled for its 60-second stationary part.
Yeah, clock started to tick the moment the wheels hit.
Cancel that. It's back up in the air again. So there's still something not right on this rear.
And interesting, though, guys.
Yeah, wheel nut
issues. The interesting thing is, Snowy, that the timer has continued to click when the wheels came back off the ground. When the wheels came back off the ground, the timer didn't stop.
Well, because they've hit the button, haven't they? So it's already gone.
Yeah, it's not as sensitive as you, maybe.
Well, it'd never make a pit lane reporter, would it, that button, that timer?
Not sensitive enough.
No sensitivity whatsoever.
No, so I'm not sure what this will mean with regard to that rule about when it comes off the jacks, the timer starts, but then...
What if it goes
how much
back
fuel
up
they put in? It's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? I think if they get it full to the end and it's off the number, when it's down to 4 now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're down to 0 now, and they're still putting fuel in it. So I think it's kind of academic, to be honest.
Yeah, it is now. It has become academic, like you say, Snowy. That car now away, fueling done. Problem on the right rear. What did you say it was, Peter? It was caliper sticking or something, did you say? Right.
They've obviously got got the massive pliers with the big plates on to push the pistons back equally, and it wasn't going. So whether a piston just racked and got stuck and just wouldn't return, but they just couldn't get it to go in, therefore couldn't get the pads on there.
Yeah, thank you, Snow.
Somebody is
blowing smoke,
water, engine,
something coming out of the silver livery car. What was the number on that one?
Speed Lover, it is.
Speed Lover's car is putting out smoke from the rear end. It is the number 78 Dominique Bastien bringing the car into the pits. It could be tyre rubbing, it could be oil smoke, it could be something that is going to bring about the demise of that car. It's on pit road now. You've got a very busy pit lane at the moment, Snowy. Not quite sure where the speed limit pit is in relation to where you are.
It's further down this end. It's underneath the commentary box, I think.
Right. Okay.
They were second in Pro-Am, 15th overall, so sort of in the middle of the pack. We haven't really seen too much of them. But yeah, there is he, marching towards the car.
Stomping almost.
Is it stomping?
Or is it yomping? Yes.
Right, see what happens. Yeah, it's already slightly smoky on the left corner there. And then as it pitches in, so that's left rear. But when we saw it going through, Blanchimont, it was right rear.
It's definitely.
Is that fuel?
This is going to go into the box. There's lots of steam coming from the engine bay area. That's never mind left or right or rear or front. It's all coming from the
back
engine bay area. So the 78 speed lover car is going to go into the box now. I'm not saying it's done, but it's definitely some kind of water issue.
Yeah, thank you. That's never good. Coolant issue from the Dominic Bastian, bringing that speed lover car in from 15th overall.
You say that, there's nothing on the ground.
Second in PA, yeah, that's even worse, that, when you haven't got because that's just coming from some gap in the engine. Head gasket or something, potentially.
Well, there's another story.
You're right, though. Where is it, Snowy?
Okay.
Can you taste it for us, Snow? See where it is. Is it coolant? Is it coolant?
It's not.
There you go.
It's horrible, yeah. It's like Austrian wine.
It's a bit sweet, is it?
Well, that hasn't helped, has it? We'd have no idea.
Yeah, he was right. He said coolant. So
Coolant,
he's just confirmed that, hasn't he? By tasting the wet patch. Snowy off into the back of the garage to see if he can get a better look and just see, because we are like that, we are the driver staying in, Dominic Bastian staying in the car. So whether this is a quick fix, we're about to see, and I think you've just been told there, you may as well get out, mate.
Well, all the radiators and gubbins for cooling are at the front of the car, aren't they? And then obviously the engine is at the back. So
well, yeah, coolant piping will come from that area at the back, all the way to the front.
Yeah.
Experience, I already have the answer for you, folks. It's the water pump belt that's failed, which is why it's overheating and putting steam out. The engine's absolutely fine and hasn't caused it a problem. They're going to change the water pump belt. However, quote unquote, it is not an easy job on one of these.
Yeah, I bet. The confines of the rear engine bay on a 992 or any 911 is a work of art. It's usually quicker, Snowy, isn't it, to just drop the engine out the bottom, isn't it?
I'm not sure it's quite that dramatic for one, but it is. I don't know whether Seb can get in the garage here, and I don't know whether my. I'll get Seb to go and have a quick look at this. I'm not sure whether my radio mic will work all the way into the garage or not. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. So while Snowy goes deeper into speed lover, we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of just how long this job is going to be. It's already dropping like a stone. However, we're going to see the car on the podium. It's second in the PM class. It's on 151 laps. It is the and the other PM class, the other Pro-Am car is the Tom Coronel MDM car. So that has secured second place in Pro-Am. So we will see that those two cars on the podium, as they are the only three cars in the Pro-Am class. Meanwhile, at the front, Dylan Pereira is back out on duty with the 48 Losh Motorsport entry. 21-second gap to Fabian Dance now. And would you believe a personal best lap time for Dylan Pereira in that number 48, a 2:21.660. That is the quickest lap time we've seen all race long from that car. And he's on for another one as he's gone green in sector 1, Not so green in sector 2, but he's on potentially for another green lap time. So pushing on still with just over 5 hours remaining.
Well, that doesn't bode too well, does it?
No.
Because we know that there's no one else out there that really can match Dylan other than perhaps Harry King. And King was having a bit of a disaster. And actually, what's going on with GP Elite? Are they... Oh, OK, they've just come out the pits. They had a very slow in-lap. So GP Elite in 5th position. It is Dylan Pereira who leads in the 48 Losh. Fabian Dance in the red Camel. Pedro Juan Moreno in HRT. That's your top 3. Then leader in Pro-Am is Marcel Van Berlo in the 25. It is Taichi Watarare, who is up to 5th position again, would you believe, in Team Parker Racing. But I think a lap down. Charles Fortsman in the 14 in GP Elite's car in 6th spot, just out the pits. Marc Guillot, Seb Luigi Racing in 7th. Angelo Fontana in the EST1 Racing Pro car in 8th position, that did a lot of, or did all of its brakes and discs, 6 minutes and 42 seconds in the pits, and dropped to 8th position. And then in 9th, Nelson Montero Jr., who's in both the Derna Motorsport cars. First in Am Bronze. Now they've cycled through their drivers. The number 3 of Baz Coutin Racing has Jimmy Ibra, who is a very successful Dominican Republic driver, in 10th position. That's 3rd in Am Silver. And they are, yeah, about 5 minutes back, so at least two laps back.
Yeah, coming through the field as well. They were not that long ago, Ben. Jimmy Ibra in that Baz Coutin car were kind of out of contention for a class podium. However, they've kept on working away at it, and now he's into that 3rd place podium spot for the Am Silver class.
Up with one of the drivers of Speed Lover car, the number 78 car we've just been talking about. It's come into the pits with its... Sorry, Ben, there was a gap. My apologies. I thought Joe was waiting for me. My apologies. So I've just caught up with Joe Warhurst. Joe, you were just talking about this belt, water pump belt, that might take about 30 minutes to do, but you immediately jumped onto the silver lining and the upside of it, of the average 10-lap trophy at the end of this race. Talk us through your thinking on this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real shame. So unlucky. It happens every now and then. It's just an issue that we don't have any control over. But I mean, the championships provided the opportunity for us that we, if I think average top 4 drivers with the best average 10 laps get the opportunity to do like a test shootout in the GT3 car, which is huge. And then the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place get to go on the Visac simulator. So there's lots of good prizes and there's still a lot to fight for. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back in the car again later on. Hopefully we can get it fixed as soon as possible.
I love the internal optimism that the cars come in with, a bit of steam coming out of it, and it's most people will be like, oh, hang on, that's going to cost as much as a Porsche, and you're just like, right, how can we turn this to our advantage?
Well, there's only 3 Pro-Ams in the race, so we're guaranteed a podium. Yeah? But yeah, no, I mean, the car's really fast. The guys have done a mega job with the setup. I just got out of the car, and honestly, I'm super happy with it, and I'm sure that once they got the new belt on, it'll be the exact same again. So yeah, the fight is definitely still on for the lap times.
Joe Horst, thank you very much for your time, and we'll look forward to how that pans out.
Thank you, Snowy. Could you just say hello to Joe from Ewan Honeyman, who shouted out to and brought our attention to young Joe, who's rookie status. Ewan Honeyman is a good friend of Nick and I, and he's kind of looking after the commercial side. And there's a nice smile from our mate Ewan, telling us all about Joe and his past, and like he said, sensible lad. He is going to be on the podium with only 3 cars in the PA class, but I'm pretty sure, like he mentioned as well, that they're going to repair that belt and get back in this race, because it's all about the challenge of endurance racing, not necessarily where you finish. The challenge is all about getting the car, the machine. It's man against machine, man and woman against machine, and it's getting it to the finish, getting it to that 12-hour challenge of keeping the car running. And that's what we like to see, isn't it? We like to see these teams, and it's all about driver time as well, getting some seat time. as we have a look at the 666 numbered car. We never did get to the bottom of the 666 numbered car from Banksy. Tashi Watari at the wheel of that car now. Let's head back down to the pits.
Yeah, Joe, I've just had a quick chat with Joe Warhurst as we've gone off air there, and as your comments in my ear, and he couldn't believe what you just said, and he's going to come up and find you in the booth and come and be a guest in the box with you before the end of the race.
That'd be great, because you know the lad's just a burgeoning career ahead of him, and it looks like from the CV that I was sent from you and that he's going to be perhaps a driver that we talk to a lot in the future.
And
if Ewan continues to get the budget.
Open invitation for anybody that's down there in pit lane that wants to come and chat in the commentary booth. We're in the media centre, through the media centre on the other side of the commentary positions. The big one at the end we are being given, which is very nice, because every time I'm here with any other championship, we're always stuffed in the tiny ones. So to have the big one at the end,
it's great, isn't it?
Big one at the end.
We have a green room, of course, with a lounge and our sofas and cocktail lounge in the far corner there.
We can offer.
We haven't got time to use that, of course. That's for guests only. We've got the piano in the corner. That again we haven't had a chance to play. But yeah, quite a palatial sort of commentary box here at Spa, overlooking the La Source hairpin. Catering brought to us on a tray. And here is the leader, the number 48 now, with Dylan Pereira. Just coming towards the Fania S's. Key to a good lap time here at Fania. So easy to let the car slide too wide out of there, and then all important these getting towards the final stages of the lap here through Paul Frere and the run up to Blanchimont. So all important.
Here's an interesting thing, right? Dylan Pereira is doing 2:22s, so he's miles faster than anybody else is able to show at this part of the race. Now, by doing that, is he not taking a load of life out of his tyres? And if the team then need him to stretch these tyres to 40, 45 laps because something happens, and we've seen so many teams do that, is he not compromising the team by pushing this hard? Because he doesn't need to. He's got half a minute advantage over Fabian Dance, and he's 2.5 seconds faster than anyone else on track right now. Can you get on the radio and say, I'm not asking you to do this, Joe, but should you as a team manager, should you as a team manager say, calm down, dear, you're doing all right, you've got a lead, we might need these tyres a bit later on, don't use them all up now? Yeah,
as an engineer, you will say to a driver, I want 222s, I want 223s, 223s. You know what? I heard a story from a mate of mine who was team manager for Tom Christensen when he was in touring cars, in the super touring age. He drove a Honda, didn't he? A Honda Accord.
Yeah.
And he used to say, you could say to Tom Christensen, give me a 222.7. He'll give you a 222.7, 222.7. All right, I need you up to 222.2s. He wouldn't go 222.1 or 222.4. He'd give you a 222.2 to the 10th.
I don't know how.
How do you do that?
No, don't know how they.
I mean, I'm talking about the elite level.
Well, yes, Tom Coronel.
And you know what? Tom Coronel's level. Yeah, because Tom Coronel was competing at that level. I remember Tom Coronel in the Gulf liveried Audi R8 in the first iteration of the European Le Mans Series. That's how old I am.
In the Spiker.
In the Spiker as well.
Spiker.
Yes.
Great cars. Does it still exist, Spiker? No, is it gone? Interiors were based on planes. They were amazing. And then they decided to go racing with them with a whole Dutch team. Christian Albers was part of that team, I think.
Wow, yeah.
And that trust sponsorship still to this day is backing from Jos Verstappen all the way through to Max Verstappen and every Dutch driver in between. I read the other day that Jos Verstappen had at the time in which he raced, he had the second biggest fan club.
Did he really?
Outside of all the other drivers, you know, back in, we're talking 1992, 93, 94, and clearly nowhere near as successful as Max, but he still had a huge fan club. The drone guys are obviously a little bit bored because they are providing us with acrobatics.
They're providing us with art, my friend.
Like what we had earlier on, we had this sort of a 360 upside down loop, and has he gone up the? I thought he was about to go under the bridge, but it's good fun. I'm enjoying it. They started in the forest earlier on, and I always like to see how far can we go round. We did the drone shot in Zandvoort, yeah, one of those, and we were able to follow the cars all the way around the circuit with our drone at Zandvoort for the SRO series, which was pretty awesome because you don't expect that. You know, the reason why helicopters are better is because helicopters can do the whole lap, whereas drones tend not to be able to.
Run out of range, I suppose, didn't
Yeah, exactly. But we did Monza as well. Now the trees have been cut down. You can see the whole circuit around Monza. But here, too many trees to be able to get the whole lap in. I think my director would agree with me.
Great shots, though. Fabulous. And it gives a completely different perspective to what we normally would see trackside and from a trackside camera as well, to actually be part of that on-track action. I'm pretty sure the MSUK don't allow that in the UK.
Really? Still?
Yes. Yeah.
So behind.
Yes. For insurance purposes, I think is the reasoning behind everything these days, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was, back in the old days when the drones were huge, sort of big octocopters.
Yes.
With an SLR on the bottom of them. Then there was sort of failures, and there was a very high-profile failure in the world of ski racing where the drone fell out the sky and knocked the skier off his skis.
Yeah.
In a World Cup. And of course, if one of these cars or anything, single-seater especially, hit a drone, even a small drone, that would make significant damage. But they don't fall out the sky like they used to. They're much more reliable.
Much more reliable technology.
It's normally the operator that's the problem, or trying to land on a boat. Have you tried that? That's really hard. Until you suddenly realise that you are moving on the water,
oh, yes.
and the drone is fixed because the drone knows where it is.
Yeah.
And that is hard.
We have just clicked by another hour to go. Another hour
We've
gone,
covered all kinds of very interesting
We
subjects.
have. We've even covered textured paint and B&Q.
Yeah.
With 5 hours then remaining, we have still got a lot of this race. At the moment, the question with 5 hours to go is who can catch the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon car, the number 48 with Dylan Pereira. Indeed, even more so with Dylan Pereira. I know every single driver in that lineup is very, very quick. But Pereira, as you've mentioned, the lad CV, he is absolutely on it, isn't he? 23.7 is his lap time. To just sort of compare that, 25.0, a 25 dead for Fabian Dance chasing him.
He's about to put a lap on 4th position, is he not? I'm pretty
That's
sure.
Number 25, Marcel Van Berlo in the Van Berlo Motorsport Baz Coutin car. Is that the 25? I think it is.
That bodes not so well
for everyone.
Yeah. Van Berlo is a minute and 50 back, I think, from the leader. Not from the leader. From its. He's now a whole lap back from the leader, but there is a 30. There's a minute back from. Sorry, he's a minute and 20 back from HRT in 3rd position, Van Berlo. So there's a big gap between himself and 3rd for the Losh Motorsport car to fill. But if we went safety car right now, with no wave buys, we'd have just 3 cars on the lead lap.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's two of the favourites for contention for top 3 steps of the podium. MDM Motorsport, that car's in the pits with a catastrophic failure of some sort, and the Harry King car, the 666 numbered car, currently in 5th place and a lap down. That car
a lap down because of that 4-minute stop.
Because of that 4-minute stop, because of the lost splitter, because, well, the lost splitter brought upon the opportunity to replace all those brakes. While we're going to pit for that. Oh, now I'm feeling a bit seasick.
I tell you what, this must be one of those new drones. There's a new drone out about 3 months ago that is able to fly upside down, and this must be one of them.
That was brilliant. Brilliant perspective. And the normal trackside view, which this is not currently on the live stream. We've got a beautiful drone shot showing us the old heritage pits here at Spa. A more conventional look at the number 48 going through the Raidillon up and over the brow.
Yeah, so our camera position up there is actually not quite the conventional standard F1 shot. We are just a little bit further to the left by the looks of things. We're more on the edge of the grandstand rather than right in the middle. Ah, that's the shot I wanted to see. Right, so I don't know how it can stay there. Just don't move, just stay, because then we can have a look at the countryside around it.
Yeah.
But so cool. There is the Francorchamps. Oh.
So we are just Ben's making an inquiry with our director, and the conclusion
I suddenly
is...
got excited.
You are demanding, aren't you?
I've got 4 hours and 50 minutes to fill, and I thought I could do a little geography, as we did last night.
What did our director just tell you?
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
Maybe later. But yeah, I've been here, as I was saying last night to you boys, I've been here for a WRC event where the World Rally Championship used some of the access roads to create a final stage of the rally, and the rally then drove in. Thierry Neuville won in his home country. It was part of the Ypres rally, so they did 2 days of the normal tarmac Ypres rally around Ypres, unsurprisingly, and then they did a 3rd day around here in the villages around here, and then finished on this circuit. It was an amazing idea, and there was absolutely nobody here to watch it. It was, I don't think I've ever been to Spa with less people.
Yeah, really?
It was unbelievably poor, unsurprisingly. I was also then here a few months later for WRX, so the Rallycross, which is
which is at the bottom of Eau Rouge, isn't it?
Yeah, there's an arena which has sort of been flattened now because they don't use it any longer. The grandstands, I think, is still there.
Was that always going to be for short-term use?
It's for concerts and for Rallycross, yeah.
Right.
The idea is you can sit in the grandstands around and watch gigs. Just at the back of shot. The grandstands are still there, actually, at the top of the screen there.
Yeah, I saw that. They go off at 90 degrees at the bottom of Eau Rouge, don't they?
Yeah, and on our track map, the Rallycross track is still there, but it's not used any longer. And unfortunately, they did use Eau Rouge, but they turned around they didn't really go up Eau Rouge because they had a hairpin halfway up it before they even got to Raidillon. And so... it was slightly disappointing that they didn't go up further. Interesting also, our track map has the original, I don't know if that's still there, the original Eau Rouge. You would turn hard left at the river and you go into the forest, and then in the forest there was the customs border control between Belgium and Germany, because the second half of the circuit was in Germany in the very, very early days pre-war. And so Customs House was a hairpin that went uphill, and then the circuit came back on itself and then joined where we have it now at Raidillon, which was a hard left, and then they went off onto the old circuit and into Germany in those early years, and then most of the circuit was actually in Germany, not in Belgium. And the track map that has been produced by the circuit actually still has it on it, but I don't think I've ever managed to visit that bit of the circuit, but it was called Customs House, that corner.
Inside of 5 hours then, and Dylan Pereira continues in the 2:23 second lap times, bringing that gap out to 30. Now that's the shot you wanted, Ben.
So look to the left-hand side nearest the graphics. Cars, the racetrack going right-hand side to go through Les Coms, and the old track going off and then left and then into those villages that are at the top of screen. And then there's a road you can see at the very, very top of screen, and that goes all the way down to Stavelot, which is just not quite in the picture, and then rejoins here at the bottom of screen. The drone pilot just wants to have fun, doesn't he?
No, I think he's just trying to control the thing.
But right underneath us right now is where the old circuit joins the new circuit, and everything is still there. So you can see the architecture of the circuit. There's a river that flows through there. You can't actually see the river, but Eau Rouge runs all the way through the middle of that
old
forest.
circuit.
Yeah, there is Customs House.
Yeah, just coming off left from the Customs House hairpin.
Never seen that before.
And then you go back. So what sort of age would be that?
That was the original circuit, so 1920, 23, 22?
There it is, 19. The original 14.9 kilometre, 9.3 miles track layout. It was 1920. It was the Eau Rouge Creek was the Belgian-German Empire border until 1920. With the Ancien Douane Customs Office being rather recent than ancient. So that track was used.
And Stavola were German country, part of Germany.
So I'm just trying to find out when that track was used. The track's in August 21, was cancelled. There's only one driver entered. So the first race was held in 1922. And that track doesn't actually, the original, I'm not sure the original was used for very long, Ben.
No, they got rid of Customs House pretty quickly.
Right, yeah. 1958 to 78 was the track that we are sort of more familiar with as the old circuit here.
Okay, so here's a trivia question for you as we're here at Spa-Francorchamps. As we are staying in Spa, as you know, our hotel is in Spa, and it takes us 15 minutes to drive from Spa to the racetrack. Why is Spa-Francorchamps called Spa-Francorchamps? Because the racetrack's actually, the original racetrack joined the villages of Francorchamps, Stavelot, Bernville.
Malmedy?
It doesn't quite go into Malmedy.
Right.
But it goes close to Malmedy. But it doesn't go anywhere near Spa. So why is Spa part of the name even to this day? Any ideas?
I don't know. No.
Because because the town of Spa, with its spa baths, Bath is called Bath because it has public baths in the UK. Spa because it has a spa, it has the public baths in the village itself, and it was far better known than the tiny village of Francorchamps, which wasn't known at all. So if they called it the Francorchamps-Stavelot racetrack, nobody would have known what that is. But Spa had these public baths, was a tourist destination even in the early turn of the century, and had its own water source, which creates spa water, which we have in our hotel. And so much like Evian water. What else? I'm trying to think of another water that's Vittel.
Highland Spring.
Highland Spring, obviously, there's not a village called Highland Spring, is there?
But I would imagine that's
Buxton water,
Buxton,
thank you.
Yeah.
And there's Spa water. So Spa was much better known, and so they decided to use the Spa name because it was
I've got a bottle of Spa water in front of me.
There you go.
Protected since 1889.
And it was a sponsor initially of the circuit.
I'm known in my family as a bit of a water snob.
Right.
I have a favourite water, which is Evian. And I'm just going to have a little taste of this Spa water, which I've been drinking all weekend, but
now you're thinking about it.
It's different to Evian. This is going to sound stupid, right? And I've had this conversation so many times with members of my family who think I'm just a snob drinking Evian. There are some waters that are actually dry.
Yeah.
There is a bit like wine. You have a dry wine. There are some waters, especially the purified stuff that you get in the States. It's awful stuff. Awful stuff.
There is a really, really good episode.
I should be sponsored by Evian the amount of times
Well, come down to... we live 20 minutes from Evian.
Do you really?
So, yeah, it's
I
just
need
around
to
the
see
corner.
the source of Evian.
I can show you the source of Evian.
Wow.
It runs straight past my house and has a lot of cows pooing in it.
Probably best to have said that when I didn't take a swig of Spa. Protected since 1889 water.
Yeah. I had another interesting fact I was going to throw at you, but I've now forgotten it.
It'll come.
But there you go, Spa-Francorchamps, because of the Spa town, that it doesn't go anywhere near.
We've got our London producer questioning my dry water.
Oh, no, that was what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So there's
it's a thing, Kerry.
There's a great Netflix documentary presented by a famous child actor who's turned vegan, and I can't remember his name now. Either way, his first episode of his series is about water. and he does a whole episode about water, and he does exactly the same as you about the differences. There, one water is not the same as another water. All waters are different. Why water is good? Why some water is not as good as the other water?
Yeah, I'll have to look for that. Find out.
What's his name?
Before this race finishes,
Pretty boy.
That's narrowing it down.
Would have been on the Disney Channel. And right, hang on.
All right,
standby caller.
Yeah, standby callers with 4 hours 47. Are you down the pit soon, Nick? Yeah, you are. Okay.
He's just escaping
bored
the
to death. He's glad to get out. He's been nibbling on the hors d'oeuvres that have been available. Zac Efron.
Zac Efron's Down to Earth. Watch episode 1 of that.
I'm going to make a note of that.
It's really good, really interesting.
Yeah, can now you talk amongst yourselves while I tap that in, because by 9 o'clock tonight I'll have forgot that.
Yeah.
Zac Efron what?
Zac Efron, Down to Earth.
Down to Earth.
Episode 1. Stream, I don't know if you're around. We're on part 2 of the stream now, aren't we? Yeah, there we go. Let's see what chat is up to. It's that time of the afternoon where we just go to chat to find out what's happening. See if they're interested. Yes, that one. There you go.
Dylan Pereira, 2:23.9. Last one by was a 2:23.7. That's how quick this guy is. Gap out to 42 seconds now to Fabian Dance. And Fabian has a gap of 26 seconds to Pedro Juan Moreno in the HRT car. And then we've got a lap to the Van Berlo car. Van Berlo with Baz Coutin, Marcel Van Berlo running in 4th, but off the lead lap now as Tashi Watiari tries to bring that car back into contention. I'm talking about the 666 numbered car. It is 38 seconds behind the Van Berlo car, so still a big ask to get back on the lead lap. It's only 1 lap down, I think. We measured that, and with the pit stops coming into play, that has become a 1 lap gap that the 666 car was now dropped off the leaders. The Sebelju Racing, Marc Guyot is at the wheel of the number 888, and that's in 6th place. Now that is quite a way off. 1 minute and 11 seconds is the gap between 5th and 6th. GP Elite still running in 7th, and that's Charles Svolsman, and he is 2 laps off the leader. Overall leader is leading the Pro class, of course. Pro-Am doing very well, 4th overall for the Van Berlo car. The Am Silvers, they're running in 6th and 7th. We've already mentioned them, the Sebelju Racing and GP Elite. And then the first of the Am Bronzes is the Denham Motorsport. Nelson Monteiro Jr. currently at the wheel of the number 123, and that car currently 9th overall, got quite a lead before the second Am Bronze. That's the Black Falcon car. Now the Black Falcon car currently 15th overall, 2nd in the Am Bronze class. João Barbosa, not that one, is 2nd in Am Bronze. Now that is the car that was damaged in the practice sessions the day before yesterday. That would have been on Thursday, and that car had to be repaired. Completely missed yesterday's running, so started at the very back of this grid, and it is running up into 15th overall and 2nd in class. That's great show from them coming back from that. Am Bronze in 3rd. Denham Motorsport is the number 100, and that car has been partial to a rebuild after an accident in practice as well. That car having to be rebuilt from the ground up, and again that looks like it could well be on a class podium. We've got several cars that have dropped out. The Mullen Motorsport car, that's the car 21. Now that car was very unlucky earlier on, very early on in the race. Very first stages of this race was T-boned by I'm trying to remember one of the Q1 track racing cars, who lost a wheel and then speared into the number 21 car. That car lost a lot of time in the pits. The car was repaired to a point, went out, but still something wrong with that car. The Hans Weiss Motorsport, number 35. that car is out. MDM Motorsport, Tom Coronel, bringing that car to a grinding halt, quite literally, just out of the La Source hairpin. That car, Tom described to Snowy, that he had all sorts of warnings going off, and so that's some sort of catastrophic failure, no doubt. And then we've got the speed lover car 78, which is currently been in the pits for over 30 minutes now. It's coming up to 35 minutes for the speed lover car in the pits now, so that's potentially. Now I've got the Hans Weiss is not quite out of this race. He's in the pits at the moment as the 5th place car. The 666 Team Parker car is come in. Let's see where he is on his strategy overview. 28 laps is the stint time for this car, and we're getting a driver change, tyres, and undoubtedly fuel after such an extent. Tashi Watare bringing that car in, and now that car being serviced, driver change. Not sure who the driver was that was climbing into the 666, but this is the car, remember, Harry King in contention, looking like he was going to progress into the top 3 overall, and then we lost the splitter, not sure why. We saw the splitter blow off the car on the Kemmel Straight, and that just rendered the car relatively, I wouldn't say undrivable, but it certainly rendered the car uncompetitive with, as we know, these Porsche Carrera Cup cars, that splitter creates a very balanced handling, and without that splitter the car understeers, which is a very, very tricky car to drive, just won't turn in.
Doing rear brakes by the looks of things on that car.
Yeah, quite common, we've found.
Have they done the fronts already? Yeah, they did it when they were doing splitting.
Yes, they think we did that with the splitter. We've got Nick Damon, who's just taken over from Snowy down there.
It's not Snowy.
No, I said we've got Nick down there just taken over from Snowy.
Oh, you see, you cut off at that point. All I heard was word Snow. I think
Hello,
can't be wrong. Hello, Benjamin. How are you?
Good.
You in London? Yes, so just finishing off doing the rear brakes on the 666. Obviously, a comeback drive after some of the problems they've had. But it's quite a lot of brake wear. It's quite extreme brake wear, I think, we've been seeing on these cars. It's not a particularly heavy braking circuit, Spa. You come into the bus stop and you come in the top of the hill, but apart from that, it's not particularly brake intensive. But yeah, a lot of things going on. 66 obviously, they all decided to go wrong an hour ago. Did Snowy talk to Harry about what happened in his run?
I don't think we spoke to Harry about it, no.
I'm interested to know just how bad the car was to drive without that front splitter.
Here he comes. I can find out
Excellent
for you.
stuff.
Because Mr. King who ignored me an hour ago. Sorry, I can come this way just to get you near the camera. Cars in. Another bit of brake changing. Let's wind back to your stint about 3 hours ago, because you had the best of times and the worst of times. You had an absolutely ideally placed yellow Prague and safety car, and then it all kind of went wrong.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, safety car played into our favour, which was really nice. And then the front splitter, it just disconnected in the top speed on the back straight and the Kemmel Straight, which meant, yeah, you lose the front aero. And with these Porsche Cup cars, there's not really a lot creating that front energy on the front of the car, and a high-speed circuit like Spa means you're really compromised. So, yeah, it was very unfortunate. We also were running quite close to the maximum life of the brakes, so we made a full service during that stop and got the car back onto, good form once again. And then Taichi did a great stint. You put the lap times back where they should be. So, yeah, we're looking okay. We need a bit of fortune with the safety cars and things like that, but most of our services are now complete, so we're almost home and dry, just finishing off the laps.
So for the layman, yeah, you're driving along, you're going really quickly, you're making up places. The splitter falls off. Did you immediately know it fallen off, or did you just realise that when you went around the next corner?
No, I felt a bit of a donk underneath the middle of the car, and I was like, well, I didn't run over anything. So checked the mirrors. Sure enough, I see that black bit of plastic in driving Cup cars for a while. You know that feeling and that sensation, and yeah, a bit of a heart sunk in my mouth moment where I thought, okay, it's going to be a long 30 minutes to finish this off. So yeah, just took the laps one by one. Didn't want to lose too much time to the cars who were having an advantage by having the front splitter. So yeah, just thought it'd be a smarter approach to just tick off the laps and not cause any issues.
We're looking at a Carrera Cup car, a couple of €100,000 worth of vehicle, and then we're looking at a bit of rubber that costs, well, probably costs quite a lot of money actually, but a couple of €1,000, and it completely destroys the car. Can you explain to in layman terms what happens to the car when you lose that small bit of rubber?
Well, I mean, it just the whole front end disconnects, so you lose a bit of braking performance, you lose a bit of corner entry, but most importantly on the acceleration out of the corner, mid to exit, you really need that front splitter and that bit of front aero, because there's nothing holding the energy on the nose of the car except that front splitter. So, yeah, when you lose that, life gets tricky.
I kind of feel that, with all your experience of Porsche, you perhaps recommend to them that they perhaps come up with a different design concept.
I'm not the one in the boardroom.
Yeah, that was obviously a disaster, and you had a couple of long stops. What is your realistic aims now? Is it just to keep stabbing the voodoo doll of Spa and hoping for a full course safety car?
Well, I mean, we are in a class which really we shouldn't be in. When you look at our driver lineup, we got a bronze, but we're in the pro class. Of course, 2 or 3 of the drivers have never seen Spa before, and we had limited testing due to an incident. So, we're kind of heading into it all a little bit unknown for my other teammates, and yeah, sort of leading the way. We're saving majority of my driving time towards the end. So, if we catch the safety cars and the full course yellows at the right points, then we're there to take advantage of it. But at the minute, we'll just keep our head down, keep doing our services and our stops, and let it come our way.
Best of luck. I will see you on the podium.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you then.
Well, it was another 4-minute stop for them because they did that rear change. So that's 2 minutes too long once again in the pits, and they dropped down in another lap. So it's going to be hard work for the 666. The Team Parker Racing entered 77 Racing, Banksy Racing team.
But that's all of their servicing done now.
True.
If they have a clean run, they can then work their way back into that. All right, I'm not sure they're going to be able to work that back into contention for a top 3, but I wouldn't put anything past them. They've got a very good driver lineup, and then they'll plug Harry King in to go to the finish, and they'll optimise that run to the flag.
Shout out to Rory on the stream as we see a quick replay of Watarari. Oh, okay, just showing the art that we saw at the very top of the show. Watarari's the 666 car on pole position having a bit of piece of art created for them. Yes, shout out to Rory on our chat, because he's pointed out that Agatha Christie's character Poirot also came from Spa. I did not know that. But obviously, Poirot,
fictional character.
He's a fictional character.
Agatha Christie wrote it that he came from Spa.
He wrote, yeah, exactly.
Which kind of sort of confirms that Spa was a well-known tourist location.
Yeah, yeah, because she knew
about Spa.
Yeah,
and has probably visited the place.
Yes, I imagine. As a writer, you do tend
Christie Spa now, aren't you?
You do tend to tour the world, don't you, as a writer?
Well, yeah. I mean, you base the fiction on reality to a point, don't you?
Yeah.
On what you know.
Yeah. So thank you, Rory, for that little fact. That's a new one for my bank, because I didn't have that one in my bank before.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know that as well.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Back down to Nick.
Obviously, the thing you do when you get back in the pit lane is see what's gone wrong for everyone since you left. Up with the 127, the MDM. Now that, I think, came in with a slight little throttle problem, as described by Tom Coronel. The whole engine's out the back now. The engine's out, and they are looking at the mechanical operation of the butterflies. So they're actually trying to work out why the butterflies aren't moving as they want them to move. And they're prodding them. It seems very mechanical. It's not normally as you expect an electrical issue or anything like that. Even like a disconnect between the throttle by wire, but they're looking at the physical movement of the springs and the and everything else, and how the actual activation of the butterflies, which of course control the inlet of air and fuel mixture. And it's all very, very mechanical. You can probably see there's a man on his iPhone zooming in to see what's going on. No doubt they're connected. Paul Meyer's not doing anything. We'll grab a quick word with Paul. Just see if he's got an update on what the actual issue is. Paul, quick word. It's just okay. Paul, we were told he had a slight problem, and now the engine's out. What has turned out to be the issue?
Something in the throttle house, so it's actually blocked. It cannot make the movement anymore. There's a small stone underneath, which blocks everything. So
And you can't get it out because normally we're used to these cars having electrical problems or pneumatic problems. This is actually a mechanical problem.
Yeah, and a really strange one because of a stone. A really tiny stone makes this problem. So how much bad luck should you have that the stone comes into the engine department, it's almost closed, and then it comes underneath a system that blocks everything?
I think they've got the stone. Hang on a second. Is that the stone? Could we have the stone? Thank you very much. I have the stone. Let me take the stone to the camera. We have the cause of the MDM retirement. It is that piece of stone. As you can see in my hand, hopefully Seb has got it. For those of you who are on the radio, it's smaller than my little fingernail. It's quite flat. It's got edges on it, but it has caused no end of problems because it prevents the butterflies from turning. Yeah. Well, there we are. That's a bit. Do you want the stone back? Yes. Tom needs the expensive stone. That I have never seen that in this modern racing world, chaps.
Nope, neither me. How did it get in there?
It was sucked in by the intake. It's in the air.
But there's a filter in the intake.
But you would think, but
it's got to get through the filter. It's not going to get through the filter.
Snowy might be able to tell. Have we got air filters on those cars? Do we filter the air through? So how's a stone got into the inlet, into the throttle butterfly housing, the throttle housing? Yes, Coronel's. Yes, Snowy's eyebrows raised, doesn't know. Well, yeah, he said the alarms went off, and the alarms went off because the engine.
The stone punctures a hole through the filter.
I mean, it could well be. I mean, we've seen the cars kicking up the gravel.
Yeah.
And if that's gone through, with quite a velocity, the way that engine is sucking the air in. It's sucking the air in and with a massive amount of energy and power. And yeah, I mean, clearly it's just ripped through the filter.
And the air intake is where? Is it over the rear wheel arches, or is it that nose?
Over the rear bonnet, isn't it? Just over the cover.
Is it?
Boot lid, effectively.
So the stone has got to go over the car, over the driver, down behind, and then go into an air intake there.
Those little stones can get everywhere.
No, but sorry.
Yeah, they can.
It won't go backwards. It can't like.
Are you saying they're telling us fibs?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. What I'm saying is how.
That they're telling fibs.
I'm keen to understand
how.
They
fished that stone out. You go down now and tell that mechanic that's been trying to fish that stone out there, and having just fished the stone out, tell him that evidence isn't conclusive.
No, I'm saying, how is it? I'm saying it's in there, clearly. We found it there. How did it get there?
The universe doesn't necessarily have all the answers, Ben. I know that's going to kill you, because you need to know everything.
We've got 4 hours and 30 minutes to work it out.
Excellent idea, Nick.
Help us out.
Yeah, here's another car. Hopefully be sitting here for a minute. It's one of the Q1 racing. Now, let's have a look at how you could get something into the back of the car. Look at the back of the car. There was a small grille. Now, there is an outside chance that a stone could get into that grille, and I would say if you're very unlucky, it could ping in through there.
Where's the air intake, Nick? Where is the air intake?
The air intake comes down. The air intake comes down over the back of the bonnet. So there's where the ducktail for you fans are underneath the swan neck. There is the air intake there, an air intake there, and also air expulsion there. I don't think
that air is just going into the engine bay, Nick. I need to know where it accesses the intake for the engine. I'm working for Ben here because he needs.
Well, actually, if you come around here. There's cooling and breathing are very similar. That there, I think, is one of the air intakes. There's no real, there's no radiator. Remember, there's no radiator to the back of a Porsche. So that one maybe breaks. But I'm just showing you where all the intakes are, because apparently the intakes I showed wasn't of a high enough quality.
Right. Can we find another example of a 992 Carrera car?
Well, there's plenty around here,
so we can see where that air intake starts for the induction system.
Can't use the car that's got the problem because the engine's out.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think. Has anyone else retired?
There is a couple of spare cars, isn't there?
The engine's aren't open. Who's retired so far? 21's
There's
retired.
a couple of cars in the back of garages that I noticed, the spare cars.
Well, we can certainly. I know there's a couple. The problem with the back of garages, my microphone won't work. Yeah. So we're saying 21's retired.
21's retired.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
Well, that's not a problem. What we'll do is we'll meander down there. It's not too far. I'm still quite fresh, obviously.
This is for Ben.
It's not for me.
Ben, I heard Ben literally disbelieving you. It was shocking.
He has
It was a shocking situation.
I'm going to get annoyed.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You have an inquisitive mind.
It's not
and
that
your young mind is inquisitive.
it's not
Nick and I were quite happy with the stones going into the inlet.
He's only got a young mind for a few months,
how
isn't he?
it gets in there. I know it's in there. I just want to know how it's got in there.
I know you do. I know you have an inquisitive mind.
What path did it take? I'm not satisfied with it.
Right. Okay, well, you'll see that myself and Sven, Seb, are walking down to the 21 car, and we're going to see if we can.
You're going to have to explain your mission.
The stone gets on to the outside of the throttle body, and then, as the throttle body opens, falls in.
Is the throttle body open?
It wasn't inside the engine. It was stopping the actual activation of the throttle butterflies.
Yeah.
Because the throttle body has got like a ducting to it, hasn't it, from an air intake through a filtering system.
So I'm still walking down. I didn't realise the 21 car was so far down. I walked past it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Not at all.
And if it's come through a genuine...
Oh, they pulled the garage down. I'm not sure. There's a red ant car, but I'm not sure it was a cup car or a GT3 car. I'm not that good at the wonderful world of Porsche.
Considerably more air on it than a cup car.
Bell car.
They're not really that dissimilar, are they?
Looks like a cup car.
Massively different when you put them together.
This is a cup car.
Is Bert there?
I think you might still be...
so that's all open.
Find somebody who can tell us.
Have you got Seb with you?
I can see this is where it's breathing.
We can't see you at the moment,
right.
But
we're going to get the camera, Seb's camera, to show us where you are.
Here comes Seb's camera. Right, so it's not the greatest thing ever, but actually, if you look at that air intake which I showed you at the back of the car, there is actually the actual air intake to the engine.
We're not seeing you at the moment.
The world can't see what you can see.
So we've got the back of the car. The bonnet is up. Where there's a grill at the far end, and then it's behind the grill, so
Nick,
level with the top of the bumper.
Save your words, Nick. We're going to do it for radio and live stream when Seb comes.
It's not the greatest view, but it's the best I can get.
I know you're eloquent, and your description of what you're looking at is great. And however, we might as well do it together.
We're on. There we go. Right. So this is the back of a cup car. Obviously, poor access. If you look in there are the air intakes and the air filters, one on either side. So it's sucking the air in from here, which lines up with the bulk of the rear bumper and near that rear grille we were talking about. That's where the air comes in. The rest of it is a completely sealed unit, so I'm not quite sure how it gets into the upper air intake.
Thank you. That is why I'm asking the question.
But it's made it.
But my feeling is, and now having a look underneath the car, no, that's quite sealed as well. So if you just come down here, Seb, so you look at that's what other areas you could possibly get in, which is through the suspension in the back of the car. Not very likely either. But it's spun its way through into the intake system. So that's mysterious.
I think that intake there on the side, that's ducting for the rear brakes. My gut feelings.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a rear brake ducting. But there's the very obvious K&N style conical filter is where we saw it hiding behind the bumper. So it's pulling in air from that area.
Do you
I think it's the second one on the other side.
With one of the mechanics available, Nick? Someone who actually knows what they're talking about. No disrespect.
If you were a stone, how would you get to a throttle?
No disrespect, Nick.
Guess I found someone who knows what they're talking about. It's Mr. Redaunt. How are you doing, Bart? How are you going? Can I first of all say I'm very disappointed not to see the boys with you here. I thought they'd come and do a special guest show.
Oh, they're here.
Oh, they're working in the team. Brilliant. We have a question for you, and it's based on somebody else's misfortune. MDM have had a problem in the race where a stone has physically got into the throttle body actuation. So the butterflies can't open because the stone has blocked where the springs and the activation is. And we're trying to work out how a stone, about they big, can get into that part of the engine. We're looking at the back of the car, we can't see it. So can you think of a way in which a stone can get into the actual physical throttle body actuation?
Maybe it got stuck on the tire, and then with the speed of the tire, it flew in, and then it can damage a lot.
Have you had a situation in the past where stones have got into place they shouldn't do and caused problems?
Yeah, lots of times, yeah. Yeah, lots of times. Stones are the enemy of any race car.
So it doesn't need to travel into the induction system. It doesn't need to travel in through the air filter and just ping its way through elsewhere.
Yeah, it can go anywhere you want. The stone is, when it's a rather big one, it has speeds like 200 kph, and then it can practically go through any part of the engine.
Well, thank you. We next. We got extra. Thanks. How's it going? How's your race going, Bart?
Yeah, in the beginning we got one of the drivers lost the front splitter, so then the car is almost undrivable. So the driver who got in after that, he thought he had a flat tire because of that, but it was the splitter who was gone. He came in for nothing. So we lost a few places, but now we're recovering, and I think we're on the podium hunt for the moment.
Can I ask you a cheeky question? Well, no, you can't. You're right. We've seen quite a few of those splitters get lost. How much are you charged by Porsche for one of those splitters?
Oh, I don't think it's quite that much. 120 euros, something like that.
200 euros? Is that all?
Excuse me?
That whole rubber split is only 120 euros.
I think something like that. It on the invoices of Porsche, it never stuns me. All the other stuff it's on it, yes, but that one never. So I think it's quite okay.
That's amazing. So the one bit that falls off is the one bit that's reasonably priced. Thanks, Bart.
Thank you.
That's a surprise. I can tell you now. That's a massive surprise.
Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you for...
Any other information you need whilst I'm wandering around people's garages?
As someone has quite rightly put on the chat, John Pearson, this is the coconut debate in the Holy Grail.
Is it an African or European debate is the question, though, isn't it?
European or African swallow, isn't it?
Yeah, Fulgenzi are in the pits as well, by the way, a 17 car. They have a light fueler, so he's climbing all over the bonnet rather than the big heavy fuel just lean over
Harley
it.
Horton that's brought that car in, Nick.
I noticed that the Redon have got a sideways fuel, he's leaning across and down.
He needs to be in front of the car. The regulations stipulated that, didn't they? Do you remember? Do you remember, Nick?
I don't remember everything. I remember Joe being incredibly charismatic during the
hang on.
Charismatic.
I'm going to refuel in position to prevent potential spillage during removal of fuel. The fuel attendant may only refuel the car when standing directly in front of the car.
Well, he's front to the side. The guy, the 17 is not standing at all. He's actually on the bonnet.
Yeah.
He's on the bonnet. I would say the guy ahead, I can't see quite, I think it's 30 HRT Performance, is in a very prominent man, definitely in front leaning. So of the three people here, I'll give a 9 out of 10 to the 30 car. I think Red Ant, I'm going to give them a 6.5, and I think being on the bonnet, you're only going to get a 5 for obeying the rules for the Fulgenzi, for the 17 car.
By the way, Nick, I remembered Bert's sons who compete in the 24-8 series and did this event last year. It's Ayrton and Yannick.
Yannick, yes. We are still waiting for a couple of penalties be served. 3 drive-through penalties for car 21, but of course Mullen Motorsport have retired, so they'll never serve them. We've also had a drive-through penalty for 23. Who's 23? Can't see a 23. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Oh yes, Team Lap Time Performance. They had a drive-through penalty for not respecting the pit lane speed limit. Car 35 also with the same penalty. That's Hans Weiss Motorsport. They served that. And they had another one for not respecting pit lane regulations. So there's been a few drive-through penalties over the last ever since we discussed a small stone, basically. All sorted. Back down to Nick.
Yeah, just a very quick update, because I'm sure you're keeping a very careful pencil-marked list, and you're working out everything. But the HRT Performance car, the 30 car, that did front pads in that little stop we saw a minute ago when the man was straddling in a very professional way the fueling, but they had already done front pads on the 30 HRT machine.
And a 3.5-minute pit stop, so they did it in a good time as well. We've seen most people lose 2 minutes doing that, whereas they only lost 1.5 minutes. And it's Steve Gambarell aboard that car. I'm not sure we've seen Stephen Gambarell in the HRT Performance car so far, but he is sitting in third position right now. And it's looking more and more likely that that is where they're going to be. We're riding on board with the 23, Kevin Stadlander. But they are, where are they? They are quite far down. Yes, that's team lap time performance down in 20th position. So that's all of the drive-through penalties all covered off now. Thank you for the comments, chat. Do keep coming with questions and things like that. Obviously, we are now having a watch of you.
Can I just say it? Good point made by, is that Buddlespit?
Buddlespit, yes.
Buddlespit. The stone was on the outside of the throttle body in the linkage. It wasn't stopping the butterfly. It was stopping the mechanical linkage which actuates the butterfly.
Well, I think
that makes more sense.
Does it?
Than the actual. So you've got the butterfly in the intake. The stone wasn't trapping the butterfly. It was trapping the linkage. That was very well put, Buddlespit. Dragging us into semblance of order. Nick.
Off on the circuit before we go down to Nick. And which car is that? We need a little bit
That's
more.
Fulgenzi.
That's the 100.
Isn't it?
So that's Denham Motorsport by Black Falcon off at turn 9. Not in a pretty safe position, to be fair, but one of our Brazilian guys have gone around. Now let's go down to Nick.
I think I said on 3 separate occasions it was not in the intake, but it was actually affecting the linkage of the operation of the butterfly, not in the butterfly. There's an element here, I know it's a bit noisy up there, there's an element where you never listen to me. I think you take the advantage of when I'm saying something to have a bit of an hors d'oeuvre or a coffee or a chat.
It's noisy, mate. It is noisy.
No, you know what? I'm just feeling underappreciated. Anyway, the EST1 racing machine, that's number 7 car, that's in a basic service, tyres and now the minute's worth of fuel or minute's worth of allocated time whilst you think you might be fueling is happening, but no brakes on this one, and it's going to. Oh, it almost went over. It's on 0 now, and they haven't quite got away. So they've just slightly overdone it, and it's a little bit leaky as well as they pulled it out. They're going to start up, and they've just about to go, and they go now. So they get away almost exactly time, a few seconds over, and that's the 7 car.
We can see a bit of fire now on the rear right corner of the 100, and it has been in the wall because it's got a lot of new green paint on the rear right corner, so it's hit the wall, and he's now, I think this is a retirement for him, but I'm afraid they really do need to get some marshals to him as quickly as possible. So yeah, he's now seen that fire, and he's going to use his race boots to get rid of what is basically rubber, I think, burning down there, some pickup, but he has been in the wall. And it's now gone to full course yellow. So all of those people who are due us a pit stop, and there's a lot of them, will now want to be doing it right this second. And it's a bit of a disappointment for those who already have. It will be an early stop for our leaders. The 48 have just done 26 laps, but Fabian Dance has done 29 in Red Camel. 30 laps for Marcel Van Berlo in the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin Racing, and Seb Lejeune has done 30 as well. So this is perfect timing for so many of our competitors. A little bit early for GP Elite, but I think we're going to have everybody get themselves onto the same lap. Not quite sure why that car has ended up where it is. There's absolutely no barrier to hit where he is parked up. But, Joe, you can see on the rear right corner, it is sort of greener than I think the livery intended.
That could just be, yeah, that could be. I saw a bit of conflagration beginning under that right rear corner. That could just be a bit of pickup that's just around there. That's very hot there where the rear brakes are as well as the exhausts. Have we established where exactly that is?
Yeah, it's in the inside of Jackie Ick's corner. So that's what we're seeing there is the motorbike cut through.
Yes, so has he gone around, coming out through Jackie Ick's and spun around and then gone to the inside?
I think he's ribboned the car.
You think he's hit the green barrier
on the outside,
on the outside,
corner,
because of that green scuffage on the right rear corner.
Oh, I like that scuffage.
Yeah. It's a Nick term, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll give it a Nick for that.
What I don't understand is why that means that the car has to be pulled off, unless he has broken the rear suspension by doing the scuffage,
or he's just stalled it and it won't start. it is being recovered onto a truck. It's on a winch now.
Oh, that's why,
there
look.
it is. Yes, he has had contact on that right rear corner. And as the car came off the ground, the right rear wheel didn't stay where it should have and just flopped to one side. And
cartoon
gave us
comedy.
A lot of camber where it shouldn't be, and a bit of a toe out. Let's head back down to the pits for Nick's got cars with him.
Vast numbers of cars with the 333 and several others, but the leader is now in the pits, and in is getting Gabriel Piana, and they are, I think they're going to do rear brakes as well. Yep, so they've already done the driver change, and they are on the spreaders, as they say. It seems, or they've got them. So I'm just trying to get round and make sure they are doing them, or are they just having a check? Nope, they are doing the rear brakes as well. So this is obviously a very cheap stop. We did see the 666 machine, Parker racing car, or the Banksy racing car. That obviously did it during a green flag, so that will mean they would have lost probably the equivalent of a minute by doing it at full speed. Pierre gets out, and so Gabriel Piana's got in, and the man is stretching and trying to squeeze back those old pads. I think there's a lot of people up and down the pit lane are taking advantage of this to do some brake work at the same time. More cars go behind me. The 6th place 14 car, and then there's the 992 car that scored in 11th as well. GP Elite, they're doing brakes as well. And there's still work going on. The rear tyres now going back onto the 48, which is yet to take any fuel, but they're just waiting for that official drop. Start the button, bang, there we go. And the countdown has started, so they'll be here for a minute taking fuel. And effectively, this has become a very, very cheap stop for the 48 to do that work, considering other people had to do the work whilst in a hot pit lane environment.
It hurts, Nick, the HRT performance guys that have just been pitting in front of you. Remember, they were 3rd position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They've done all that, and they did it in green flag conditions, whereas now we're seeing the rest of them doing it under yellow flag, and full course yellow means 80 kilometers an hour out on circuit.
Well, they always say it pays to be good, but it's better to be lucky. It seems the 48 is both good and lucky. So, yeah, that's a pretty lethal combination to try and beat someone even over 12 hours. And they've got 15 seconds to count down. As long as they don't go too early and give themselves a penalty, they'll be off, up and away, and laughing all the way to the front of the field. Though, of course, they would have lost a lead to anybody on the same lap as them. I'm not sure, Ben, how many were on the same lap?
I reckon 2 or maybe 3. That's it.
Interesting, as they pull out, Fabian Dance comes past with the red Camel Jordan machine. That's obviously at the other end of the pit lane, so I'll have to use my eagle eyes and wonder whether they're actually going to do any pad work, but I'm pretty sure with Trustwell in charge there'll be plenty of pad work going on. The GP Elite machine is just finishing doing its rear brakes. That's the kind of the dark, quite pleasant sort of dark blue. It's got a wrap because it's got a kind of a cracked sort of marble effect on it as well, but it's dark blue. GP Elite number 14. They are now doing their fuel stop.
Safety car has picked up our leader, thankfully.
So it only says full course yellow. It didn't say
yeah, safety car's just gone out.
It's gone out, but it's not officially out.
Oh, right. So it's just, well, it's not out.
Yeah.
It's on its slippers, but it's not out.
Obviously, they sent it out to get ready to pick up the leader, but the leader came out the pits straight afterwards. And
right.
I don't know what's going to happen now, because we're officially under full course yellow. So the safety car can go faster than the field, and I think it's pulling away from our leader right now.
I'm walking up towards Red Camels, because we're at the other end than the 48 machine. And as I walk past, there's brake spreaders everywhere, either the front or the backs, depending what's needed. That was the Dream to Drive 333. The Gregor Jeets, Marquez Kajak, Mantes, Mikulus, and Kajus Snellis machine. Another car doing brakes here at the 25. Now they're quite high up the 25 Van Berlo machine, aren't they? They're doing front brakes. Weren't they in 3rd when they came in, the 25?
Yeah, they were 3rd.
So they're doing front brakes. I think they're having a bit of a problem by looks, because they're having to do the wedge with a screwdriver. They're not necessarily totally work with the spreader. So my feeling is this has not been a brilliant stop for them. Just basic feeling. Looking up at
there's Baz Coutin there, and he's Fire Kia at the front of that 25.
Yeah, I've been trying to find him. I've been trying to find him. I will. When we finish this,
we need to chat to him, don't we, Nick?
I will collar him when it's been. He has been a very elusive prior to that moment. Then we just turn around. There he is, like I haven't spoken. Just the very couple. Jordan car is still sitting on the apron. It's just counting down its minute of fuel. Don't know if it's done. I don't know if it's done. I don't know if it's done brakes or not. There's a round of applause for someone behind me.
It's for you, Nick.
It wasn't for me. I was having a slight argument with the lollipop man, to be honest. Let's have a look at the what trays are around. There's a tray with discs in it.
And they're hot. Yeah, 25, Nick?
No, I've just meandered up to have a quick shifty at Red Camels. They have done some pads. Can't tell you which ones they are. There were a pair of pads that were warm, sitting in a tin, so they've been done.
Nick, you might want to, when you do go back down to chat to Baz Coutin, they've got a problem with the right front. And
they've had a problem with both sides. They have a problem with the left front as well. They're having a real issue getting the pads out and the calipers open again. It's one of those situations where it can go super smoothly, or as it is in now, it can be a right pain in the backside. May even be what they might actually need to do. This is a terrible idea. Is undo the reservoir cap.
Yes. Yeah, it absolutely does.
But they are getting that wheel on again. And they now have the minute countdown. Car is earthed. And Baz just trying to keep it calm. It's been a long stop. I mean, it's not the end of the world because they will troll up to the back of the rest of the pack. But well, there's only 45 seconds to watch this car. So you guys talk. Why don't you guys talk about this rather than me just going?
Well, yeah, we'll wait for our chat with Baz Coutin because I think Nick's got some news to ask him about and confirm. The fueling going on now on the 25. The fueler still on the bonnet of the car, absolutely on there, on his knees with the fuel filler rammed into that fuel fill above the tank at the front of this Porsche. And the clock will continue to tick when the fueler is done. It's getting a full fuel allocation, a full tank of fuel. 110 litres, I think, is the capacity. Need to recheck that. Might be getting mixed up. 110 litres. So the fuel is off now. He stepped aside, and the clock remains to be ticking. Just shout up, Nick, when you have Baz. He's got to get his headset off and his balaclava off after the pit stop. He's got him now. Let's head back down, Nick.
Baz, first of all, that was a bit of a longer stop. What was the problem?
Unluck. That's all. With the brakes.
Now, I have been told this is quite a significant event and race for Baz Coutin. This is your last event. Is that true?
That is true. Yes, it's my last event. Yeah.
Why?
I've been 30 years in motorsports. It was a beautiful time. We've seen so many things, so many countries, so many races. We've done so many beautiful things. And after 30 years, I say it's time for something else. I'm fully healthy. Financially, everything goes okay. So I quit on a high.
And has the team been taken over by somebody else? Will the cars be run by somebody else? Or is it just off we go and then sell them all? No?
Yeah. Quit the business for me and quit the company. Because the company has my name. And when I'm not involved anymore, the crew, everyone is there also for me, so I'll go on.
You'll go on in name at least. So what are you going to do? Because you're a long time retired. What are you going to do?
As one of my employees always says, as less as possible in as many time as possible.
I mean, yeah, on a serious note, I mean, you say you've been in this rat race of motorsport for 30 years. I mean, one thing I've found, because like you've been covering on, we've been around the world, but we've seen nothing. Do you feel like you actually want to see more than racetracks and airports?
Exactly, that's our life. It's 100 hours a week, and it's no joke. It's every 30 years, it's 100 hours a week. But it's always with friends, with crew, but not with the family. And I'm 47 now, and I decided to give more time to my friends, to my family, to my kids, because they have the future for themselves. And they're still 10 years with me, around me, 14, 12 years old. So I want to give them some attention.
That's great. So which is the first beach you're going to go and lie on?
I want to see them all in the world.
I kind of think, well, Baz, it's been fantastic working with you these last few years. We wish you all the best, and obviously the best for the team carrying on.
Thanks. For now, we go for the best result of today.
Great stuff. Thanks, Baz.
What a very, very wise man. It's always been a great pleasure to have a smiley face as Baz Coutin and his team around the paddocks for many, many years, and clearly an intelligent and human being from A to Z.
Absolutely, and he is hopefully, you know, I wish Baz the very best luck. I'm going to have to pop down and give him a hug. Quite emotional to see Baz Coutin not being a part of this anymore. Baz Coutin Racing, as he said there, he alluded to that fact that the team will continue to live on. But Baz has been so helpful to us. I'm going to personally thank him when I go for my dinner. I'll call in and see him and personally thank him. He's always been open. He's always been honest. He's always told us the ins and outs, the insight that he's been able to bring to our broadcasts in the 24-8 series and here in the 992 Endurance Cup with Michelin. He's been a big stalwart of this series, and the races where he hasn't had a team out he's been a big miss, and he will be a big miss as part of this series. And I'm sure that the viewers and the fans of our Creventic held events will miss Baz Coutin as well. He's been a big carrier, but I've run a race team, and I totally understand what he means by 100 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I took a career break from my day job, and it was much easier being on the front line in the police service than it ever was running a race team. Some wouldn't believe that, but it absolutely was.
Motorsport is a full commitment, and it's great to see that Baz has chosen not to be completely addicted to it and move to a different environment. Here is Nick Damon back down in pit lane with probably an easy fix on that one.
The 100 car is being lowered down. That's one of the Black Falcon machines. There has been a total utter failure at the rear left corner. I think it helped by being thumped into a barrier. He's actually managed to smash the disc. So the wheels come off and the disc is broken as well. If you look inside, when you look inside the wheel itself, the disc itself is broken. So he's really thumped that in a very odd way. Yeah, I mean, the question is, you know, did that happen? Did he go into the barrier and break the disc, or did the disc break and he go into the barrier? Because it just seems a bit of an odd. I mean, obviously there's huge forces involved, and all things can break. But it's like things weren't quite properly aligned at some point. But they are putting the car into the garage and give it a look. It'll take a bit longer than you think. Hub replacements always take longer than you think they're going to on Porsche, so it'll be a bit of a while when it comes back out again, but I'm sure they'll give it a go, because it is just that corner that's damaged and the rest is okay. Yeah, that impact energy with that square-on contact with the wall, and it is a wall there, by the way, Ben, isn't it?
Yep.
It's a concrete wall. All that energy transference, it's perhaps quite common for the brake disc to break, because it's going to take all of that effort, isn't it? There's a subsidiary issue as well. There's a subsidiary issue as well. They've also tagged the front of the right of the car as well, and that's cracked on the radiators. It's leaking little pink water. So this is going to be not the work of a moment now. It was the work of a moment, and now it's the work of several moments. Thank you, Nick. You're spot on. You're right there for it, and able to give us an idea of what's going to happen to the 100. It's already dropped down the order, 21st place. Good news for Hans Weiss, though. He's got an opportunity, Hans Weiss Racing got an opportunity to pull another place back with that recovery drive.
And that is one of two all Brazilian lineups being run by Black Falcon, known in the entry list as Denner Motorsport. There's 4 Brazilians in the number 100, and then the 1, 2, 3 has 3 other Brazilians, and then Nelson Montero, who's doing it both cars. But a massive effort, because we don't really see Brazilian drivers often just coming to play for a bit in this level of motorsport.
Not a full list of 4 drivers in one car.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of Brazilians come through European racing, but to have a team of them in one car is just fantastic to see.
And actually, the Black Falcon car that is entered as Black Falcon, the 121 car, is also entered with 3 Brazilians. So I would speculate that Brazil is the best represented nationality in this race. Not completely sure of that, but we do have other Brazilians. We've got Eric Santos in the 992 machine, and so that's got to be about 10. And I don't think there's any other nationality that has more than 10 drivers, maybe the Netherlands. Safety car is in and heading back to pit lane, and it is a 7.4 second gap that separates Gabriel Piana from Luke Breukers. So a lot of cars for Breukers to get through and past, and they're the only two cars on the lead lap now. HRT Performance in third position with 3 cars behind them, Glenn Van Berlo and Louis Perrault. And then you've got to go 2 laps back for Peter Munichs, Nelson Montero, Kyoto Fujinami, Marco Cirone and Robert Knudsen.
I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I love safety car restarts. Closes the gap up. The lead that the 48 car was huge, down to 7 seconds or so. Yes, we've got cars between it and the second place car of Luke Breukers, but the race is back on.
Waiting to see how far Luke Breukers is in this pack, and he is a long way there, right in the middle of the pack, going through La Source now. A long, long way back from the clear track that Gabriel Piana has, and they really are using their pro drivers, aren't they? Mullen Motorsport, they've got a great lineup of drivers, and potentially stronger than anybody else on circuit. Certainly the pro car of HRT Performance, I would suggest, doesn't quite have that same lineup. That's not a battle for position, the first 2 cars. Neither is the next side-by-side action. Keep looking further back. That seems to be more of a battle. Yes, it is, I think, for 14th position. And a change for 14th. That's Dream to Drive going through picture. And Estonia 1 racing at the back of the field of cars. Where have they dropped down to? They're to 9th position now, and actually quite a few of our leading cars right at the tail of this queue.
Yeah, Luke Breukers has got a massive, massive job. He's got nearly the whole field in between him and Gabriele Piana.
It's about 6 cars.
6 cars, is it?
There he is,
Where?
right there.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, not as... I was looking at a different orange car.
Yeah, that's the Estonia car. Very similar.
Yeah, here he comes. Luke Breukers overtakes another, getting close. Piana has disappeared. He's already up the road and left the field behind, but how many did you count there, Ben?
4, and that's, I think, him going through as the 5th. 5th car on track.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 5, 4. And then
6.
That's him.
6.
Yeah.
So he's the 6th car in that train.
8th car. Sorry.
8th car in that train.
Yeah, 3rd car in the one in this shot now.
Well, we'll see what the gap was. It was at the restart, it was 6.5 seconds. It's going to be longer than that. It's going to be a bigger gap than that.
And here he is trying to get through traffic. And who is the car that is directly ahead of him? I mean, it's that Red Ant car, isn't it? With Stephen Pellett back aboard. It's Stephen Pellett again, who is 1 lap down, quick, but as fast as Luke Breukers.
Yeah, Pellett is very, very quick. Here's Breukers to the outside line at the chicane. Not quite, we're quite ahead. We're a bit ahead of Luke Breukers. Luke Breukers just going into the chicane now as we watch the leader heading off towards La Source. Here comes Breukers just in the background there. Now we have Breukers down the inside and into La Source.
And even those two aren't squabbling for the same lap. We've got so many different mixes. Much easier if we filter them out and put them back into position like we used to at Le Mans, wouldn't it? Glenn Van Berlo versus Louis Perrault for 3rd position overall. And Stephen Gambrell's dropped down 2 positions there. So the 25 up to 3rd, the 888 down to 4th, and the 30 into 5th position. But I think that must be happening at the tail of our queue of cars.
We had a 9-second gap between the leading Piana car and Luke Breukers. Now, Breukers was embroiled in getting through the traffic here. Now he's got clear track ahead of him, and we can perhaps see what lap time he may be capable of. 2:23.0 was the lap time by Piana in the 48. That's because he had no cars in front of him. He's got clear track. He can absolutely optimize and go for it. Luke Breukers now has that that having cleared the cars that he had to get through, now he's only got a couple of cars that he has to gain on before he can overtake them. There we see him just heading down the hill towards double gauche, and we've got the rest of the field in behind him, but the gap at the back, at the front of the field from between first and second place, 9 seconds across the line. We'll see what it is next time by.
So here are two cars leading their classes, Glenn Van Berlo and Louis Perrault with the flashing Luma ranks. They're also for the last overall position in the field, and Stephen Gambrell was part of that, but he's already dropped 7 seconds, so had a really fraught first lap after the safety car. And I wonder whether Van Berlo, there is Perrault. Van Berlo's made a little bit of space for himself, hasn't he? But he's going to get caught in traffic ahead because there is a slower moving car. It's a big loss for Seb Lejeune on this lap. Now gets past one bit of traffic quite easily. And that's Pellet, I think. Yes, it is the next car.
Yeah, the 14.
One whole lap back.
Peter Munix is the 14. Peter Munix is actually in 6th place.
Whole lap back, though.
Yeah. Yeah, lap.
Fourth versus 6th.
It's not track position, that it is where they are together. However, there's a lapse gap between those two cars. Gap at the line still 9.5, so 2:22.9 and then a 2:23.5. That's the difference in lap times from the two leading drivers, Piano and Breukers. Breukers 6/10 down from Piano's time, so he's not catching him, but he's not getting away that quickly from him.
I wonder where the 25 car is. Did we see that? Because it's a 25 car that could potentially get himself back onto the lead lap. And yeah, of course, that was the one that was battling with Seb Lejeune, so they are right in the middle of the pack. They're not at the head of the field. Got car 3 into the pits. Baz Coutin Racing number 3. That surely is unscheduled. And that's a little bit of a worry. They were right at the head of the Am Spirit. And it sounds like he might be going into the garage. We'll go down to We'll go down to Nick in just a second and find out what's going on. But it's Piana that leads Breukers at the head of our field after this safety car. Nick, go ahead.
Trying to work out how much money it's going to cost to repair that Brazilian Black Falcon machine. The answer is a lot. And I'm just walking up now to the Baz Coutin garage, but the car was trundled up the pit lane and then was pushed into the garage itself. So it's not like they're doing an expert service. It's something they need to have all hands on deck to sort out. And we'll be there in a couple of seconds. Bear with me. And I'll get back to you when I actually see what has happened.
Another loser on that last lap, Nelson Montero Jr. in the 1-2-3, drops from 7th down to 9th position to the benefit of Kyoto Fujinami. And actually Fujinami possibly will get himself back up to 6th here because he's got Peter Munich ahead, and you would expect a pro car to be faster than an Am Silver car, and actually being pursued by Robin Knutson in the Estonia car. Oh, and there's that a puncture. It is a puncture for the 4th place car of Louis Perrault.
It's a rear left as well.
Rear left puncture.
It's Louis Perrault, and we know how quick he is. The carcass of the tyre staying on the rim, and luckily he's at Blanchimont. He hasn't got far to travel, keeps out the way. His biggest job is keeping out the way of everyone as they trip over him going through the chicane. Just approaching the chicane now. Field coming through. He's keeping to the right, going through the right-hand part of the chicane now. He's ideally placed, and he will be on pit road any moment now as he peels off, and he will be heading off towards Nick Damon in that pit lane. But Louis Perrault only had 10 seconds to Stephen Gambrell in the HRT car. That's now lost. He's going to plummet down the order there. Comes through in 5th. So that's because he's got a lap on Fujinami, no doubt.
Now, in terms of its class, he is leading the Am Silver. Second Am Silver was a whole lap back with the GP Elite car, and so if he can get in and out of the pits in a minute and 20 seconds, then he won't lose the lead in Am Silver, but it will really squeeze up the pack, and a pit stop we know is about 2 minutes. Nick?
Yeah, it looks like at the moment they're just thinking of going just for that rear left tyre. They are. Oh no, they're taking off the rear right as well. So no, they don't do that. Put it back on again. No, put it back on again. It's a bit of confusion. Man has taken off the wrong tyre, They're now putting on the correct tyre, just a single tyre. They're not doing fuel. Good driving. They've got away with virtually no damage at all to the wheel arch. They have both tyres back on again. They didn't lose any time by that tyre confusion. They do still have very wobbly diffuser. It's not giving them much downforce, but down and away with just a bit of loss of time. A total failure on the tyre there entirely. The number 3 Baz Coutin Racing, that has got having the laptops of death plugged in by the Porsche people. It's not even Baz's team now. The actual Porsche customer service people are plugging in their laptops, which I have to admit look quite old. They're quite bulky things with disk drives. So I'm not sure where they get that one, but yeah, so they're probably running off CMOS or something. Yes, and that's not looking great, so that's got an electrical problem. The way the engineers were running around the car and looking at the rear, it's obviously a drive line or gearbox issue, and they are trying to sort it out using computers.
Let's take a look then at the results with 3 hours and 50 minutes remaining of this second edition of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, with the 888 car back out onto circuit, having not lost a full lap. The pit stop was only 1 minute and 8 seconds, and therefore retains its AM silver lead. Lush Motorsport lead by 10 seconds over Red Camels Jordan, with a gap of 1 lap to the 25 Van Berlo Motorsport machine, with HRT Performance also on that same lap, and Seb Lejeune Racing. Team Parker Racing are next up 1 lap further back, with Estonia 1 and Denner Motorsport, GP Elite, and really quite far back from them is the Red Ant number 24 in 10th position. Seb Lejeune leading the Pro Silver, and Denner Motorsport leading the Pro Bronze. PT operated by Manthey 992 in 11th position, then Fulgenzi in 12th, Dream to Drive 13th, Black Falcon, the second of the AM Bronzes, in 14th position, then Baz Coutin number 3 in the pits right now with a problem. Q1 Racing in 16th and 17th, the second Baz Coutin car in 18th, 9 and Elf down in 19th position. Team Lap Time Performance in the pits at the moment with a problem, may not get back out again. Denner Motorsport have just had a collision with a wall. Speed Lover also with problems. Hans Weiss with an early crash, and then MDM also out. Mullen Motorsport out of the race. We kicked off our racing at 9:45 this morning, and there was plenty of racing as we filtered through safety car periods. We whittled the field down from 25 cars, with some cars crashing into walls, others with a few issues, even a Marshall with an issue at one point causing a safety car. It has created great action throughout the field. Unfortunate issues for some of our star drivers like Harry King, who lost his splitter, but he has provided us with great entertainment with Sebastian Freeman also. There was the splitter departing the car and creating all kinds of issues for Harry. Also, we saw Stephen Pellett running off the circuit and nearly having an accident with Harry King after a lot of damage, a lot of gravel, sorry, on the circuit. This was lots of changing of brakes and discs in the second half of the race, as these Carrera Cup cars have to endure a hot day here at Spa. Unfortunately, that's Tom Coronel's car out of the race thanks to that stone, would you believe? Red Ant Racing into the pits. Full course yellow for Denner Motorsport that had made contact with the wall, and that is where we are. 11 seconds separating first and second, with a lap down to third spot. And so, at the moment, Piana faster than Luke Breukers. Breukers in traffic, Piana in clear air.
Lap time though, 2:22.5s. Piana able to just put them in whenever he chooses. Luke Breukers struggling to keep with that kind of pace. A 2:23.7 last time by. He's got clear air now. We might see a slight improvement, but the gap has gone out to 11.6 seconds between first and second. There are overall leaders, and our leaders in the Pro class in third place. There were a great run from Glenn Van Berlo in the number 25, the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin. currently 3rd overall, but 1st in the Pro-Am class. What have we got there, Ben? Something falling off the 888, I think. Is that a bit of brake ducting, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah. But that was the car that also then got a puncture. So I wonder whether that was something loose on the inside of the tyre, rubbing against the tyre and causing that puncture.
Yeah, it dislodged the carcass of the tyre there. Yeah, the carcass of the tyre seemed to go to the outside of the wheel arch, but while it was destroying itself, there's a lot of things that are quite important. If that is ducting that is directed to the rear brake, then it's very easy without that ducting to overheat the rear brake, and that might cause problems going forward. So that's the 888 Louis Perrault we've just seen dropping from 4th to 5th in the Sebleju racing car, leading the Am Silvers by quite a margin. It's got a lap on the next of the class, Am Silver class.
But this has been a change for 6th position. The Estonian team ahead of Team Parker Racing, with Kyoto Fujinami now back aboard that car. They had managed to clear Peter Munich's and got themselves up to 6th and 7th, with Munich's dropping down to 8th spot. But then Knutsen's got ahead of Fujinami and actually starting to create a little bit of a gap between the two of them. They are, I don't know quite how they managed to create so much space around them, but they're going through La Source now, and their nearest car is already at the top of Radiant. So the 25 car of Glenn Van Berlo, the next car to chase down. Glenn is in 3rd position. He's making a gap over Stephen Gambrell. Already half a minute. We've only just got going again, but such is the pace. Glenn Van Berlo actually is the fastest man on circuit right now. Faster even than Gabriel Piana in the leading car.
Yeah, 2:22.4 for Piana, 2:22.3 for Van Berlo. Interestingly, though, 2:23.3, a full second slower for Luke Breukers, and that gap's gone out to 12.5. So it seems the red camel car just not quite got the same sort of pace as the 48 Losh Motorsport. Remember, with just over 3.5 hours remaining, this is the car and team that took the win here in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup for 2024. It won by over a lap last year. Different driver lineup, however. Last year's driver lineup looked like Luke Hartog, Christopher Mies, Tobias Muller and Noah Nagelsdijk were the drivers in that car. Completely different driver lineup, but the team know their stuff and they know they're capable of how to go about this race, and proving that knowledge with drivers, proving that drivers are just plug-in, aren't they? It's if you've got a car that's got pace, if you've got a car that's got a good setup, good balance, knows how to use its tyres, the team know how to run the 12-hour race using the strategies that you need to employ with regards to safety cars, etc. The drivers just have to pedal it, and pedal it they are doing so well indeed.
Useless fact here.
Yeah.
The best represented country last year was China.
Was it really?
Yeah. And there is, I'm not sure, a single Chinese driver in
no,
the
there is. There's one. Bao
there is.
Bao.
Oh, yes. Bao Yinglong.
Yeah.
Yinglong Bao. And now, now we potentially, it is Brazil this year, but maybe closely followed by or beating by Holland. But way more Dutch than there are Belgians, which I never quite understand in Spa.
There never is.
No, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Where are you all?
Yeah,
the Belgians.
Where are all these Belgian Porsche 992 owners?
Maybe it's because does Belgium have a government still? Because they had a hung parliament, didn't they, on their last vote?
Oh, that's a good
I can't
question.
remember how many years ago that was.
You live closer to Belgium than any of us.
And I wonder whether that just means nobody's going to spend any money because they're not quite sure what's going on. Answer on a postcard, please, chat.
I'm just about to hand over to Nick. He's getting into politics here, mate. Come and drag us back onto our level, will you?
Anything more exciting on the chat? Don't know. Hello, Nick. Get to sit down now.
Hello, Ben. I can sit down after
Only problem is the sun's in your eyes.
Busy time in the. In the pit lane there.
That's why we were standing up, to keep ourselves awake.
I didn't know why you were standing up. I was thinking, why are they wantonly standing up when they have the chance to sit down, which is by far a better option than the two when you're a little bit leg weary. So we've had another Code 16. It's done nothing, has it? Code 6, sorry. Another full course yellow and safety car. It hasn't really done anything, has it?
Unfortunately not. Still involving a car under investigation is what we've got on our title screen right now. Great information.
Lucky it's not involving the tractor.
Or the marshal.
Yes, was that official, this is the marshal issue?
No, but that was the only speculation we had. Darren Curry is under investigation. Has just been given a top 10-second stop-go penalty for not respecting code of conduct on track.
That's being naughty. It's driving in a naughty style.
Driving in a naughty way.
Not respecting the rules.
It is ID. Yeah, see, he's standing up. Oh no, you're making a
shade. That's going to work quite soon.
Making a shadow.
As the sun comes down.
It's car 78 that's under investigation. And that car is a speed lover. Don't know what they would have done. We haven't really seen much.
They've had a lot of problems. They've been sitting in the garage for a relatively reasonable chunk of time.
Sun. Would you believe I'm complaining about the sun?
Yeah, I would believe, because realistically, Ben, you're quite complaining. You know, how would you characterise Ben Constanduros? Like, oh, yeah, he's very good at his job, but he does complain a lot.
And smiley these days.
Yes, you're much smiling earlier in the year. You've had a road to Damascus moment, and the world is a little more
glowy.
Yes, we're glowy and floaty. The rest has just got on with our lives.
We're in Spa and it's sunny.
Ben's roller coaster is at the top at the moment.
Roller coaster, yeah.
Who knows if it's going to plunge down or go through a corkscrew? None of us do, that's for sure.
What's going on track?
Cars.
There are cars on track. There's not a huge amount of battling.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we've got a four-class environment race with a huge range of drivers. They've been running now for a number of years. Yes, we've had 3 chances to shuffle them together again, but they've been unshuffled by people having to do brake changes out of safety car periods or doing them in safety car periods, because that's a massive gain, that is, if you do it in the safety car period. It's like, really is, as I said, with the 48 car, they are the fastest car, but they've also hit the bell for luck all bar one time, and the time which was lucky then, which was the 666 car, the park racing, then was very unlucky because everything went wrong with them immediately afterwards. So you know, they've driven well, driven quickly. They got 15 seconds over Luke Breukers. If we are having a race which is artificially put together by safety cars, then we need to be able to give laps back as well. Do you think so? Well, otherwise... That's an interesting concept of the stewards being able to award extra laps. No, like in WEC. Like the wave around. Oh yeah. Cool. So the cars that are 1 lap down get 1 lap back or whatever. No, yeah, there are no wave arounds. Because now we've got artificially created big gaps between the last car on 1 lap and the first car on the next. Because you could have been 5 seconds apart. Yeah. But the particular leaders in between the two of you, suddenly you're 3 minutes apart. It works both ways. We have this great idea that everyone gains, but of course there are always winners and losers. There's always a loser, but there's a winner. Everyone's a winner, baby. Well, no, I think it's more like as Nick Berry did say when he was trying his musical career out of leaving EastEnders, every loser wins. Was Nick Berry also the policeman? Yes, in Heartbeat. Yeah. In Heartbeat. Yeah. Heartbeat. I think Joe's going to ask you to bring back to politics again in a second. I think Sunday evening 90s comfortable dramas is not where he wanted us to go at all. UK, I know the chat is able to talk in English, but I'm not sure many would have been watching Heartbeat in the middle of the 90s on Channel 3 in the UK. It's distinctly unlikely. And now, of course, you can watch it 17 times a week on ITV3 or ITV4 or in many other channels. On camera at the moment, you have pictures. It's the HRT Performance, Stephen Gambrell, the Brit, in the 30 machine, currently running 4th. Their 3rd place kind of disappeared because they did do some service within the brake service within the green flag period. They're now 45 seconds behind 3rd place, which is the Van Berlo car, but they are actually, more importantly, they are 57 seconds behind the next position in class, which will put them on the overall podium and 3rd in class as well. Big shout out to Hockey Semp on the chat, who says, I've been watching a football game whilst watching this,
and the chat into the mysterious stone was far more interesting than the football game. I completely agree.
I think, as we said, as Bart Redon said, they travel at 200 miles an hour and get just where you don't want them.
And the stone car. 127 is back out on circuit, so they put the engine back in and send him back out again.
That was quite a big job for a stone. It reminds me of some of the things that have gone wrong in my mechanicking times. But it's not the first time a stone's ruined someone's day.
So really, the only retirement has not been due to car problems, but number 21 had one driver pull out. They had 3 drivers on the entry list, and they went down to 2. And then one of those drivers then was getting cramp.
I think I was obviously not feeling very well.
Yeah. So they did have issues with that 21 car because they got harpooned in the very early part of the race. But they fixed that car. We're down to just not 2 retirements, 1 retirement, and the other 100 car has got a lot of work.
Yeah, how long have we got to go? 3 hours 33. To me, that's going to be. Do we want to do it, given it's going to cost us this much money? That's my. They need a whole rear right quarter, and which I think is quite a lot. And I think they were slightly concerned they may have actually done the thing you should never do, which is ping the actual mount and therefore take out the chassis. The front right, sorry, is no problem whatsoever. It's just the usual new radiator, etc.
And just to reiterate the point, it had green marks down the side of the car. If you are watching our stream, tyre barriers are red and yellow. Concrete barriers are green.
How do you reach a concrete barrier? Because you're not supposed to reach it. You're supposed to always be protected by tyres, aren't you?
Well, it depends on how bizarre your accident would be.
That is the point. There was obviously a bizarrity to the accident. That's not a word either, is it?
What I'm going to say is he came out of Bruxelles, got off on the outside of Bruxelles, looped it around, spat into the inside, which then he slapped the wall, and then drove himself onto the inside of Speaker's Corner, where we then saw him parked up. Because there is a concrete wall there, which is green.
Yeah.
Because there's very few places where there is green concrete wall.
That's worrying, because you shouldn't really hit wall. That's the whole point of the safety markings. I mean, obviously you can't. This is the point about this. You cannot legislate against every weird and wonderful conceptual accident that could possibly happen in any way whatsoever. And I think trying for 100% is admirable, but also a fool's errand, because physics and strangeness will always take cars, vehicles, and things into places they were never supposed to be.
Yeah.
And and you see 2 or 3 of these accidents in major series every year, and the next year they've covered up that particular gap, and then which never gets hit again.
Never gets hit again. Yeah, exactly. So there is a bit of green.
We found a heartbeat watcher.
Yep.
Talking to him again. He watches his dad watches heartbeat, and there we are in peak practice. Amazing.
Who's overtaking under safety car? Car 78.
That was a back he got done earlier for
John de Vilder.
No, I don't think it was de Vilder in the car at the time.
No.
You just have a quick shifty on the penalties. It doesn't say it's a 2-minute penalty though. Stop and go. I'm thinking it's not John de Vilder, but I may.
It was under the last safety car, so it depends on how early he was in.
70. Are we looking for 78? He's been in. No, he's been in 41 minutes. So it probably was him actually. He has made that erroneous and very poor error there. The 1-2-3, which is the partner all-Brazilian car run by Black Falcon. That's just had a new driver put in, who is Israel Fernandez-Salaman.
Yeah, it was
very attractive green and blue, carrying those sort of Brazilian colours in a kind of a stylised fashion. They're running up in 12th. They're actually leading the AM-B. I just noticed. So that's the Mullen Motorsport car, the one that isn't in the wall.
I think we should go and we should send Snowy down to Brazil, because it is quite interesting.
For an afternoon, all the way to Brazil.
Black Falcon have got 3 cars full of Brazilians, and I think that's pretty wonderful. And interesting and
they're
big
their
commitment.
Class.
Did they charter a plane?
I don't know. They're winning their class, and quite a few of them got like PK Sport overalls on. So I think there's some element. I assume it's Nelson. It could be. He has a very large family, as we know.
Yes. That was the Fittipaldis, wasn't it?
No. PK's got even. I think PK's got 8 children. 7
yes,
children.
we were googling that.
And they are now old enough to have children of their own. So it's.
And one is married to Verstappen.
I don't think they're actually married.
No.
No, she's married. She's had 2 children now. One with Danny Kvyat and one with Max Verstappen. So you kind of
Danny Kvyat, the father of the other.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you kind of go. I'm kind of waiting to see them grow up because I'm sure Max will get them into something, and whether which one's the fastest.
Which one's going to be favoured?
Genes, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, there's some pace in those genes.
Yes, yeah. Well, Max Verstappen's mother, of course, was a Belgian karting champion.
Faster than Jos.
Because we are in Belgium. The thing to remember is that we have 2 of the top 3 drivers in the championships are Belgian mothers, because so does, of course, Lando Norris's mother's Belgian as well.
Yeah.
But neither of them choose to race for Belgium, which I think actually answers the question you posed a few minutes ago about why we have more Dutch drivers than Belgian drivers, because there's a much more motorsport-focused community in the Netherlands, and that's where the money comes from, and that's where people work their way through. And of course, this track is just on their doorstep, so they can make it their own. Obviously, it's nearer to a large part of the Netherlands than Zandvoort is, and so Zandvoort did go through a very poor period, didn't it? From when it lost the Grand Prix to when it got back again. It was running very few noisy days. So there's a lot of people who they're Dutch, but this is their home track.
Dutch have got Zandvoort and Assen. Can't think of any other full-size racetracks. They've got short oval, haven't they?
Yeah, they got. Yeah, you're right. I think that's do they do much car stuff at Assen?
Yeah.
We've got Zolder.
Zolder, Zandvoort. Zolder, Spa. Mette, but it's quite a small track.
And we're forgetting one.
And there must be another Belgian.
One quite well known we're forgetting, because that's my brain today. But so yeah, because they're only trying to think of. There were a lot of very, very good Belgians in endurance racing. Obviously, Jackie Hicks, but before that, Oliver Glindebian and people like that. But it's kind of, the last Belgian who actually raced under a Belgian flag in Formula 1 was, of course, Stoffel van Dorn.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And he's obviously now starting in WEC and apparently about to leave Peugeot and go to Genesis, is the rumour.
Ooh.
But, and of course, he is world champion, Stoffel van Dorn.
Yes, in Formula E.
But yeah, I think it's a really interesting question you pose as almost like a throwaway, is that why, when we come to Spa, are there more Dutch and Belgians racing? And I think it is. I'm sure. I think the Dutch, oddly, considering their lack of tracks, do have a massive presence and fear and love for motorsport.
Yeah.
You look at where you pointed out that Jos Verstappen had the second biggest fan club when he was. And Jos Verstappen, let's be honest, was a journeyman F1 driver. He had no. He seemed to be the next best thing when he was young, but he kind of got it beaten out of him by Michael Schumacher.
Oh, Nigel Bay is on the chat. Hello, Nigel. 3 permanent racetracks in Belgium. So are we talking Mette as the third one?
So it's Zolder here and Mette, eh?
Zolder, Spa and Mette? Because there's Chimay as well, but that's...
I thought Chimay was a beer.
It is a beer.
Oh, well,
it's also a village, because all the beers are named after villages. Like Hogarden.
I thought they were all named after monks who brewed them.
Or. Yeah, I've been to Hogarden. It's probably not pronounced Hogarden in Dutch, in Belgium.
At this point, we apologise for every city or village we massacre the pronunciation of.
Hello. Because, of course, as we've covered already, most of this circuit was in German hands pre-war. Yeah. Bernville and Stavelot were German.
The border used to be off the track, wasn't it?
It was here. It was at Eau Rouge. We covered that a little bit earlier.
Which would have made a real slow race going through passport control every lap. What's the purpose of your journey? I'm trying to finish my lap round. All right. Why are you back again so soon? I'm on another lap.
Well, there is a great story of the Americans turning up to Spa-Francorchamps for the first Dan Gurney racing, turning up for their first race here, and turning up in the dead of night with their cars and not entirely sure where to park up. So they found a petrol station in Stavelot and parked up there, and then one morning they heard the Formula 1 cars starting practice, and like, oh blimey, okay, right, the racing has begun. So the cars entered the racetrack from Stavelot rather than from pit lane, and suddenly the race control and all the marshals up here at the start-finish straight, which has never moved, it's always been on the inside of La Source. Oh, well, hang on a second, what are those cars? They weren't here yesterday. They didn't pass scrutineering or had they paid their entry fee.
Well, that second bit's far more important.
Yeah, exactly. But such is the distance, of course, as well, from La Source all the way down to the Stavelot village. It is a decent 10-minute drive at normal road speed.
It's a decent. It's certainly an area that's seeped in motorsport and actual European history as well around here. There's been quite a bit of an ebb and flow of control and things happening through the Ardennes forest. If you don't know why, just look at the start of World War I and then look at the start of World War II. I mean, and then the end of World War II.
This Spa 24 Hours 2 years ago, because it was the 100th anniversary, I had to be here all week to do various bits and pieces. But I had a lot of time off, and I went from Stavelot out towards Coolant, which is another really cool little area to visit, and then some villages beyond that. And there was a village that had a tank parked up in the middle of the village, tiny village, but that village was very important with the Americans and Germans, occupied by the Germans, and the Americans came and it took a couple of days to clear out the Germans from the village, and of course the village almost completely flattened by it. And then you've got a massive war memorial in Stavelot, and the massacre of something. I can't remember that one. It's just around the corner as well.
Yeah, you have more than your... Given the fact that this is not a very high population, lots of little villages, you have more than your fair share of European history the last 100 years, both on the track and off the track.
Yeah, so if you've never been to Spa, come to Spa, because it's just so much more than a racetrack.
And it's always this weather as well.
It really... I mean, I haven't said this yet.
Like for the 24 hours this year?
Hot.
Oh, right.
Hot and dry.
Wow, again.
Because remember, all three 24-hour races this year ended up being completely dry.
Right.
Le Mans, Spa and Nürburgring, all without any weather issues.
The first.
Absolutely. 3 weeks on the bounce as well. Not a single droplet of rain.
Gosh.
3 hours and 20 minutes still to go. We've done just under 9 hours, and I haven't yet mentioned that I raced a Smart around here.
You did? You did. No, you said the line round here on a Smart is just the shortest level. You said it was the shortest distance around the corner. So you
didn't say I did it.
You alluded to it, but obviously I knew you did it. So at that point, I was going, he ticks it off with his Smart racing environment.
Geek question: who's the governing body of
Can I just point out there is somebody on? If you can see the screen, there is somebody putting one of those splitters in the front of his car.
Oh, really?
You see, it's put the back of his car with one of those splitters that have fallen off one of those Porsches. It was just been put in the car. I'm not sure if they can zoom and replay the man taking his souvenir home. That's a few seconds behind. You might see that he's doing it just there. He's putting in a splitter just there. So that's a souvenir for someone. And apparently, I can't believe they're 120 euros. There's no way something like that would cost 100. I mean, I think but Mr. Redon was being rather coy about that.
The governing body or sanctioning body of Belgian motorsport is the RAR.
Do they have two?
Well, there's CNAF,
they have two of a lot of things because of the Flemish and the French situation.
Yeah.
So often there's two different...
What's KNAF? There's that one, and then there's the RCAB.
Yeah, I think there's a French. I don't know whether I know there's been a big push within Belgium. I'm staying off politics. A big push to try and get a little bit more unification between the two language groups.
Nigel,
here is the slow-mo now of the civilian. But you need to look at the bottom next to the bronze-shaped car. Man taking his souvenir Porsche splitter home.
Tell you what, it's pretty much intact, isn't it?
I know. That's 120 euros. But he's glad he bought his estate car. Is that a Mercedes coupe he's got it in? What a lovely present he's got for himself there. Thank you for that replay, Mr. Director.
Brilliant.
I think, to be honest, it's those sort of things that make these sort of races. Because it's quite clear he's not nicked that. No one wants that. That's no use to anybody anymore. But it would look great on his, on his man cave wall.
Great on anything. It's a thin piece of.
So you hang that right as an art. So you've got a big flat screen TV, yeah? You hang that as a frame around it. People go, "What's that?" You go, splitter for a Porsche racing car. And they go, wow, you're so cool.
There are only certain people. There really are.
Well, I'm assuming a man who takes the thing home has those certain people as his friends.
I remember taking a piece of Jordan's Formula 1 car when I was 18 years old. And it was a tiny little winglet, tiny piece of carbon fibre. And I took that home with me. And I got told off because my godfather was the commercial director at Jordan at the time and came down for a weekend, and he said, "What's that?
Was it broken?"
And yeah, it came off the side of a came off the side of a 2015 Jordan. No, 2005 Jordan, sorry. And he said, well, we would have been able to carbon fibre, we would have been able to repair that, stick it back on the side.
I think he was pulling your leg.
No, he wasn't.
No, they are not going to repair.
They do repair.
Small, not tiny pieces.
No, it wasn't a tiny. It wasn't. The thing was, it wasn't broken in half. It was a complete piece that would have been sort of stuck horizontal to vertical kind of thing.
See, this is the problem. You see, all your various godparents are all heavily involved, or were heavily involved in motorsport. You know,
it's true.
My godfather was a civil servant from Sittingbourne, you know, so not really the same level of intrigue, really. I suppose if I turned up and did an erroneous VAT return, I might be in trouble. I mean, he's passed away now, but so I'm in the clear. But apart from that,
on track, Losh Racing are still leading by 23 seconds over Red Camel. Then Van Berlo are a lap back, but actually, look, behind here, is that... No, it's not. I keep getting Van Berlo's livery mixed
25,
up with the 24 car. That's Stephen Pellet about to unlap himself in the 24 car, but the 24 car is down in 9th position, so he's 2 laps back. Then we've got HRT Performance. They are in 4th position, 1 minute back from Van Berlo and losing more time. They're actually slipping into the clutches of Seb Lejeune Racing. Louis Perrault aboard that car, and actually there's not a massive gap between the two, and we might see a change actually for 4th position, so we should watch out for that one. Very good lap times coming in from Louis Perrault. Then we've got the Estonia team in 6th position, now 15 seconds ahead of Team Parker Racing. Then GP Elite another minute back, and then big gaps between them, Red Ant, PTE by Manthey, and then the Am Bronze leaders down 1, 2, 3. On the flashes then, this is the battle between 4th and 5th. As I just mentioned, just 3 seconds and really good progress being made by Louis. Right, let's go down to Snowy. We haven't heard from you for a while. What's going on in the pits?
Well, I've just been standing here listening to you two talking about all sorts of things and just thought, well, what is actually going on the track? There's nothing going on in the pit lane, so I chose a garage at random, and it just happened to be the one you just mentioned, which is PTE, operated by Manthey, and they're all getting ready to do a pit stop, so they're expecting their car any second now. I thought I'd say hello anyway, boys and girls. How are we all?
We've got a battle. Oh, and a big lunge down double gauche for Louis Perrault, who is not hanging around at all and gets past Stephen Gambrell very nicely. Up to 4th position then. Doesn't change their class positions, but it does overall put Seb Lejeune up to 4th spot.
Well, there's a battle, a potential battle. All right, they're a lap behind Glenn Van Berlo, but there is the overall podium to fight for.
Yeah.
That'll put them into 4th. They're a lap down.
They're a lap down from Van Berlo as well, I think, aren't they? Yeah.
And they go past. But good move from Seb Lejeune. That purple machine is a long established runner within the 24-hour series.
And French, there's is it Ultimate Series in France? They have the kind of Run What You Brung Championship as well. When we were in Paul Ricard earlier on this year, we were...
A Run What You Brung Championship?
Yeah.
What, you just turn up in a mini metro?
If you wanted, there's a class for it. Fujinami's in the pits, which seems a bit weird.
Where's their comeback going? 7th at the moment.
Yeah, why are they in the pits though? Oh, 30 laps, okay, so this is a slightly short stint for Kyoto Fujinami, but it looks pretty much standard. The one thing we wanted to find out or have a chat with down in pit lane, Snowy, is if you can find anyone from Black Falcon Brazil, because we've got 3 teams that are full of Brazilians, and I'd love to hear a bit more about the journey from Brazil over here. And it's 121, 123, and 120 is the third car?
I think so.
No, 100. That's the one that's being repaired, isn't it?
Yes, it's in many, many pieces. So there has been a driver change in 666, so I'm not whether they want to use some more...
Well, is it Banksy's turn again? I think it might be, actually.
Well, at some point, they surely want to start using the rest of Harry King's time they've got. I mean, we're down to 3 hours, 15 minutes, so whether they want to run a
he
Harry
would have done
King,
about 2 hours?
else and a Harry King.
Yeah.
I think you can't run more than 2 hours in one run, so you can't get to the end. So we had Harry in for one and then came back out again, but Snowy might know the answer to that question.
Well, not yet. That 666 car is just left behind me, so I'll go up to that garage. What I can tell you, though, is the 100 car you mentioned in the Brazilian contingent is not being worked on at all. It has been left alone because it is kaput.
There were a lot of bits to repair.
It's fair to.
Yeah, a lot of bits to repair, Snowy, and I think that the risk-reward cost basis was one thing, but I also think he got a bang hitting that wall that has broken one of the mounts. As off goes the cold-tired 666 going wide. That's the top of the Eau Rouge.
Taichi Watarari's third stint then, and just leans on that rear left, and it does not stick, and he nearly had a big accident. Whilst you're in there, Snowy, see if you can speak to somebody from one of the drivers. I'd just love to hear more about why we've got so many Brazilians here this weekend.
Ben is a big fan of a Brazilian.
Yeah. Pretty cool. They do have a really strong Brazilian Carrera Cup championship. Here is this replay of Watarari again.
Oh, I remember that.
Turns in and then turns in again. Oh,
wow, that is not turning. We did WEC in... Saying WEC, it might be ILMC actually, at Interlagos, about 10 or 11, something like that. And they had the Porsche Carrera Cup support race, and they had the most monumental accident I've ever seen. No one was hurt, but they did about 14 cars on going down the... So basically, at the bottom of the hill, sort of like turn 5, and it was absolutely massive. I can't think when it was though, but it was an absolutely massive accident. Sure, yeah, I'm sure it'd be somewhere. I think you're looking at the details. The actual accident itself may not be there anymore, but it was. I remember it being monumentally impressive.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at how many Carrera Cups exist in the world, because it is pretty impressive. So Germany, France, Japan, GB, Australia, Asia, Scandinavia, Brazil, Italy, Benelux, North America, and Middle East.
You missed one.
Have I?
Super Cup.
And then the Super Cup. Yeah, but the Super Cup's slightly different because it's not Carrera Cup, is it? They run to slightly different regulations.
Same car.
Yes, it is the same car, but isn't it slightly different? Is it exactly the same car?
Yeah. And of course, with the new version of this car coming out, they're going to get it first. I think them and Germany are getting it first, and then it'll roll out to everyone else the following year.
So how many did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There you go. And Dylan Pereira has won Mobil 1 Super Cup, and he's won Carrera Cup Asia. I think he's won another one further back in time, but can't actually see it on my screen.
It's certainly incredibly successful. It's an incredibly successful car concept, an incredibly successful sports concept, and they've managed to, promote these championships very effectively. And in fairness, there's been a high level of investment in a lot of these national Carrera Cups, because you don't start with a lovely healthy grid of 30 cars. No. You'll often start with 6, 9 or 12 machines, and there is an element of subsidising, obviously, that Porsche Motorsport will do, but they've kind of got the kind of Field of Dreams concept, and if you build it, they will come, and they do, in the following years. The races tend to be, obviously, very well organised, but they do tend to be reasonable length as well. You normally get a decent half hour, you don't scrabble about for 10 minutes here or there. And there's also, usually, very good hospitality for yourself and your guest. And it's pretty arrive and drive, really.
Love to know how many race cars they've made, because it must be on this particular model.
Whilst we try and count the cars, I've got 9. I've got one more finger to go. Let's have a quick word with Snowy.
I've just managed to catch up with Hans Weiss, who jumped out of the Hans Weiss Motorsport car, funnily enough. I just said you were limping, but you said because you're too tall for a Porsche.
Nah, I can get in it, there's no problem. But when I come out of the car, I'm not running, so now it's perfect. Nothing in the car, just when I come out. So.
Car is okay, temperature's a little bit cooler now, so a little bit easier on tyre wear.
Yeah, it feels good. This was my first time I was in the car in this one today. So I was in JJ's car next door this morning, but they had a crash. So they fixed the car and they just finished the race. So.
How do you cope with driving, technically, that's supposed to be the same cars, but obviously from a different team, they've got different setups. Are they drastically different when you get from one to the other?
Yeah, a bit. But the difference is not so big. So it's only when you go out of the pit the first time, first corner, and then it's okay.
After that, it's just fine. Get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hans, thank you very much for your time. Go and get a rest. Thank you. I'll let you limp back into the pits.
Do you see that quite often? Gentleman drivers getting out of any race car and the seat's not quite right.
Shall I tell you why this is?
Go on.
Gentlemen drivers on the whole are of a more senior age group.
This is true.
Things stiffen up, and not necessarily things you want to when you get older. Trust me.
Yeah.
You saw me getting out of my road car after a 2-hour journey. It's like, then you kind of say, ease yourself on. It's like all your joints are oily. You're like a tin man basically after rainfall.
Yeah. No, I'm struggling.
You're getting there fast.
Yeah.
You know, but it's one of the joys of aging.
Yeah. I'd love to know how many Carrera Cup cars of this iteration have been created.
Iteration?
Well, because if they've got that many, if you've got that many series times by, let's say, 20 average of entry, it's
40 cars, isn't it? If you've got 20 entries, you sold 40 cars.
Okay. Yeah.
I would think that they have sold at least 500. And don't forget, these cars come off the production line.
Yes. Yeah.
They are just, it's a set of options on the production line, and off they come.
So with 30...
And the Porsche accountants rub their hands with glee, see another one go out the window. Fantastic.
Right, and they're about to become obsolete, and the new iteration will be introduced. And it's not, as I understand it, it's not an upgrade package, is it? It's not like you can bolt it onto these cars.
No.
These become completely useless, and you have to buy new ones.
They kind of...
Not completely useless.
They phase in the new machine, so it doesn't come across all the 12, 11, 13 years. They come into a couple, then the following year a few more, and so there's always a kind of a trickle down. But the people who buy these cars are aware. It's not a secret there's a new one coming out, whatever year it is. They know. And most racing cars, it's happened more often now, but most racing cars don't have a lifespan of more than 3 or 4 years at a high level. They'll replace Formula 3 cars, Formula 2 cars, Formula 1 cars every year, but even, it's been quite rare having the hypercars quite so long.
Battle on the track for 9th position. PTE being chased down by Dream to Drive. And we can watch that whilst we go back down to Snowy in the pits.
It was just a very simple question I thought I'd ask you. You guys talking about Carrera Cup and all across the world and Super Cup cars, and I didn't know they were identical cars. I was very happy to pass Harry King, who's driven in both, and he just said, yeah, they're identical cars with one exception. The Super Cup cars run what they call an open sport exhaust, which takes 15 minutes to change, and that's it. Otherwise, identical.
I don't think it was always the case, because I do remember a few years ago it was a bit more changed.
Slightly different, just noisier.
Yes.
Well, you know why? They're allowed to be noisy because they're on the F1 package.
Yeah,
so there's no noise regulations in those races, whereas here the tracks are still probably saying stick to 103 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. Make it sound more spectacular. I have to say, I was amazed the other day. I did a Silverstone Festival meeting where you had all the 1960s, 1970s racing cars, and then there was a GT3 tribute race, and they were the quietest of the lot. And you said, hang on a second, what? I thought they were quite noisy, but they're also sort of in comparison to a screaming Group C car or a DFV Cosworth Formula 1 engine from the 70s.
The loudest thing ever was that Mazda.
Yeah.
And, open exhaust for open exhaust, and it's just kind of slowly... I mean, you obviously did Formula 1 or went to Formula 1 races in the early 2000s, well, the late early with the V10 3.5 litre things, and they were just unbelievably noisy. In fact, they actually got noisier as the V8s, so the revs went up.
Wonderful.
They're great. I mean, they're great if you don't like hearing very much.
No, but it should be a feeling. You should feel the race car go past you. It should be amazing. It should be like, wow, that's awesome. and they just go, they sort of fart by at the moment.
Well, unfortunately, that's the modern world.
It is the modern world, but it means you don't. It means it's no longer wow. It means it's no longer head turning.
Well, yeah, I would like to disagree with you.
You don't want to agree with me again,
well,
do you?
Because I've moved to Lincolnshire.
Right.
And in Lincolnshire, what you have is the RAF. So over our house, for most of the winter, we've got the RAF, the Red Arrows practicing.
Right.
And every now and again, they have warplane. War games with warplanes, so they'll have 3 or 4 of the other air forces will come over, and in the area you've got like 12 to 15 proper jets, military jets, and those things are monumentally loud. They don't just shake your chest, they rearrange your organs into a particularly specific level you don't want them to be in. But it's absolutely magnificent. At this point, you kind of go, from cars, I'll have a military jet, thank you very much.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, I mean, I think obviously racing cars, yeah, the whole point about it is racing cars have to become more sustainable, have to become quieter, so you can race them. It's just the way the world moves forward. But if you want a dose of noise and want a dose of power, I recommend military jets. I don't recommend obviously any sort of warfare. Just have a bit of fun or go to a show.
I've just checked my WhatsApp. Sorry, Snowy, you did remind me of the massacre that happened around here back in World War II that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Malmedy massacre. Malmedy, obviously, not really part of. Was there a Malmedy corner? I have a feeling there was a Malmedy corner at one point.
Yeah. Certainly, I think the old track.
Ah, is it? The right-hander after Lecom is Malmedy.
Well, okay. Theoretically, they keep changing the names now.
But Malmedy is a village further down the road that has a really good frittier.
I would like to point out that I'm 100% against double left.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not quite sure why they've changed it.
Why would you go away from Pouon?
Well, perhaps you'll find out that Mr. Pouon's been caught in the Belgian equivalent Operation U Tree. So he's now persona non grata, but I don't know what Pouon was.
Let's not go into that, because there was
I've literally left it as a statement and we've moved on already.
There's an amazing.
Any more messages on the?
Well, we haven't looked at the chat actually.
Yes.
What's going on in the chat? It got a bit quiet. Dylan Pereira won the Super Cup in 2022. Yes. Asian Cup this year. Yes. And he won the Le Mans Cup with Cup cars in 2023. Okay, thank you very much. And he won GT4 Masters, I'm hearing in my ear.
ADAC, yeah. So he's won quite a lot, really. And he's going to probably, barring disasters, win this race. The lead's got out to 33 seconds, by the way, over Luke Breukers from Gabriel Piano. It'll be slightly more when they come to the next lap. They've got a second in hand every lap.
Yeah.
And when they compare, and Gabriel Piano is a comparable race as Luke Breukers. When you compare the 4 drivers across each of the 4 drivers, they're all a second faster than their comparable driver.
Look at this queue of cars on track. I don't know if any of it matters, but there's a lot on the same bit of track.
Well, the closest battle on the circuit is between 7th and 8th that I can see, which over the line was 1.3 seconds, and it's actually a battle in the same class.
Well, we've
Other
got
cars
5th position
slightly closer.
None of those cars are racing each other. They're all just on the same bit of track.
Well, it's clumping, isn't it?
Clumping it.
Clumping. It's a weird thing that happens in endurance race, and especially happens in multi-class races, where you get cars just clump. So you'll have a massive track, but there'll still be 10 cars covered by a few seconds, and then another massive gap to nothing. So car clumping, massively well-known thing to happen in endurance racing. Here is the 21st place car, the Speed Lover car, and our leader sweeps into view.
I was hoping that there's been no lappery, so no one's getting themselves ahead of the 48.
So we are now looking at what should be the 7th and 8th battle, according to our timing screen. It's only 1.2 seconds behind us. Battle for 2nd and 3rd in Am Silver. Peter Munich in the GP Elite, the number 14, and Red Ant Racing Stephen Pillette.
Yeah, so that's
in the 24. That is a battle for actual, real, genuine position on the podium of their class.
Well, I think that's a done battle because Munich's been quite a lot slower, hasn't he? Yeah, last lap at 2:30. So we've come to that just a fraction late, and Stephen Pillette has cleared Peter Munich's and has moved up into 2nd in class.
Now 4th in class is only 23 seconds behind that and running 5 seconds a lap faster than Peter Munich. So that car could fall out of the podium positions in Am Silver.
We had a pit stop 5 laps ago from HRT, so they're slightly off strategy, aren't they? And that was the same time as Taichi came in.
We're just coming to 3 hours to go, so we're still not in the window for 2 stops to the end. Can't get an hour and a half out of these cars without yellow.
Gotcha.
So they need to kind of run another half hour. And in fairness, the cars who are currently running aren't going to make it, because most of the stints, obviously back time to the last safety car, are on an hour and 10, so an hour and 8, which would give them what, 7 minutes, 8 minutes?
Yeah, they're not going to. None of them are really on an optimal strategy, are they? They've been upset by the safety car.
Just trying to see so the Hugo Ellis HRT performance isn't necessarily out of whack with anybody. They've got another. They're probably doing okay, as is the Taichi Watanabe 666 car. So interesting. While some have stopped early, because you're stuck with this sort of solid hour and 20 minutes you can run for a fuel tank. As long as you're within that 2 stops to go, which, for example, HRT are, as are the 666 car, they're 2 stops from the end, but so was everybody else.
Right, so we were watching this battle earlier on, and I didn't think it mattered, but what we at the tail of it, Dream to Drive are in 11th, and
just behind the 10th place. Yes, this is the final places in the Pro class, isn't it?
Yeah, and in there also is the 992 car, which is 9th, which is leading the queue.
So the 25 from 7. So we've got the Van Berlo car in 3rd place, and the EST one behind it actually is in 5th place in a different class. So the white and the black car is not the one you need to look at. You need at the black and the orange machine.
And Watarawi with the flashes and the pink car as well. Trying to give a hurry up. So we've got a lap difference between 3rd and 5th in there, and then we've got 9th, 10th, 11th. Yes, 9th, 10th, 11th. I'll leave that with you.
Thank you. Advanced chair shuffling being done there by the team.
Ben off for his dinner.
Ben's gone for din-dins, and I'm now joined. Am I joined by Joe, or am I joining Joe? I don't know which way it goes, really.
Well, I've just come back off a lovely dinner of pork ribs with a bit of special fried rice and black beans.
And for more menu options,
no puddings.
This is just absolutely unacceptable.
Which I'm glad, because
why?
I can do without them. Health-wise.
Mr. Slimmer.
Yes.
Shocking.
Disappointing. Inside of 3 hours, then, who would have believed that this morning, eh? When we had all of that time left in this 12-hour race, and as ever, it's just flown over, hasn't it? We've had some cracking racing so far. We've had drama, we've had intrigue. We certainly had intrigue with regards to the stone, and it came down to not listening to you properly, Nick.
Again.
The control mechanism. The mechanical mechanism, not the actual butterfly.
I'd said that on many occasions. What I've noticed is, I think now obviously there's an element here where when as soon as the pit person comes on, everyone goes look around, look at your phone, that sort of thing. We're giving you, when we're down there, the greatest information you can get. We're working our little socks off to provide information to you.
In your sweaty little suits.
Oh, sweaty. Oh, it's not breathing very well, this suit, I can tell you.
That suit doesn't breathe very well.
Doesn't breathe very well.
It's like wearing a plastic bag.
It certainly is.
Remember, I was in the pits of this event last year in that suit. Well, not in that suit.
No.
I don't know where my suit is. Snowy's not wearing it.
No, it's weird.
Yeah.
Perhaps they've cut it up for tents.
Maybe it's cut up for souvenirs.
Yes. Buy a piece of Joe Bradley's suit.
And the 45 minutes that I've been away, the lead has not changed. The top 3, certainly, the top 4 hasn't. However, it's extended, hasn't it? Luke Broikers dropping to 37 seconds behind the leader. Glenn Van Berlo still is he still a lap off the lead lap?
Yeah, he is, unfortunately.
And then Louis Perrault is another lap down. The 666 car. Taki Watari in the Team Parker car. That's on a recovery drive still, isn't it? After losing a lot of ground, 205 laps, 3 laps still off the lead lap. There hasn't been any opportunities for this car to make any ground back towards the lead 3, has there? That was a question.
I know, I was breathing in.
You were yawning there, weren't you?
It's not you. There's been opportunities to run the... It's amazing that we've literally just slipped into it, haven't we?
Say again?
We've just slipped straight into it.
we can't help it.
Oh dear. Yeah, but it's been a really interesting last couple of hours. The battles have gone down through the field, but it really has been. I think, as I said to Ben, you've got the best team with the best luck. So
yeah, I know.
What are you going to do?
Strongest team as well.
Yeah, and they
win it here last year.
Did it well, yeah. But there's still quite a bit of battling going on down the field. There is a close run between 5th and 6th in Pro, as you can see. It's 1.5 seconds behind. We're watching it on the screen at the moment. You can see the screen. It's the orange and black, so the pink and black 666 machine. It's about a second and a half ahead of the Dream to Drive car, which obviously has a couple of Estonians on board.
We are getting towards pit stop time for the leaders as well. They've Piana has completed 29 laps, 28 laps for Luke Breukers, 28 laps for Glenn Van Berlo, 22 laps for Louis Perrault. These two cars, the 666, well, Guattari's only been in the car for 7 laps.
They've popped out of the strategy, but it's not going to mean they're going to have an extra stop. It's just because it's not really breaking down well for anybody.
However,
without a third stop.
However, Caius Cinchnellis, is how I say that.
Well done.
Has got 28 laps in that car, so he's going to be running short of fuel in that light blue car.
We're about
to chasing down the pink one.
We're about to see the major change of the race. We've got 3 hours to go, but the sun is beginning to set behind the Ardennes forest. You've got a good hour and a half light yet, but it's just...
let me just see what time...
You're going to get the lower angle of sun into the eyes of the drivers at various places.
Sunset is 2011 hours.
So it's actually, it's an hour and 22 minutes.
It's later, it's later than we have at home.
Well, no, because we're an hour ahead.
Of course. Geography was never my strong. Geography was my strong point, actually. Yes, it was.
And then you got lost.
And then I've just been stupid there.
Is that the light will fade and the colours will change. And in some places, the cars are going to look absolutely beautiful as the sun streaks across the picturesque Spa circuit and background. These cars are picked out by the gloaming of the light, but they do get to have about an hour, probably an hour, I think, actually in darkness, because obviously sunset doesn't mean it's dark. There's still light hanging on for a little bit.
Yes, that's right.
But the last hour will just be the lights coming towards the cameras and us going, who's that?
Yes, yeah, we will finish this race in total darkness. And is the pit straight here floodlit?
There's lights, and it's not exactly floodlit.
Yeah, it's not literally floodlit, though, is it? No, it's pretty dark out there in the forest as well. That earlier drone shot that I think you might have missed that because you were in the pits, just really emphasised just how we are literally in the Ardennes forest as well. We're surrounded by a lot of trees, very mature and large trees as well. Talking about mature and large, let's head down to Snowy.
Go to the pits ever, but anyway, I'll take it. I'm down at Fulgenzi Racing at the number 17 entry, and I've just caught up with Andrea Girandi, who's just jumped out of that car, and you're smiling like you've enjoyed it. Stop it, you're at work.
Yes, I really enjoy. This is the first things we have to do, so I really enjoy it. I drive a lot, so I have some heart to the wrist, to the back, but I'm getting old, so for this reason I feel pain everywhere. So, but I'm pretty happy for what I have done. So nice.
Age is just a number.
No, yes, absolutely. You are the sample. You are the sample.
So. Your eyesight isn't that good either.
No. Yes. But now entered Fabian, the other M, and later we have some surprises to show. So we'll see.
Will be Harley back in the car later?
No. I will. I don't think I will jump back in the car, but we have our best driver, so you have to drive a lot yet. So we'll see what happens also in the night. So we'll see what happens.
But how are the conditions out there now for you? It's nice and cool. You're doing quite a long stint.
Yesterday I have practiced in the night. I drove only in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, so there are a lot of light here. It's totally dark, so it's very hard to drive. So
we were just saying that to my colleagues, but in the forest it's completely dark.
Yeah, completely dark, and you have to remember where is the turn, because it's like a drive in memory. So He's pretty hard. He's pretty hard.
Good for him. Muscle memory. It's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I work out the memory.
Andrea, thank you for your time, and we'll catch up with you later. We look forward to the surprise in the number 17 car. Thank you.
I think the biggest thing about racing in the dark is, in fact, we've got the Glenn Van Berlo car peeling off into the pits.
There's going to be a lot of cars coming in the pits.
I just want to finish my thought, though, Nick, and we'll talk about this in a moment when we've cycled through these front-running pit stops. During the daylight hours, you see, as you come upon cars, you get to know the personalities who are in those cars. Yep. And when you get to know the personalities over the course of a long distance race and the body language of the cars, and you know who you have to be careful getting by, which cars you have to be a little bit more concentrated for in the dark. You don't see the colours. All you see is the red lights. So you don't know what car you're coming up upon, and it completely changes the dynamic of the race. And I'm sure that, you know, how many times have we seen people make mistakes in the dark? And it's got to come down to just being unable to see your reference points, your braking points, and again, the dynamic of those personalities that you're racing with.
And also, different people have different qualities of night vision.
I have zero quality of night vision.
You know, that's it. You know, some people have, and that's not necessarily an age thing. It's just a, you know.
Oh, it is an age thing.
For you, yes. It's also a human being thing.
Well, yeah. But
as our leader.
And he will have completed 30 laps, so I'm not totally expecting him to peel off into the pits this time as he comes up the chicane.
From the pits, as Seb Lejeune have joined Van Berlo Motorsport.
So
still not in.
Seb Lejeune, Nick, he's only done 23 laps. His tyre life was 24 laps. So that may be a tyre limited. And there's Piana in. So 30 laps completed from Piana, 31 lap tyre age. So that must be a 31 lap stint then, if the tyre age is 31.
I think they're running at this point. They're running to the tank full. So they've run.
Right, just refresh my screen, shall I?
So running into the tank means that they can run this 30 or 31 laps, which is not long enough.
Yeah, I've just updated. He's done 31.
If they could do another 15 minutes, they would, because it would take them into the just needing to do two more. They need to do 2 and a bit stops, you see, because 2 more stops is 2.5 hours, and they've got 2 hours 48 to go. Right on the edge, actually. If it was tight, they'd probably start thinking about doing fuel saving and trying to make it. They're trying to do 1 hour and 23.
And remember as well, just to remind everybody, with the fueling regulations of being static for 60 seconds, there's no such thing in the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup as a splash and dash at the end. If you're going to put even a litre of fuel in the car, you have to remain static for 60 seconds. And that is not going to be a tactical feature then, therefore. Both first, second, third and fourth into the pits. Third place, Van Berlo Motorsport with Baz Coutin. That has left the pits now. Bart van Helden at the wheel of the 25. He will continue. Louis Perrault still in the pits in the Seb Lejeune. Breukers has put, Luke Breukers that is, has brought the red camel car in. And Gabriele Piana has brought in the leader. Let's see
how long. I'm sure they all change drivers.
Yes, I would have thought so.
And it is now a point where they'll be going out with 2 hours and 46 to go.
Mark Guyot.
Try and make it in one more stop. Try and run 1 hour and 25. It's right on the edge. It's stretching it. If we get another full course caution, then they'll be able to do it on 1. If we don't have a full course caution, they're going to do it 1 and a tiny amount.
Right. So Mark Guyot in the 888. Seb Lejeune car, he's in the car now and out on track. Tobias Muller has taken over the 48. That graphic there on the live stream, Gabriele Piana was the driver that's just got out of the car. Tobias Muller back in. We know how quick Tobias can be. We wait to see who takes over from Luke Breukers. Will it be... Whose turn is it?
Well,
is it Evo?
Evo's been in once, but it's whether they're going to use Evo again. Evo, Fabian Dance might get a run, and then they'll try and end it, I'm sure, with Rick.
Yes.
No, they're going out with Rick now. Rick's going out now.
Rick's going out now.
You can't run to the end with this. So they might take advantage of being a pro and go Rick Luke and stick with their 2 silvers.
Okay, well, we'll see what difference. We'll see if Rick Breukers can match the lap times of that leading number 48. The low sun is causing problems with our drivers. All that detritus on the windscreens, the dead flies, the bugs, all the dirt, the rubber pickup will make the windscreens opaque when that low sun shines on them.
Yep.
You sometimes see drivers actually holding their hand up as a peak to see through that. And
there's nothing worse than low sun.
No.
And talking about low sun, here's
I know,
isn't that
it's
how we're
another one.
linking to from now on? We just use the last 2 words. We go, here's snow. So talk about low sun. Here's snowy. It will.
The leading car obviously handed over to Tobias. Update for us.
Not much.
That's what I thought I'd ask you.
I could do without a safety car, to be honest. But because we always pull a minute and then we lose it all. But this is motorsport. This is how this race develops. And yeah, I'm just driving around, really.
It must be frustrating.
No, when you're driving around in your P1, it's fine. When you are driving around in your P20, then it's frustrating.
So you were telling us earlier that you know, obviously you blame the team. It's never the driver's fault and whatever. So when you're driving around in P1, do you still have the same view?
Maybe I have to say that, of course, I was joking, in case somebody missed the humor, the irony. No, of course I remain. Of course. Why would I change? Never change a working system. We are P1. I keep complaining. We keep pulling away, so we don't change it.
So you just want to be P1 by a bigger margin?
Always. Why not?
So not that long to go now, although of course it's a few hours yet, which we fall into this, don't we, in a sort of 12-hour race and say, oh, there's only 3 and a bit hours to go, but it's still time for it. Of course, we've got the change of conditions night-wise.
To be honest, the race is still quite a long way to go. So for the moment, we don't think about the future. We just drive one lap after the other. I don't even know if I'm going to drive again, because depending on how the race develops, maybe we save one stop. But in any case, we are ready. I think in the night we are going to be fine. So I look forward to it.
Gabriella, thank you very much. I'll speak to you later.
Snowy, keep your microphone open because I'm going to bring you in on this. Gabrielli said something there regarding just kind of alluding to the rhythm that you get into, and he's producing 2 minutes 23s, 2 minutes 22s, 2 minutes 22s. When you try and back off, you're the most experienced racing driver at the whole of our team. Is it a case of getting into that rhythmic way of lapping, and you don't want to break from that rhythm because that's when the mistakes can creep in?
Oh, those people you were talking about it a bit earlier about Tom Christensen, when he was to do a set time, he'll do it to that 10th, not one either side. He'll do it. Very few can actually pull that off. So there's a phrase you've used a lot, Joe, in the past, that you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. But the difference it makes at night time, as we were both just talking about, is the difference in ability or night vision and perhaps a little bit of age as well, as to how hard or how much of a percentage a driver is working to do that time, where somebody, a professional coming up behind, has got a little bit more in hand, if you like, and it can suddenly catch you out that the car in front suddenly going 2 or 3 seconds a lap slower. You can't see that as easily because, as you say, it's a set of red lights. So it adds more jeopardy from that point of view, yes. It becomes almost like a different class.
Yeah, I've always found that when you try and sort of back off, it's easy to be. Would you say muscle memory is the term? It's kind of, that rhythm that you get in, braking, turning.
You're in a rhythm of speed. If you try and slow that rhythm down, then you're not taking the same cues, you're not taking the same pressure, you're not braking the same way.
It's almost subconscious though, isn't it? Snowy, you reckon?
He's gone.
He's turning his mic back on.
No, back again. Sorry, you wouldn't believe that was the exact moment to do a battery change on the mic. So it was the quickest one in history. I just wanted to get it back in time. Yeah, I would. It pains me though it is. I do agree with you both. Yes. That was just done for effect. Sorry, no, I love you both dearly, all of you.
With us now. Yeah, I think it's a common thing. With any of these sort of things, you get into a rhythm, and the rhythm is the speed, and that's what you want to do. Unless you have to slow down, in which case you can concentrate on slowing down because you concentrate on fuel saving, whatever it may be. It's got to be detrimental to concentration levels.
I'm just seeing if there's anything on the chat.
That.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Right then, 2:22.7 for Tobias Muller. 2:23.1. That's their first flying lap after the pit stops for Rick Breukers in second place, Tobias Muller in the lead. The gap remains at 36 seconds or so. We're pretty much needing Rick Breukers to pull out another second or so, half a second, to get on terms with the leading car. And maybe we have a run between these two cars.
I think the 48 is just a faster car.
It seems to have a lot of pace.
Just the car has been put together in a certain way where it's just quicker. They've found a sweet spot, and more important, that sweet spot has gone through from the morning to the afternoon and back to the evening again.
Well, I know the team name is 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. Black Falcon know how to make these cars work, and they've certainly got a lot of experience here in the various series that they've raced here at Spa. And of course, the inaugural winners of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, of course, back in 2024, this time last year, saw this team take the win. Completely different driver lineup, but still remaining.
Apart from Tobias Muller.
Well, no, I don't think Tobias Muller was in the car, Nick.
Sure, was somebody I'm sure Tobias was in the car.
Oh, sorry, he was. Yes. Of course he was. Yes, Tobias Muller, the only driver that is in the car for this year. I do forgive me, Tobias. So
he's personally affronted, you know.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm glad he's in the car and not hearing this. I did not.
You did the podium last year as well.
There was what? Sorry.
You did the podium last year as well.
That doesn't mean anything, Nick.
I'm trying to make out. We've got
that
some form of memory.
That I should remember. Yes, I have a vague recollection.
The 14 car is making a stop. Peter Munich in GP Elite. Now Peter was running pretty slowly, so we're giving him a chance. There's currently second in AM. They obviously can get to the end now just about on one stop, I would think. Only need to an hour and 20, so they will be pushing that one to try and get in on one stop for GP Elites.
He's done 34 laps on that.
Yeah. But his target is Seppes Racing and Mark Gilot for the AM Silver, but they're quite a long way behind that.
Right, he hasn't done 34 laps, he's done 33. It's clicked into 34 when he's crossed the line. His pit garage must be across the timing beam. And talking of timing beams, let's head down to Peter Snowden.
It's going to become a theme, isn't it, for the remainder of the race, I can tell. You'll tire a bit soon, or the audience will. So yeah, the number 14 GP Elite car has indeed just had Peter Munich come out of that car, and Charles Voltzmann has just jumped into it, and he has jumped into it like a racing snake, just folded into that seat. And it's exactly what you were saying. I think it was Nick was saying that drivers get some of the more senior drivers. We don't flex the way we used to, and just watching Charles get in there, it was actually quite sickening with how easily just folded into that Porsche.
Yeah, well, these are live racing drivers. I'm trying to remember where we know Charles from. That's his silver driver. I thought it was a gold, I must admit. But you're not turned on.
Who are you looking up?
Charles Voltzmann.
All right, do you want me to talk?
Yeah, go on then. Say something clever.
Yes. 37 seconds now, the gap, as Rick Breukers just can't find the pace in that red camel car. Tobias Muller, 2:22.2 or 2:22.9. As he crosses the line there, just through La Source. Let's see what Breukers can do. Breukers just coming up to the chicane now through Blanchimont.
I knew Charles Voltzmann rang a very serious bell in my head. He was the guy who double-teamed the customer Audi at Le Mans with Andre Lotterer when Narain Karthikeyan dislocated his shoulder jumping the wall before the race started.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that bit.
So I was trying to remember. Why did you tell me then? If you remember that was him.
I thought there was something else that you were.
No, that's it. I didn't. That's what Charles was coming in my mind. They came 7th overall, and
didn't they go down to 2 drivers?
Yes.
Yes.
And had to get special dispensation to do it.
Yes.
And Andrew did 14 hours, and he did 10 hours.
Yes.
And it made Andrew's career. So he got picked up by Audi rather than just Audi customer.
Ah, yes. Yeah, good point.
So that's the important point. 16 years ago that was, by the way, just to feel old.
Oh my goodness, was it really?
Yeah.
I still remember the afternoon that Narain Karthikeyan leapt over the pit wall and dislocated his shoulder as he leapt across.
Yeah.
That's why I've never leapt over a pit wall for a long time.
Well, that's the only reason, is it?
Yep,
You don't.
absolutely.
It's not any other reason. Don't leap over a pit.
No, just too risky.
Right,
I don't want to
okay.
dislocate any shoulders. Learned a lot 15 years ago about that. So, yeah, 36 seconds. It's ebbing and flowing. So, 2:22.9 from Muller, 2:22.5 from Breukers. Breukers finding that pace. We asked him to find it. It's ebbed and flowed between 36 and 37 seconds, though, the gap between the leader and a car going slowly. It's the number 3. That is the Marco Chironi Baz Coutin car. And there's nothing apparent. There's no damage on the car. Yes, there's smoke coming from the front wheels, but that's just the overheating brakes, seeing as it's slowed down. Nothing to concern yourself with there, of course, and unless something takes and the car moves off. So a Control-Alt-Delete, and he's at the right-hander of Paul Frey, so he's not that far away. He can make that run down towards. Where is he? Yes, he is. He's from Paul Frey now, heading up towards Blanchimont, and he's only got to get to the chicane, and he's on pit road. So, what has been the problem with that number 3? How many laps behind? How many laps has the number 3 done?
They've had a number of little problems, Marco Chironi. They came in with a
26.
Yeah, they came in with a problem which involved plugging computers in and looking at the drivetrain. So my guess they've had a gearbox issue at some point, a gearbox actuation issue. And you knew it was serious because the Baz Coutin engineer pulled out his computer, and the Porsche customer service guy put his computer in.
Never a good sign when Porsche customer service are doing it.
They have the top computer, not just the ordinary customer computer.
Yeah.
Well, he's coming down the pit lane now.
Yeah, thought he would be.
Pick up some service.
Well, we'll see what the problem is. Snowy's on hand there, and he'll get a look at potentially gather some clues as to why that car has petered out. It's down in 18th and currently out of contention for a class podium. It's currently 8th in the Am Silver. As you just said, Nick, problems with that car delaying it somewhat.
Well, having a look at that, not immediately. Last time it immediately went into the garage. This time they're having a look at it first, rather than just rolling it in. Obviously, it was pushed in. You're not allowed to drive into the garage in these events. You have to park on the apron and get pushed into the garage. It's got an indicator on. I'm not sure what that says. But yeah, they haven't started fuel. They haven't done anything actually. They haven't done tyres either. So problems abound.
Well, that's never a good sign as well.
Yeah, inactivity in the pit stop is one of the worst things you can see.
You would have thought, it's hard to see through that fencing, isn't it, from here? You would have thought that you do the pit stop, service, tyres, driver, whatever, fueling, then you go to work on the problem when you can. However, we're not seeing that. I can see Seb coming back off dinner. And so we are going to have eyes on, and maybe we can share that with our live stream viewers. But right now, Snowy's dove into that garage to see if he can find out what's behind that car's delay. Baz Coutin Racing. Talking about... Yeah, go on, Snowy.
Racing.
Go on, Snowy.
Cerrone, you've just jumped out of the car. Mark, you were explaining what the problem is with the number 3 car.
Yeah, it looks like we have a throttle issue. It happened 3 times on track where I was under full acceleration, and then all of a sudden the power just cut out. The acceleration didn't work, and I couldn't change the gears. So my crew chief said, pull over, recycle the car, and then that helped. But then when I continued, it happened again. So I came in here, Porsche apparently solved the problem. I went out, I was running for about, I don't know, half an hour, which, by the way, first time here in Spa. This is magnificent. With a broken car or not, it's fantastic. And that happened again. And so I just pulled over right away this time because I didn't want to get in anyone's way. It's my first time here, so I want a bad reputation. I want to be known as a good, friendly driver. It's been a pleasure here.
Well, car problems apart, it's so good to see a driver clearly enjoying driving that car.
Oh my God, this is, for me, it's like a dream come true, especially at my age, to still be able to do this. It's, yeah, I'm in heaven right now. This is fantastic. I don't want to go home.
Well, you've got a bit of the race to go yet. You're saying it's your first time to Spa. What do you think of the circuit, having seen it now?
Oh my God, I think I have to say that this is probably my favorite one. I'm from Canada, so Ontario, so we race up at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. I'm quite sure many people know it, and that has a lot of elevation changes, but this one is like that ×2, so I would have to say that this one is a little bit more challenging.
We'll come back again?
Without a doubt. Nice to meet you.
Marco, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
And that was Peter Snowden for the Belgian Tourist Board.
Yeah, well, considering Marco is Canadian and has raced at
CNTP.
What's it called? Canadian Time? Yeah, I know it is Mosport.
Yes, Mosport.
He's also got Saint-Gervais in Quebec.
Well, I'm sure he nips down to Watkins Glen as well.
Well, he's not that far from the Glen as well. And you know what? Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, whatever you want to call it these days, is one of the most picturesque tracks over there as well. It's and the undulations there to hear Marco's assessment being this place is ×2. That's quite a thing. And you saw, even with a problem with a car, he was still smiling, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was
tremendous.
Having a great time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, it's interesting because he was talking about the problem I was talking to you about where it came in and the Porsche had to fit it. So it was drivetrain, but luckily it was throttle rather than gear selection. It's amazing how the control alt delete still works, isn't it? You know, turn it off and turn it on again.
Yes, yeah. But the car's back out straight away. Pedro Torres now at the wheel of that Baz Coutin car, the number 3. He's only lost one place so far.
So Rick Broikers is, how far is he? 37 seconds behind. He is dropping back slowly from the lead. Tobias Muller gradually easing out.
Muller has just put in in fact, they've just gone through. Yeah, it's gone out to 38 now. So 23.2. I thought, here we go, Rick Broikers, if he can put a quick lap in. 224.1.
In traffic,
so it's gone back out to 38 seconds. So yeah, the pace of that 48 is just unbelievable at the moment. Such a strong run.
Yeah, Bart van Helden holds third place with Van Berlin Motorsport with a 25. And then it's Hugo Ellis in HRT Performance, but he's back a lap. And in a different class, and our leader in AM Silver is Marc Gillot, Seb Lejeune Racing, and our leader in AM Bronze is one of our Brazilian teams, and with this 1, 2, 3, Israel Fernandez Salaman, which is the Dernier Motorsport by Black Falk, and that car has a lap and a half lead over the team in second place in AM Bronze, which is another Black Falk, but another Brazilian one, which is William Frere. So all the classes are quite close, apart from Pro-Am. The Pro-Am leader, Bart van Helden in Van Bolo, is 22 laps ahead of second place, which is Dominic Bastien, the speed lover. And of course, third place, back another 24 laps, is Jan Varun from MGM Motorsport, who had that massive delay taking out the engine to get the stone out the intake. So Pro-Am has not really taken off. The only consolation is they all get a trophy.
We're about to see the MDM Motorsport car that you mentioned there go up the order to 23rd place overall. It's about to go on to the lap of the Denham Motorsport by Black Falk, and that remains in the pits. I think it has retired, yes, but MDM, Jan Jaap van Rooyen at the wheel of the 127, and they completely dropped out of contention. We are going to see those guys on the podium because they are third in Pro-Am. However, the challenge, as I've always said, Nick, in a 12-hour race or any kind of long-distance motor race, the challenge is to get the car to the end, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and getting the car at the end whilst running competitively. But yeah, there's a number. Yeah, as you say, Joe. There's a symbol behind every garage door.
Well, yes, but I disagree with what you said there. To get, what did you say there? You said to get it to the end after not necessarily competitively, in my view.
Yeah, but
I think the challenge is to get there.
Everyone's definition of competitively is different.
Well, they're not competitive.
Well, no. All right, let's take one of the pro cars. If a pro car has a bad race, it's not the challenge isn't to get to the end. Their challenge at the top of the level is to be on the podium or is to win. Some of the others their challenge is to finish still running and get 12 hours incident free. There's different aims. I know we always say that.
Yeah, I know, but I like the idea of the challenge of the mechanical challenge of getting the nuts and bolts of basically what
your engineering background.
I suppose it is.
And I think obviously we've seen a few problems happen here and there, but the key thing is because cars are becoming more reliable, that challenge is now being replaced by getting to the end and going quickly. and maximising everything, maximising your pit stops, maximising your economy, maximising your tyre life. It gets, just because they've ticked off one of the major problems, which my car's going to break down any moment now, you've added other challenges. There are people here who get into the end is their win, but there's also a lot of teams here where that is not.
And after we just talked to Markle about the joy of running at Spa.
It's Pro-Am racing.
Yeah, Jan Jaap van Rooyen was given the car, the MDM car, go out, get some seat time, enjoy the drive.
Exactly, yeah.
Bring it home.
It is Pro-Am racing. That's why we have golds, silvers and bronzes, and some of those bronzes are more bronze than others. And there's different reasons people want to do a 12-hour endurance race at Spa. Some people want to do it because they want to win. Some people do it because they want to do a 12-hour endurance race at Spa. Some people want to be in a team with their family or with their friends. All are equally valid.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're not necessarily just looking to finish.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that's what we love about. Certainly, that's what we love about the types of races that the Creventic organisation are creating and are. And this race is non-different. The Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, I think, has grown out of the very successful 992 class within the 24-8 series. The number 3 back in.
Back in, so they're obviously having a major problem with this electrical issue or communication issue between the pedal and the actual actuation of the throttle butterfly. There's not a stone in the way, there's a software glitch in the way.
Yes.
Or a bad wire in the way. But, yeah, so they're back in again. More work to be done. But they're fine. They're using duct tape.
Well, they've got a bit of gaffer tape there, and I'm not sure whether the car's been brought in to apply the gaffer tape or whether it is that software glitch. I think
you know, it's these things tend not to go away.
No, or if they do go away, they don't stay away, do they? When
they wander off for half an hour and go, do you know what?
Just when you don't want it.
Just going to give it a little bit of it. Oh no, you pressed the throttle, did you? I don't think you did.
That's true. The
Triple three, dream to drive, and driving the car is someone who's certainly a dream. Marcus Kajak with doing his second ever car race today. Last week was his first car race here in a Benelux Carrera Cup. And now he's doing a 12-hour endurance race. And I believe he's the guy who's put in the fastest lap time for that team. He's, as Ben's alluded to, a karting champion. But this is his first time in a car, or second time in a car. So it's a very, very, very impressive performance by the young man.
Yeah, I think it was Ben who said that Marcus has got some... it's KZ gearbox karting that Marcus has been doing. And I said, well, driving this thing, this Porsche Cup car will be quite a sedate experience in comparison to KZ.
He's not being thrown around like he might be in a KZ car, but he's obviously at many points travelling faster than the KZ car as he hits the car. He's got a cage around him to feel a bit safer.
Yeah, he's done some FIA.
He's got reverse here as well to help.
Yep. Yes. He made his name on a Maranello kart, which is a
Italian. Yes.
It's what, sorry?
Italian.
Yes. Raced in Europe, done some racing in the USA as well. On an Ital kart in the Scusa Super Nationals back in 23. WSK Champions Cup.
He won
it. He won it, yes, sorry, yes. Well, it doesn't say where that was. Doesn't say where that took place.
No.
It's not a link as well. But yes, so making his journey into car racing.
And
acquitting himself very well.
And obviously being a shifter car, so he actually understands gearbox, which is a bit of a black art, some of the fixed speed cars as we know, isn't it?
Yes.
Quite understanding the concept of changing gears and clutching and that sort of thing.
Well, there's no clutch in these cars. It's a paddle shift.
There is a clutch.
But it's paddle shift.
It's not on a foot.
Yeah, but it's paddle shift.
Yeah, but you have to understand how it works, though.
Well, yes, yeah. But you're alluding to our karting friends, aren't you?
I am.
Yes, you are. Which was a 3-pedal setup, and they've never driven a 3-pedal setup in their lives, not even on the road. Anyway, that's another story.
Well, didn't it?
Went very well. Absolutely.
So this is Maris. Marcus, sorry. Very, very impressive run by the Estonian. I get the impression he's probably got the bug for it. People have to tell me you don't always get 4 hours in the car.
Yeah, that's very true. Gets a bit longer than your 15 minutes in your 15-minute finals, your 8 minutes and 1 lap heats. Completely different mindset for the youngster.
I'm not quite sure the story of this car, because it has ended up, it was running about, I think, 3rd or 4th in Pro. It's ended up dropping down to the back, and it's last, not by a country mile, by a lap or so. Didn't you know what the story is, how it's ended up there, what's gone wrong, or whether they've just been unlucky with the flag?
I'm not sure, Nick. I'm not sure what we found out. When are you next down there?
Oh, about 35 minutes.
All right, there's your first mission then, eh? Have you had dinner yet? Are you going for dinner now when Ben comes?
But there is Dream to Drive. I'm
chasing. He's got a race on as well, hasn't he? He's got a target acquired, 4.6 seconds up the road. The number 992
from PTE, 992, PTE operated by Manthey.
And
the chase, completely different class.
He's a last. Here is it. Different class. 23.7 from Lucas Wolf and a 22.8. So it's not going to be long. In fact, they're just crossing the line now. Let's see what the gap is as they've just come through.
It seems quite severe that in your second ever race, you're rated as silver. He's got a silver rating.
I wonder why that is. Does his karting continue through in the cars? I'm not sure.
Silver.
That's a question to ask him.
Yes. Why have you got a silver?
Gap remains at 4.6.
The lead gap has stabilised. It's now stable. It's 37 seconds. It's been around that for a while, so that's not getting any better or worse, depending on your definition of whether you're a 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon or Red Camels Jordan NL supporter. But we have had quite a stable period since the pit stop, so it's almost, believe it or not, it's almost half an hour since they came in from the pits, Joe.
Gap down to 3.3. My screen has just updated. So, yes, we thought that Marcus Kajak is indeed catching Lucas Wolf. And the gap has come down by quite a margin there. He's got him in his sights, hasn't he? The blue car there is Marcus Kajak. And the silver car, the 992, the silver livery, it's kind of got the manufacturer livery there, the production livery on this 992. And it's the second car in his view that he is catching through the Fania S. That is Lucas Wolf. And that is Kajak.
So there's a car at the... So
2 seconds in 2 laps.
There's a car
he is gained.
Who's that on your tracker, Joe, between them? They're just coming through Blanchimont, aren't they? It's the 25, actually. Third place car. So Van Berlo's no slouch. It's Bart Van Helden, sorry.
Sorry, yes, Bart Van Helden. It's the Van Berlo car. Van Berlo Motorsport with Baz Coutin.
26s against 22.9. Marcus Kajak is actually faster than the leaders at the moment.
Wow.
So he's got a great career ahead of him already.
Yes, he'll have caught the eye. Porsche Motorsport are here, of course.
And don't forget, he has top 10 average laps. He could win one of the 4 test drives in a half-day test in the GT3 car, which is the big prize, of course, for the drivers. Just refresh your mind. Not only are they fighting for trophies, for class wins, and for the overall win, but at the end of the day, we won't know on this broadcast, but the 4 drivers with the best average of their best 10 laps will win a half-day test of the new GT3R with Porsche.
Yeah, we're getting towards that time where we've got to think about that, haven't we? And the timekeepers are going to work that out. So it's the fastest 10-lap average for the first 4 cars and a test of the new GT3R. And then from 5th place down to 8th,
like a sim test.
They're going to have a sim test at Weissach.
It'll be a proper simulator, not.
It'll not be a Go on iRace, no. Gran Turismo.
Thrustmaster.
Yes, there won't be a
PlayStation.
Won't be a Logitech 960, will it, or whatever it's called, 920. There's the gap is not really coming back down.
But because it's in the way, isn't he?
Well, Bart van Helden is stifling the progress somewhat of Marcus Kajak. Kajak has to get by him. Gap down to 2.3 though.
On the inside of not poo on.
Yes, and he's gotten by now. Now he can see his target. His target is there, Marcus Wolf. I don't think Marcus is going to put up much of a fight here because it's an overall position, but it's not a class position. Lucas Wolf is currently third in the Am Silver class, and he's only 18 seconds behind the Red Ant car, Simon Balkan, at the wheel of the number 24, 18 seconds ahead of this lot here. And Lucas Wolf showing a bit of urgency to get by that back mark at him. Up towards the chicane. And talking of up at the chicane, let's head down to Snowy. Thank you, Snowy. This battle out on track is continuing. It is a 9th and 10th place battle. Marcus Kajak in the blue and black liveried car of the Dream to Drive team is chasing down the silver, the Porsche Works livery, the grey with the Porsche fonts along the side, spelling out the name of the manufacturer. And the gap is now, where is it? It is 1.9 seconds last time by. So he's gaining. Welcome back, Ben. Are you back from dinner, Ben?
I am back from dinner. It was good.
No pudding?
No pudding.
It's probably a good thing.
Illogical placement of various utensils and things, but we got there in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing how these you can get those things from, where the plate's positioned versus the salads versus the sauces versus the main meals.
Yes.
Seems so
demanding.
So easy.
So demanding.
And do you know what? I located tomato ketchup. I asked for tomato ketchup.
Did you really?
And they said they didn't have it, and they do.
Well, they've gone out and got it for you, haven't they?
They had a big bowl of it. They're obviously saving it for tonight.
Yeah, they've gone out and bought it, haven't they? Here we go then. Let's see what it is across the line for this 9th and 10th battle.
What's that?
It was 1.9 seconds. I'm going to have to wait for my screen to update.
It's 1.1.
1.1 took it. Does. We don't need a stopwatch, do we? We can see there is the gap. Lucas Wolf in the silver car. Marcus Kajak in the blue and black car behind him, heading down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Nick and I were chatting about Marcus Kajak, only in his 2nd ever car race.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
He's out of KZ karting though. Very, very dynamic karting. They're 0 to 60 in 2 seconds in those things. Nick and I did the Gearbox Festival at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire in England a couple of weeks ago, and I made a point of we need a camera on the start line to see the standing starts of these things take
acceleration.
Off. Incredible. That's a car in the pits with Snowy at the moment, and it's a steaming car with an overheating problem or a leaking radiator.
It was leaking, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a leaky radiator more than anything. Back to Baz Coutin, actually. He's having a bit of bad luck. Talking of bad luck, let's head down to Snowy.
Hello, gentlemen. Yes, it is the other Baz Coutin racing car, number 20, that's just come in. It's not steaming that much. Something's not quite right. So obviously, it pops it into the box. So obviously, the radio mic doesn't work in there. So I'll turn that off for a second to go in and try and find out what's going on. Some fervent activity at the front. Radiator. No, there's no damage. So I'm guessing it's just a radiator failure. There's absolutely no damage to the car at all. So yeah, it'll bring a new water rad into it. You can see that from here. Even I can recognise one.
Yeah, maybe a stone through it or something, Snowy. So a lot of stones coming into play. They've featured massively, haven't they? They've got a massive role to play in the movie. Someone's going to have to play the stones because they have been a feature of this race, which they've created a race of attrition as the stones.
The stone that we met earlier on today, the MDM stone, that wasn't a regulation FIA stone.
That wasn't, was it?
It was not. It had edges.
No, it did. It looked like a prehistoric tooth, a Neanderthal tooth or something. The battle for 9th and 10th has heated up to the point where we've got the cars nose to tail out of the chicane. Another lap completed for them. It's a battle for overall position, but the silver car there, currently third in the AM Silver class. The blue and black car there, one of the runners in Pro class right at the back of the Pro field. It's 6th place in class. However, it's wanting to move up the order overall and into 9th if he can get by. Marcus Kajak in the blue car. Just watching him across the top of Radion.
Oh,
I heard that. I'm not sure what it was.
We seem to have all the microphones around the whole circuit open at the same time, but somebody has just gone off the road. There it is on the screen. It's the number 24 in the gravel, and that is going to be a full course yellow, I'm afraid, because there's no way it's coming out. That was Lucas Wolff, and was there contact? Because he was under huge pressure from the... it's not Lucas Wolff.
No, it's not Lucas Wolff. No, it wasn't Lucas Wolff. There's Lucas Wolff.
It's Simon Bachlen, who is in 8th position ahead of Wolff.
So this is going to be effectively this battle that this great race between these two drivers is going to turn into a battle for 8th place soon.
It is.
Yeah, it's getting interesting, isn't it?
It needs to get it done quick because we're going to go full course yellow. And it might be a short one, but they might also take the opportunity to sweep and clear the track. And so with 2 hours remaining, we might get another safety car here. Where is Bart Van Helden in relation to our leader? Ahead or behind if we go safety car?
Oh, what number am I looking for?
23 is ahead of 48, but 23 is way laps down.
Yeah, 23. Can't see who that is.
24 car. 25 car, sorry. And the 25 car was obviously further back.
25 is just coming through Paul Frey.
Yeah, so we still only have 2 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah.
And we have a change.
Yeah, change for position. It's been coming, hasn't it? And it's happened on the run from Paul Frey to Blanchimont up towards the chicane now.
Now, why on earth has it taken nigh on a minute and a half for anybody to do anything about turn 6? I don't imagine that race control have released marshals onto the track to get that car moved.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Turn 6 is at Lacombe, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yellow flags at Lacombe.
There we go. Short safety car. Short full course yellow being called. So they reckon that they can get this done quickly enough not to need a safety car.
Simon Balkan has indeed dropped behind both Marcus Kajak and Lucas Wolff up to 8th and 9th. Balkan is going to lose another place, though. The GP Elite entry of Charles Swalsman, the number 14.
And there we go. Full course yellow is called.
Buried in the gravel there, will have to be pulled out. And talking about being pulled out, let's head down to Snowy, who's in the pit. Snowy.
Car with this radiator that's being done. It was the slightest of contact, apparently. You can barely see it, but it didn't look like there's any damage on the bodywork, but that's what's caused it, and that's why it's now this radiator's being changed, and it's the amount of work to do it. So the front PU's off, the under tray, inner wheel arch, and there's gauze and filters there to stop the stones, the famous stones, rolling into there. That'll be rolling stones, wouldn't it? But that's having its radiator changed. I'll head back to the studio.
Get yourself out at the pit lane because we are under full course yellow. It's going to be a short one.
I'm there already.
But we are halfway through the stint of most people. I reckon we're going to see Team Parker Racing pit under this full course yellow, because they've done 28 laps with Taichi. Everyone else is very much mid-stint, but they are hoping this to be a short, and at the moment nobody is taking advantage of coming into the pits.
No, I think I'm going to see where people are with regard to their lappage.
Well, look, there's a big hole at the moment.
Yeah, but we've got the leader on 16 laps completed. Rick Broiker 16 laps. I'm talking about the field stint. Van Helden 17. Hugo Ellis in the HRT car. He's on 27 laps. So Hugo, yeah, it makes sense for Hugo Ellis to come in.
And he's in.
And he's in indeed.
Snowy.
Snowy.
Tell you that Harry King is standing by to jump into the 666 car, as you predicted. The 127, I think at least one of the MDM cars is coming in. Yeah, in fact, that's right behind me, the 127, in fact, nearly ran me over. That's my fault for standing in the way of it. So they're taking advantage of it. As I said, I think Harry King's, the number 7 S1 Racing is also being prepared. That's in the number 30 HRT Performance is in, having a tear off on the screen.
No, because we're going to go back to green flag racing within a minute. So the leader is at the chicane right now, according to our tracking. Not yet in the pits, but it would be ill-advised to come in because we are back to green flag racing already. So I think he stays out. Let's have a quick look from our camera. Yes, he does. So 48 stays out, as does number 9. So that's our first 2. But HRT put themselves on a different strategy, as they've kind of already been.
Well, he had completed 27 laps.
Yeah.
So it made sense, really.
Yeah.
Because if he'd stayed out, he would have had to have come in 3 laps. So he might as well soak up some of that pit stop whilst everyone's going slower.
But I'm not sure Harry King is yet going to get in the car then, because the 666 hasn't come into the pits, and give it a bit of a wait, I suppose, Snowy?
6 is standing down. That car, the tyres going back. Now, I say that the tyres have just been stacked up and going back into the back of the garage. That's a number 30 HRT just leaving here behind me. Harry King is now reappearing on the apron, and the tyres have now been brought forward again. Now, in fact, now they are changing mind again, so that car wasn't going to take advantage of it, ill-advised, as you said. They all went back in again. It's like Fred Carno circus here, and now Team Parker 666 are bringing that car, all that crew, back out to the front again, and Harry is ready to take over that car.
And Taichi is in pit lane, unbelievably. So they are pitting early. I suppose it doesn't matter a great deal, considering what we've got strategy-wise. We don't really care too much about 35 or 127, because they are at the tail of the field and have had maladies. The 3 coming back out as well, which is down in 20th position. But definitely a green flag stop for 666. Team Parker Racing had a little bit of luck, but they've had a lot of not luck.
They've had a lot of very bad luck, haven't they? This is where we optimize the car, though. You're plugging in a bit of a superstar in the world of Porsche Cup. Harry King now being put in. Has he got enough time to finish this race without changing driver? Are they gonna?
He's got 2 hours to.
He's got over 2 hours. 2 minutes and 43 before we get a straight 2 hours to go.
What's the driver time?
Yeah.
On their car.
While you check that out, Ben, we were following Marcus Wolf, Marcus Kajak. Kajak has now pulled just under 2 seconds to Lucas Wolf.
So King's done 2 hours and 14 at the moment. And is he under the regulations that you can do? Are they Pro-Am or Pro? They're Pro, aren't they?
Team Parker.
Yeah. So the maximum 5 hours. So he is able to go to the end now.
Right. So we're going to have a great race here. The youngster Marcus Kajak is about to take that position from the Team Parker car. I would suggest it might be a bit touch and go, actually, whether he does get around whilst that car remains on pit lane. He will then move up to 7th.
It's just come across the line now, so as you say, it is going to be pretty tight, because I can hear the 666 rolling down pit lane, and that is going to be an interesting little battle for Marcus.
Yeah, he's got to come all the way around to get the position, though, hasn't he?
He's a whole lap back.
Yes, he's a whole lap back now. Harry King out, so Harry King comes out track position-wise. The car behind him is in front of him, if that makes sense. The pro class battle here. Off the podium though, it's 5th and 6th in the pro class, 7th and 8th overall. Let's head down to Snowy. What you got, Peter?
Stuart Parker himself just asked me, "Are you going to leave Harry until the end?" And he just looked at me and just went, That was it, done. So yeah, he's definitely staying until the end.
That would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? If you were Stuart Parker, would you have done the same, Snowy?
Yeah, absolutely. I just couldn't afford to pay Harry's wages.
So he's got Sebastian Framer in the number 30 HRT ahead. Still owes us one pit stop. Everybody pitting right now does. And I think everybody owes us another either 2 pit stops or 1.
Oh yeah, no one can go full 2 hours.
No.
Yeah, now Nick worked that out actually.
And we're not even going to get, with those that have pitted 18 laps ago, they've still got, they could do, hang on, 18 laps, they could do another 15 laps maximum. Is that correct maths? I think it is. So 15 laps at 2 minutes 20 a lap is for, get my calculator out. But it might be close actually if they can stretch it. 2 minutes and 20 seconds times by 15 is 2,100 seconds divided by 60 is 35 laps. So they are 2 laps away from making it on 1 pit stop.
That's a fuel save. Two laps at Spa is I think that's a tough fuel save too far. They're going to need, unless they get a full course caution.
So GP Elite, I reckon GP Elite can do that. They've only done 15 laps.
We have had a change for position for 7th. Marcus Kajak has gone ahead of Harry King.
Did I do that right?
So I'm not sure how. Looking at the tracker, that was not really a viable thing there. The
sorry, I correct myself. It's not 33 laps, it's 33 minutes. It's 33 minutes from
33 minutes,
now,
right.
That they would need before they.
All right, so that's about
pitted.
That's about 14, 15 laps.
Yeah.
Kajak has gone through ahead of Harry King that time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right on the tail. And in fact, he's pulling away. According to the tracker, he's not pulling away on real life, though. I'm looking at the tracker there, and there they are in front of us with Harry King. Absolutely. Now, Marcus Kajak is going to learn a lot here. He's got Harry King, one of the best Porsche Carrera Cup drivers in the world.
Going down the inside of him.
Inside at double gauche. Very brave. Very, very brave. You've got to know what you're doing there. And Marcus didn't really put up a massive fight there. They are both in the pro class, so that's a class position and an overall class, an overall position, I should say.
Last lap from Paul Mayer in the 1:27 was the fastest lap of the race, 2:20.628. So I'm going to say that Paul Mayer might be one of those drivers that will be getting an invite from Porsche. And it might be a driver that he may not have experienced that before. He did not A1 GP, did Super League Formula back in the day. That's probably the highest profile motorsport event that he's raced on. Here he is on board. All elbows and arms and elbows. Got that around the wrong way.
Innes Island's autobiography, All Arms and Elbows.
All arms and elbows, yeah.
That's the car there. That was...
And it's a purple first sector. He's going for another one here.
And the way they used their AM drivers, Ben, we were looking forward to seeing this car being right up there in contention for a podium overall with Tom Coronel and Paul Meyer, who would have been doing pretty much the finishing 3 or 4 hours in this car. We're seeing what's capable of this now with Paul Meyer. 2:20.6 last time by. He's going to be on target for another one of them.
How many laps do you need to do on your average? It's 5 laps for Porsche.
10 laps.
Okay, so he's basically he's been in a couple of laps. He now needs to do a mega 10-lap stint, and actually he could then bring the car back in, couldn't he?
I actually said that in my introduction speech at the driver briefing, which we do for the organisers, and I said, if you have a rubbish race, then why not come in and then use up all those Michelin tyres that you haven't used? And talking about a rubbish race, let's head down to Snowy in the pits.
Fabian Defoe just come out of the number 17 Fulgenzi racing car. You just said to me before we went on, it was tough. How tough? Why?
Yeah,
What's tough about it? You're driving a Porsche around Spa.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's the team asked me to push as much as I can because we can still fight for the podium. So I gave everything that I had to catch with the P3 and 4, I think, something like that. And I saw the red-end car went into the gravel bag, which was pretty good for us because I was catching them.
Stop smiling.
No, but I mean, it's the game, you know, like, and this is how it goes. But for us, it was good. Now Harley is taking the last of the race, so he will finish the race, and I think he will do a great job. So yeah.
But they only asked you to drive the car on Wednesday, didn't they?
Yeah, I got a call on Wednesday, and I live nearby, so they say, "Are you available?" I'm like, "I'm always available." As you say, to drive a Porsche on Spa, you're always available. And yeah, it was a very last-minute plan, but very happy to be here.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing what happens with Harley. Thank you, Fabian.
2:20.38 from Paul Meyer. That's 2 fastest laps of the race. He is absolutely hustling, and I wonder whether Joe Bradley has given him an idea here, and they've set that car up to be a little bit faster for a little bit shorter time. So they're now you're not trying to do a full 33-lap stint. They've pressured the tyres to do 10 laps. They've fueled the car to do 10 laps. And this is an opportunity for Meyer to go and show off at Porsche. They don't have anything else to race for. They're down in 23rd position, 20 laps behind Hans Weiss Motorsport.
Sorry, if he can do 10 laps in the 220s, he's going to win that prize.
Oh, yeah.
He's just done a quicker one, 220. He's still in the 220s. 220.3 was his last time by.
That's not just his fastest lap of the race, that's the fastest lap of the race.
Of the race, fastest lap of the race, not his fastest lap of the whole race.
And Harry King did a 20.9, so he's half a second faster than Harry King. Sebastian Freimert also, we're in that golden hour, aren't we? We always talk about it at Le Mans, when the sun starts to go down, the temperature of the day gets cooler, but the track's nicely rubbered in. And it's working for Sebastian Freimert, for Harry King, for Hans Weiss, who's also set the fastest lap of his race, and Paul Meyer going for another end of a lap. What's it going to be this time? 2:20.3 is the fastest lap of the race, and he crosses the beam 2:20.6.
Yeah.
Still in there.
Still in the 220s. The golden hour, the track has not got the sun shining on it. The track begins to cool off. The tyres like it better. But more importantly, the air becomes thicker. There is more oxygen in the air. The engines love that. You get a little bit more power. Everything just works well. The engine's running a little bit cooler in the cooler air. And that's why we call it the golden hour, because if you're going to set the fastest laps of this race, it's going to be in this period now. And we've got another hour or so. In fact, it's let me tell you when the sun is actually going to go down. It is going to go down in about 20 minutes time. So sunset is 20 minutes. There's still going to be an element of light coming from the sky, though, but it does get dark very quickly here, and that's because of the terrain. The sun disappears behind the trees and the hills, and it may be on the far horizon, but we're shielded from that because of the terrain. So it will get dark very, very quickly. And we've got the awesome sight here of just what we thought was kind of a little bit of tongue-in-cheek about going for the prize. The prize we're talking about is a Porsche prize that's been put up for this event, and it's the quickest 10-lap average by a driver throughout the race. That's from lap 1 all the way to the checkered flag. The 10-lap average fastest lap times. And already we've had 3 laps, at least 3 laps off the belt by Paul Meyer in the number 127. The car's 23rd overall. It had that stone in the throttle mechanism that jammed the the butterfly mechanism couldn't get any throttle. The car went into limp mode, it shut itself down. Tom Coronel got a tow back to the pits. And now we have nothing to lose but to go for that prize.
Slightly slower this lap, whilst Joe Warhurst and Hans Weiss still doing green laps. Again, they're in 21st, 22nd position, so this is all the cars at the tail end of the field. And actually, Joe has the leader, Tobias Müller, up his tailpipes. So maybe worth just letting him pass. Actually, he's had a very slow middle sector on this one, so slight mistake perhaps from Joe, whilst he's got the leaders behind him. But worth letting the leader pass and then following him, knowing how fast Tobias Müller has been. But that is a guy who can't really go for that time. He's a very, very fast racer. Drives for this team for Lush, who is a Luxembourg automobile specialist. He himself is not from Luxembourg, so it is a legitimate sponsorship deal, and uses it at the Nordschleife. But because he's leading the race, you can't really risk him going out and doing 10 bang fast laps, can you?
No, he's just got to. I mean, remember, it's the first 10 fastest average lap times.
But so if you've got people doing it specifically, and Paul Mayer's just done a 20.6.
Wow, that's 2 20.6s off the belt.
Yeah, then it takes away the opportunity for those that are trying to win the race.
Well, it was came to my mind straight away. Of like, you know, if all else fails, go for the test in the new car. And it's the GT3R, remember. It's the next step up from this level of Carrera Cup 992s. A little bit more aero, a little bit more performance.
Yeah, because the 991 is still a regulation GT3 car until the end of this year.
That's right, yeah.
So you can race it if you want to in any GT3 homologated series, but until and it's been homologated since 2016. So it's but now with the new version, you'll be able to race the GT3 car that you can race this year in SRO GT races, but you would, but there's a new one that will supersede it. And so those two will be sort of legal tender, let's say. And the 991 drops out of being an SRO GT3 car, which means it can join GT3 Legends. And everyone, you can just go and enter Peter Auto and do GT Legends racing.
Some fantastic tracks as well. Again, follow that. It's after you've watched this, why not look on YouTube and get the Peter Auto event, the classic event at Paul Ricard this weekend. Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott, your commentary team there. And if any pairing had a life full of anecdotal motorsport tales, it's those two characters, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, you thought our commentary was entertaining.
Yes,
go and have a listen to that.
Absolutely. Go and have a listen to Marriott. Marriott just blows my mind every time. And Bruce, of course, former editor of Autosport magazine, back when it was a proper magazine, has got a plethora of anecdotes and very entertaining. I'm certainly going to be watching that sometime this week when I'm lounging about.
A big wiggle or a mistake or traffic for Paul Mayer on the last lap, a 2:26.9, so 6 seconds slower than the previous lap. So I'm going to say that was big traffic or big wiggle. Meanwhile, Harley Horton is now setting the timing screen light, a 21.1 for Horton in the Fulgenzi number 17.
And it's incredible, isn't it? These cars have been running for over 10 hours now. And even so, they are putting in their prime laps now. The fastest laps of the whole race, the fastest sector times that we've seen since the very start this morning.
And what's interesting is Harry King is in 22.2s. So he is, I think, running a car that needs to do a full stint, whereas I'm not entirely sure Paul Meyer is. And I say that because Harry's, you know, when you're trying to get from lap 1 to lap 33, you can't push 100% every lap because you'll use the tyre up in a different way than if you're doing 3 laps of qualifying.
And Paul, of course, can come in if they've got any tyres left, which I suspect they may have for the number 127. MDM Motorsport will just bolt on another set of Michelins and ensure that, you know, their driver can continue in the 2:20 minute, 2 minutes 20 seconds lap average. Certainly on target for that. Tobias Muller pulled out 30, almost 35 seconds to Rick Breukers. 23.7s for the leading car there, the number 48. The red camel car, 2:25.2 last time by for Rick. And on target, another 1 hour 45, but certainly these two on target to repeat their podium place from last year. Remember, the red camel car finished on the 3rd step of the podium for the inaugural Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. The winning team, though, 48 Lush Motorsport, with only Tobias Muller in the driver lineup last year, had a very strong driver team. They've had a very, very strong driver team, obviously, in this one as well. And they've had a very good run here. 2:23.2 is a very, very strong lap for that car. With a... Now, I think that's wrong because I inadvertently came out of there, so I've totally ruined that for us.
Yeah, and I for some reason missed the first 25 laps, which of course Paul Meyer was in the car in the first stint, leading the race, and was out front, if you remember. Track was relatively green back then, but I wondered what lap times he was doing back then, because of course he's now got 4 laps on the board in the 120, 5 laps on the board on the 120s, and I wondered whether he had others in the 120s.
Yes,
in
220s.
Stint A.
Yeah, 220s.
220s, yeah.
Yeah, good point. And there's been, you know, we've got other cars that are in contention for that Porsche prize. Just to remind everybody, what we're talking about is Porsche have put up a prize for a free test in the new 992 GT3R. And it will go to the top 4 drivers with the fastest 10-lap average from throughout the race. So you take your 10 fastest laps for every driver and you average them out, and the top 4 drivers will get that. The next 4 drivers from 5th down to 8th will get a Dead Weissek on the GT3R sim. And it'll be, I'd like to think it'll be a bit higher end than maybe a Go on iRacing.
Harry King has only got 2 laps in the 220s to his name. Stint 5 and Stint 6 was when he was out there on circuit, and it was pretty slow back then because he was doing 222s and 223s, and so he's got a 220 to his name on this stint, but he's only got 2 laps which are both 220.9s. So you compare that to what Paul Meyer's done, and it's been another slow lap for him last time by. But you know, they're sort of different classes, really. What about Dylan Pereira's fast laps?
Yeah, because he was absolutely on it in this 48, wasn't he? He's got to be in contention for that prize as well. Some of the fastest drivers here. Rick Breukers as well hasn't been too far off. Even Luke Breukers been lapping very, very consistently quick.
The difficult thing is the track was, I think it highly depends on when you go out on circuit, because it seems right in the middle of the race. You know, Dylan Pereira's second stint, Stint 7, he was barely in the 22s back then. Certainly doesn't have, and actually Dylan Pereira doesn't have a 20 to his name. He barely has a 21 to his name.
Yeah, he was consistently in the 222s.
Yeah.
And we remarked on that very thing, the fact that he was so consistently in that margin. 222, 222. Just kept reeling them off.
So it's that prize is sort of, you've definitely got a plan for it. You've got to have your team play the game with you, and you've got to say, right, when is the track going to be at its best for us to do this, and how can we do this in the best possible fashion? And I think when it comes to MDM, they've absolutely worked it well with getting Paul out there now, good conditions on track. Maybe they've set the car up slightly differently, I'm not entirely sure, but it is working very well. Here in 3rd position is Bart van Helden, very safely in third spot right now. He's nearly 3 minutes behind Rick Breukers, but a minute ahead of Marc Guillot. And big gaps really forming across the board now. Marcus Kajak is only 10 seconds back from Harry King. Yeah. After 8 laps, he's really only lost a second a lap.
Yeah.
Which is not bad. Yeah. How much does that reflect on King's pace? I'm not sure, because I think he can go faster. And how much is Kajak absolutely flat out and pushing? But that is one of the closer gaps that we've got out on circuit right now.
Marc Guillot in the 4th place, Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. He is first in the AM Silvers, leading the class by a considerable margin. He's completed 237 laps. 2 laps behind is the Lucas Wolf, number 992, in 9th place overall. He's second in the AM Silvers. And then a full over a minute is Charles Volzman in the GP Elite car, 3rd in the AM Silver class. So looking for on target another 1 hour 40 for the 888 numbered car of Marc Guillot. William Frere first in class in the number 121. That is of course the AM Bronze class, which is down in 11th overall, and he has got a lap of, I think he's got a lap lead on Luis Gustavo Barbosa Zanon, to give them his full name, the Denim Motorsport by Black Falcon. That's the Brazilian car, isn't it?
It is.
123.
All of those Black Falcon cars are actually full of Brazilians. Now, 1 hour and 39 minutes remaining. We've got stint lengths from our top 2 cars of 27 laps. So they can stay out for another, the top 4 cars actually, can stay out for another 6 laps or so. As that is Yip up the inside of Dylan Yip, up the inside of Danny Stoddart for 15th position. That was a change of position, should have got more excited. 27 laps for the top 4 competitors. Expect them in 6 laps time. 6 laps is approximately 15 minutes. So they are not going to be in the window to be able to just do one more stop. But, HRT Performance, Estonia 1 Racing, Team Parker Racing, the next 3, they only owe us 1 more stop. And I think GP Elite also might be able to get away with it, but it's a much tighter stretch for them. All the other cars in the top 10 positions will need to do at least 2 stops. So we have a slight split strategy. And glad to hear that Snowy is still awake.
I don't know if he is.
Oh, hi, Nick.
I passed over to Snowy.
That was what was going on.
Yeah, I went and I had my dinner. No pudding. What's the point? Just saying, Paul Myers coming into the pits. It's just fuel only, so he can continue his attempt to win the free drive or the free test by going back out again. He's not going out of the car again. They're just doing that minute
so
of
that
fuel.
was completely a plan.
And just wait for that minute to tick down. He should leave.
Well, there we go. That's exactly what we thought. He got 5 laps in the 220s, but then the pace was starting to go off. So now, presumably, they fueled that car up to go. Well, if they can fuel it up, they're not going to go to the end, are they? It's going to have to do another. Do you reckon they flew? If they haven't done the tyres, what's the point in just giving it 10 laps of fuel? Because it's not going to go any faster than he's just done.
Well, there's every point. Every lead
the times were really quick right at the start of the race, so he's 5 laps at the start of being fine.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Yeah, top 5.
Say that again, because Nick spoke over me. What did he say?
We reckon that the lap times that he did at the start of the race were good enough. Yeah. So I'm sure he'll know more than we know what his lap times were at the start. So they'll gone right. You need 5 more, mate. Off you go.
Yeah, there you go.
And he's done that.
Hey, Nick,
now,
I'll tell you what, positions. Nick's down there. Nick, can you find out how many sets of Michelins they have left?
What, the
127? The
127. How many sets
have
got?
Well, yeah, because that new set of tyres, five laps on a new set, that's optimising your runs. So low fuel, 5 lap runs.
Well, he's just come in and not...
Well, he's coming to the pits, he's refueled it now, so but he kept the tyres on. So basically they've gone here's your glory run. Now we're filling you up, and we'll run another hour and 20 minutes, and then do a splash and dash and put someone else.
Just remind Tom Coronel what I said in the driver.
There was a fight going on between some children in the garage at the moment.
Sorry?
There's some children having a bit of a fight at the moment. No, play fight. Right. They're not, you know, like it's outside a pub on a Friday evening, but.
Well, Nick, save yourself, because in about 10 minutes' time, it's going to get busy, I think.
I will save myself. I invest in myself, actually, like awful, you know, boss bros.
You are still on air, amazingly enough. I was wondering if the sound engineer might have just faded you out, but
no one faded me in the corner.
You are still there. Nice to have Nick with us for the last 90 minutes of this second edition of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup.
Next hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, Snowy will be doing the end. Nick's going to be doing the podium, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
So for an hour we have Nick, and then we will have Snowy in to take us to the flag.
There's no restrictions on our strategy, although actually, fair enough, there was a stipulation. I had a rule book of our strategy that I needed to present to Nick when he presented our strategy yesterday. And,
you did. You changed the strategy, yeah.
I didn't change the strategy. I just presented him some rules to adhere to, which hadn't been adhered to before, and they
so
did.
So you forced him into changing the strategy?
No, well, yeah.
By showing him the rules?
Did I force him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe.
There is the sun going down. It is 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and sunset officially is 11 minutes. So we've got 2 more minutes to see that sun disappear over that horizon.
I've seen people commentate on umbrellas before, so.
Umbrellas?
Yeah, we should commentate on the sun going down.
No, there's plenty to focus on. I tell you what, all right, the golden hour is about to escape us, isn't it? Because when it gets dark.
You say that, but you know at Le Mans,
in the dark, the lap times come, and I think we're going to see the same here.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we might do.
Well, I suppose, you know what? Top 3 are going to get brand new. Yes, they're going to have a full tank, but they're going to get brand new set of tyres in 10 minutes.
You're not going to hang it out there. As I say that, did you see how Tobias Muller has just gone through Blanchimont?
That's because his tyres are dead.
He's just got the car all the way off the track to the right, not quite incurring track limits, left barely the left-hand wheels on the track.
My theory about track limits is that we didn't have the stewards monitoring the track limits today, or we only had one monitoring all 4 zones, because this place is usually hell for track limits. And
yeah, I know.
Bing, 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 bing.
Every corner just urges you to let it breathe.
The Eurocup guys in the single-seater race, their live timing screen had a little track limit thing come up every time they went off track in that sector. And we had rain on their race 1, and they all fell off or went off the circuit at Eau Rouge. And the light, the timing screen lit up with track limit. And they had a page that was just listing all the track limits, and there was loads of them. And it's as though we are racing in the most well-behaved race ever today. 12 hours and not a single penalty for track limits. There've been a few.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's not a single penalty.
Yeah.
If we refresh the penalties page, there's been quite a few. And I look at that, the 23 car not respecting track limits, a warning.
Yeah, but
there's been a lot of warnings, yes. And talking of warnings, let's head down to Nick Damon.
Dragging my feet, the Dreams Drive, the 333 car has stopped, and they are doing a full service, obviously. It's tyres and driver change. That will see the very exciting Matthias Kajik get out, and it looks like I think it's Kajik Sixnellis who's getting in. We've just seen a couple other cars are coming through as well on the Baz Coutin machines. I look to my left, here come 2 more. So we're always about an hour and 10 minutes since the last big stop. The 56 machine and the 25, so 3rd place. The Van Berlo Baz Coutin machine hits its marks as well. And the pit lane suddenly, from being completely empty, is now awash with Porsches. There's at least 7. So the top 2 aren't in so far. I'm not sure when they're going to hit the marks. But everyone else has come in. There is 1 hour and 32 minutes, 31 minutes to go, so they will need a splash, which you can't, of course, do, as we said. So they're all hoping for a bit of yellow to come in again.
Yeah, maybe that's it. You just hope for a safety car to get you to the end.
Yeah, well, all you can do is fuel the car, send it on its way, and pray for the pray to the safety car gods. You can't, you know, you can't kind of manipulate the situation unless you are certain people at Renault Formula One back in 2000 whenever. What year was that, Nick? 2008.
Capacity of the Porsche is what?
32, 33 laps.
No, how many
I think it's 110 litres.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I want to know, Nick, what the difference is between this and a KZ.
So, we spoke to you on the grid, and I think that's you got out the car now. How was your second ever car race?
It was good. I like it. It's a bit difficult, first time endurance race. And yeah, for sure, physically it's tough.
So, I mean, and this Ben says, how different is it from racing a KZ kart to going into a Porsche Carrera Cup car?
Both the categories are so different. Let's say I'm used to KZ, so it's a bit easier there. But I think also here, a couple of races, and it takes time to get used to it.
Things we noticed, you say this is your second ever car race, but you come in here with a silver ranking. Do you know why that is? I would have thought you come with a bronze ranking. Why are you a silver so soon?
I think it's because the European Championship, I finished second in the KZ2 category, so maybe because of this.
So what's the plan now? Are you permanently now a circuit racer and karting's gone, or are you going to mix the two? Or
hopefully mix the two, because right now this is the last car race for this year, and then it's back to karting again, World Championship, stuff like this, and then next year we see.
And what's your aim? I mean, you know, where would you like to see your career going in 5 or 10 years' time?
The dream of mine is to be a Porsche factory driver in the future, but it takes a lot of work. And
you've started the right way. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nick, I want to know what the difference between a KZ car, driving a KZ car physically, to a Porsche Cup car. Just ask him, and then you can relay what he says, because I'm intrigued as to just the differences which we perceive that we know, but there's only one guy can tell us, and that's Marcus Kajak.
I once raced with Jack Clark in a lawnmower race, 12-hour lawnmower race, and 2 weekends before he'd done the 24 hours of Spa in a Ferrari. And I said, what's the difference? Which is harder? And he said, 24-hour race at Spa, it's like sitting on your couch. Everything fits you and it feels really comfy. 12 hours on a lawnmower, way, way harder. And I imagine a KZ kart fits in the lawnmower category more than it does.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
In a lounge.
Yeah. I've done a lawnmower race, and you have to drive those little tractor things like you're on a motorcycle.
And the whole body's working, and same in karting. You have to move your body to make the chassis around you work, whereas in this, you're sitting there, and really the only thing that's moving is your arms and your feet.
Yes, Nick, go ahead, because we've got the leaders in, haven't we?
Marcus, and I said, what's the key difference between the KZ and the Porsche? He said the Porsche's much hotter than the Porsche.
Yeah, nice.
And he also said the compression's really weird. So you go from the bottom to the top of the hill, the compression, he's not used to the compression part of things. He's used to the left and right and all the shaking about, but not the compression.
Yeah, and the suspension movement as well, of course, you know, the compression of the suspension. We've got the leaders as well.
I know, I'm walking down to it now. You know, obviously, after you decided to send me on a specific mission, you know, I'm missing the penultimate pit stop of the leader, whose clock is counting down to 6 seconds before they can leave for the fuel. I assume they've done a driver change. I mean, you can see that Seb's there. So about to leaves. Oh, it left on 1 to me. Or it could be 1 second, I don't know.
And we've got Rick Breukers in also at the far end.
Yeah, but they're the other way. That's a long walk the other way.
We can also see that from our other camera. So first 2 in the pits, 45 seconds the gap pre-pit stop, but Rick is the fastest driver in the black camel? The red camel car. What was it?
Black Falcon.
Red camel.
Thank you.
Red Falcon. Black
Red
camel.
Ant.
Red Ant, yes.
Dylan Pereira's gone back in the 48, so oh my Lord Eliza. Yeah.
Who's out in the red camel car?
Not Lord Eliza.
No. Rick Breukers has been the driver that's chasing down the leader. and there's just not been enough pace in that car. You can appreciate, can't you, the Red Camel Jordan's NL. That car, if it was capable, Rick Breukers would be absolutely catching him.
Is Rick going to stay in there? He can.
Can't.
He's got enough. He's got enough drive time because it's all free for a pro driver. Sorry, 5 hours. Let's go down to Nick.
And just fresh, looking ridiculously fresh out of the Tourist Baz Muller. Really, this race, I know there's a bit to go, but up to this point has gone brilliantly for your team, hasn't it?
I mean, at this point, we have now run for 10 hours and or 11 hours. I mean, we have a strong pace, and we was blocked about a bit of the safety car phases, and yeah, we are going a good pace, and yeah, hopefully we win it again.
Were you absolutely pushing 100%, or were you running to a time in that last stint?
I mean, you have to watch out for the penalties in case of track limits. So we have a margin, of course, definitely, but I mean, we have strong competitors like Red Camel and so on. They're going also a strong pace, so we have to watch out.
You're the only member from the team that won last year in the 48 car. How does the team for this year get put together? How did you choose who was going to be your teammates?
I mean, it was a decision of us all, and yeah, I mean that are a few things, and I'm happy with my teammates now. I mean, they're doing a really good job. The team is really doing a really good job, and yeah, I mean, at the end it's a package who have to work, and I mean, it's perfectly.
Great stuff, thank you very much indeed. So fresh out of the 48 car, it's Tobias Muller, and he has given away his seat to Dylan Pereira, who can run to the end.
So Nick was correct in that Rick Breukers' drive time. He's just under 3 hours, and he can do 5, but oh no, hang on, what am I talking about? No, he could stay into the end, but they put Luke in anyway. 2 hours in any one stint. Yeah, okay. That's not stipulated, I'm not sure. I didn't read that. In Creventic it is, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Either way, Luke Breukers is in the car. Dylan Pereira is in the 48. The gap was 45 seconds, and logic suggests that it will grow, although it's down to 41 because Red Camels were 7 seconds faster in the pits. We are still due a pit stop soon from the 14, and it's going to be interesting when that 14 car comes into the pits, because they're on lap 30. If they can stretch it another 2-3 laps, if they can get to 33, then they might be that last pit stop for them. They'll be stretching and stretching to the end.
Yeah.
Everybody else owes us one more stop. Do they still owe us 2? That will be the question. It's very, very tight for them. Nine and Elf have also managed to get it right, so they only owe us 1, but they're down in 18th position.
By doing what you've just suggested there, Ben, that could get them onto the same lap as the class leader. They're currently second in the Am Silver, and leading Am Silver, just a lap ahead of them, is the Sebleju Racing entry, the 888 numbered car, currently 6th overall. So if they can do that and gain a pit stop on the car ahead of them, that will put them onto that lap.
There is the Sebleju Racing car of Louis Perrault, and he's on a bit of a mission because he needs to get past Robin. No, he's already done that, sorry. So he's up now ahead of Robin Knutson in the Estonia 1 car into 5th position. It doesn't change much in terms of class, but that was what we were sort of watching, but didn't quite realise we were watching. And they're being pursued by Harry King as well.
Yeah. Seeing what sort of lap times Harry's producing. Last time by 2:23 dead. So just dipping into the 22s. It's going to be a big ask for Harry to gain a lap, get himself on that potential podium for Pro.
Wiggle on from Louis Perrault coming out of La Source, got the rears sliding around, and he desperately is pushing, trying to maximise this time in the car. Sure why we're hearing music in our ears.
It's the ambient from the paddock.
Is it?
The PA music.
I was having a great time.
Yeah. It's
4.5 seconds separates Glenn Van Berlo from Sebastian Freimut in third, the battle for third position. So that's Van Berlo losing a spot and Freimut gaining a spot, but Van Berlo is the faster of the two. We'll have to watch out for that as we go back down to Nick.
With Rick Broikers, who's trying to avoid tripping over a power. I fell over one of those guns in Misano and had a bruise in my foot for a fortnight. It's almost there, but you're just not quite fast enough compared to the 48, are you?
No, we're lacking a bit of speed. I mean, it was really fun to drive, but we have a lot of problems with the front left. So we seem to have like a dynamic camber. Every corner the camber is different. And we have a lot of trouble turning into the right-hand side. We have a lot of understeer. So something is not right. Maybe it has to do with the crash that we had in Misano. But the steering wheel is like to the left or to the right. Every lap is different. So it's really tough, and it's quite a shame because I think we could have had a good pace.
Has this just developed during the race, or has it been there from the start?
It's been there from the start, but it's now much worse. So it seems to be getting worse every lap, and I hope we can finish the race. I do think so, but yeah, we're losing a lot of speed, especially in the right-hand corners.
But you're not seeing any uneven tyre wear or anything?
I haven't checked the tires myself personally, but we know that there is a problem, so I don't think the team is really checking the tires. So we're just hoping to finish the race.
I mean, on a more positive note, the car has run well, and you've managed to keep up, and the drivers have all rotated through with no real errors.
Yeah, I think we have chosen the right strategy. We have been lucky with a few full course shallows. Luc, Fabian, and Ivo also did a great job in their stint. So we changed the brakes at the right time under the full course shallow. So I think all of that together makes us being in the position that we are.
Well done, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Interesting to hear that the Red Camels Red Camel Jordans.nl team are effectively crossing all their fingers and toes for that car to get them to the finish with that handling issue. Something that he said might hark back to the hit that it took in Misano. Interesting. That car has ran at Paul Ricard since Misano, hasn't it?
Dynamic camber.
Yes, he said he's got dynamic camber.
That feels as though
the camber's changing. I mean, you've heard of doing a set up. Were you aware of doing a set down? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
you set the car up on the the corner weights and the camber settings and stuff. After a run, you do what's called a set down, and you measure the car again, and you see what differences the car has picked up.
Okay.
And certainly when we were running S2000 spec production-based touring cars, the uprights, the suspension components were production suspension components that could have a little bit of add-on design, like webbing between the angles of and it was the difference between your starting setup and your finishing setup was sometimes quite considerable, depending on how hard your drivers were hitting the curbs, and that's kind of what they're probably feeling. That after a 1 hour Carrera Cup race, or even less, 45 minutes, isn't it? You would bring the car in, you would check the settings and find that things have moved. Well, we haven't had a chance to do that. We've been going since early this morning, 9:45 this race started, and we are picking up little nuances, little bit of variation on the toe angles, the camber angles. Dynamic camber is how Rick described that, and he can feel that as a driver. You can feel the car beginning to become a little bit trickier to drive. The angle of the steering wheel, he said, is something as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Watching on circuit, third position, Sebastian Freimut, getting through some slower cars because Glenn Van Berlo is chasing him down. Van Berlo is the fourth car in this little four-car queue. So he's got two cars now between himself and Freimut, but he was the faster. Now, the question is, was he the faster because Freimut was in traffic, or is he the faster car and therefore is able to get that third position overall back. It's not going to change anything for classes because Van Berlo is miles ahead of the second in Pro-Am, which is the speed lover car down in 21st position. So they're definitely going to win the Pro-Am category. But the question is whether they can get themselves third overall down the inside of one of the traffic cars. And I have to say, Framer is being hassled there by the traffic. So Framer's the first car, but who is the second car? Second car is, I think, either Hunkavori. No, it's Palette. Oh no, it's Palette. So and again, it's a really fast Stephen Palette in the 24. In the pits is the 14 car with 1 hour and 15 minutes remaining. Nick, is that enough to stretch to the end of the race?
They don't need to make another stop. They will have no problems doing an hour and 17 minutes, adding a couple of minutes on for the extra lap. To my right, the 127 comes in again. So that's the MDM. I'm not sure they're going to change out Paul Meyer and put somebody else in the car. Just keep an eye on that one. Well, Meyer's opened the door. Very little activity around that car, because obviously not really in competition against anything against the clock. The GP Elite car still fueling up. I think they changed driver. So I think was it Charles Volsman the car at that point? Was it Peter? Yeah. So I think he's got out, and they are away, but they can get to the end. Paul Meyer's got out as well. I'm not totally sure they're going to go back out again in that MDM car. They're not in any rush. I take it they're many laps behind the next car, taking tyres off, leaving it up on the jacks. Perhaps they're just going to do a couple laps at the end.
They're 10 laps behind the next car in 26th place. They are a considerable over 26 laps behind the next car in class, which is the speed lover car.
Oh no!
I'll find out what's going with that, because obviously something's happened, because Ben seems very upset about something.
Yeah, because Stephen Palette has just dived down the inside of Framer. He's a lap or two, or maybe 3 laps behind Sebastian Framer. He's got himself ahead of Framer, and what he's done is basically thrown Framer into the clutches of Van Berlo.
Well, he's got his own race to race, of course.
No, absolutely. But they don't seem massively different in pace, so they're sort of squabbling.
He's been very quick, has that lad.
Yeah.
He's been the bane of some of the quicker drivers' life, because yes, they've been slightly quicker than Stephen Palette. Redan put out a great car, and he's been very hard to pass, and very hard to pass. He's gone past the car ahead of him. And
this is a mighty
this is coming together. This is coming together, and this will put a Pro-Am car on the overall podium.
Van Berlo doing an absolutely brilliant job. Nick?
I've just been, Tom Coronel just hopping into the MDM car. As he hopped in, he beckoned me to come and see something, and it's a big red mark saying, or red light on the dashboard saying, "Warn, steering." So I'm not quite sure what the warning about the steering is. What they have actually done, they haven't done brakes. They've done a very small, what looked like rear camber change on the tyres. So there's a warning light. Tom Coronel's getting in the car anyway. Obviously off to be a hero. Did he want to do 10 fast laps and get a free test in a GT3R?
Are you in a position to ask him, Nick?
He's in now, but he wanted to show me there's a steering warning. I don't know whether that's important or not. I don't know. I wonder whether it's sitting there not moving. It's always got a steering warning. They haven't put much fuel in. Are they going to do it now? They've got round to put the fuel in now. It's like, should we put some fuel in?
Ask them what they've done to the rear end. Have they tweaked the camber to give it a bit more aggressive camber?
They're on the little small spanners.
Yeah. Well, it might be a damper change.
Might be. Don't know. I'll find out later. I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen on this stop here. They are put the fuel. They're fueling him up to the end. I think Tom's finally going to get to drive the car, and I'll go and find out what the spanners are about.
Framer is really under pressure from Glenn Van Berlo. There is half a car's length between the two of them through the first part of the Fanyers. Now they come through the second part. When it's dark like this, you can see all the dirt and grub that's being kicked up by the car in front into the car behind. There'll be splattering of gravel into the face of Glenn Van Berlo like he's on a rallycross track. The gravel rattling around underneath the car and in the wheel arches. but he is putting in a stellar performance here. Slightly different tyre length, life between the two of them. Fremont's got tyres that are over 10 laps later, older. God, words, than Van Berlo's. So Van Berlo with a slightly younger tyres, and he did go for a dive there, and is that the change?
Yeah, he's got him. He's got him into the chicane. They come out of the chicane here. We will see a change for third place overall, and we will have a Pro-Am class car onto the overall podium, as Glenn Van Berlo now has made that happen as they cross the line to continue. Let's head back down to the pit lane as Nick Damon has found out something that we wanted to hear.
No, I'm with Paul Meyer. Paul, you went out, you put on some fresh tyres, not too much fuel. Was that basically an attempt to win the prize of the GT3 test?
Yeah, actually at that point I was still quickest, also average. But just to be sure, we thought we'd give it one more go. Half a tank, new tires, and just had a good few laps. And of course it's a good prize to win with the Manthey team with the GT3, and of course I want to win it. But in the end the car was not feeling like it was before, so yeah, let's see if it's enough. It's
Well, you put Tom Coronel on a fresh set of tyres, and so he's got a chance as well. I noticed there was a bit of work going on at the rear right with some spanners. What was the problem?
More setup wise. The car didn't feel that good anymore, so
more camber, or was it dampers?
No, it's just a bit of ride height and things like that. Yeah.
So, I mean, overall, I suppose this has been a very disappointing race, but actually a very good performance by the team and by the drivers.
Yeah, if like I was saying, we have 5 hours of bronze time. We were driving P3, P4 overall, leading the Pro-Am until hour 4 or something, 5. So a big shame, because I think we could have maybe had a big chance on an overall podium and for sure to win in a Pro-Am.
Absolutely. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's definitely right on that one. They were definitely on schedule for an overall podium, no question.
And they were very aware.
They would have had the pace for the 48 Lush team, but they were very much on for a podium.
Very interesting how aware they were of that prize. You know, yes, there's a prize for winning the race, but actually they were really aware of there's other prizes to be won too.
I'd like to take some responsibility for pointing that out.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And I did use a word that was very similar to a rubbish race. Why don't you consider that? And of course, which driver in the team are you going to give the new tyres to and the fuel to, you know, or the lack of fuel thereof, and have some qualifying runs.
So and Tom's already got his excuses in for not being able to get into the top 10.
Steering issue.
He's pointed to Nick and said, look, I'm going to go out with no power steering.
Yeah,
I'm going to be a hero.
Hurl it round. Yeah. But a little tweak, a little setup tweak, no doubt, to try to manipulate some performance, get a bit better traction out of the slower corners, no doubt. Give it a bit of a tweak on the camber. That's pretty much where you'll get that. As we'll monitor Tom Coronel. The battle for third that we saw has gone out to 1.1 seconds now. Sebastian Fremont just not being able to hang on to the Van Berlo car.
Well, it's interesting because Fremont was very fast.
He's very fast.
Against Harry King, remember?
But remember, he's on a 23-lap tyre life, whereas Glenn Van Berlo's, he's only done 9 laps. So twice the amount of running. So relatively fresh tyres on the Van Berlo car.
Worth saying that now, if anyone needs to come into the pits, the opportunity is there. The clock below the 1:17-hour mark that was kind of the crucial point, and we will have pit stops from pretty much all of our top competitors down to, I think, who doesn't owe us a pit stop? GP Elite for sure. Is that right? Yeah, GP Elite don't owe us a pit stop. I think everybody else now does.
Yeah, it was GP Elite, wasn't it? I'm going to see if I can get some kind of idea of the strategy overview.
So GP Elite have done only 2 laps, but again, the confusing thing is they put on a tyre that's done 7 laps already, so my graphic is confusing me. But so they don't owe us a stop. Everybody else does. But everybody else has got the flexibility of to when they do it, because some HRT have got 23 laps on their tyres. Harry King has 23 laps on his tyres, even though his stint is, surely his stint is shorter than that. No, Harry King's been out for 22 laps.
Yeah, I've got him on 22.
Yeah. Yukon Kavori with 10. Our top 3 with 10. Dylan Pereira leads this race by nearly a minute now over Luke Breukers. Gap to Glenn Bamberlo, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So that's 1 lap and 20 odd seconds. So let's go on board now with Luke Breukers and see just how hard it is in the night. And I'm amazed at how bad those lights are. I think there must be a problem either with our camera or the lights in terms of the way it's pointing, because he's got absolutely no illumination whatsoever.
Yeah, surely that's got to be better in real life than via.
I mean, where's the apex? You can't see now. You can see the apex. They haven't got like night lights on the car, have they? And I did notice that there were some cars that had 4 spots on the Porsches down the middle, whereas others were just on the outside, just the normal racing lights. But this is this does not seem as though there's very much visibility here, and sometimes the camera doesn't show you exactly what your eyes sees, and Luke Breukers' eyes will be working better than the camera's iris, but look, you can't see anything. Can't see anything. There is the white lines on the left and the right, but you really can't pick out the apexes until the very last minute. And it's working with feel, isn't it? And, you know, when we do the 24-hour race here for the Spa 24 hours, then we have illuminated curbs. There are little things they put in the curbs to show where the apexes are. They still also exist on the 24-hour Fun Cup, 25-hour Fun Cup race. But because we're only doing an hour in the night, not necessary. Illuminated light boards flashing, so quite easy to see if the marshals put out yellow flags or blue flags or whatever. But I have a feeling, I was thinking about this earlier, and Nick will be able to identify it when we come into the pits next time. There are some cars that have 4 little holes along the front bumper, and those are lights, and there are others that don't. And I'm not sure Red Camel here have got particularly strong lights. Yes.
So have you handed down to me? Sorry. Yeah, so I'm actually watching, about 2/3 the car has, or perhaps even 3/4 the car has those 4 lower front bumper lights. A few do not. I don't know whether there's 3 cars in a row coming over who haven't got them. Can't see one that's Red Camel, so it's kind of a mix of. Have Red Camel just gone across the line? Yeah, they've got the 4 lights in the O2. Yeah, so there's about 60% have this little light bar at the bottom, and where the bumper is, with 4 spots on it, 4 LED spots. And they all obviously have the ordinary running lights, we call headlights. But it's obviously not mandatory, and so some cars are doing without those central light bars.
Yeah, and I think actually the camera in the Red Camel's car is not operating as other cars. So we're on board with Tom Coronel now, and he's, in theory, according to the camera that it's got in his car, got way more visibility. So I think it's just that the RS is not set up fantastically well for night in the Breukers car. So Coronel out in the MDM Motorsport machine, and not setting the world alight at the moment with his lap times. Got 1 hour remaining, so flexibility now to pit whenever. I guess people will be waiting for the safety car or full course yellow potential. Although someone like HRT will be forced into coming into the pits pretty soon. Only 5 laps to go on their tyres. Harry King the same. There's something about the moon tonight, isn't there? It's a full moon, but also I think it's a big moon. It looked quite big when we were zoomed in, but you can never quite tell. Is that a big moon, director, or is that just the camera getting really close to it? I don't know, but looking at the birds there, yeah, that's a pretty big moon. I think this. Joe's back with me, so he give me a chance to Google what's going on. But there's something special.
It's a huge moon, isn't it?
Big moon.
Yeah. You're not into scary films, are you? you mentioned.
No.
I have been aware, researching where we are and who is in contention for our prize, our Porsche prize.
Okay.
And I've got a number of drivers who are in contention for this. It goes without saying, Paul Meyer, and these are not in any order of where they are speed-wise. So the 8 drivers that are currently, or the 10 drivers that are currently in contention are Paul Meyer, Harry King, Rick Breukers, William Frere, Dylan Pereira, Harley Horton, Yuka Onkavuri, Sebastian Fremont, Stephen Pallet, Gabriele Piana, Alex Ryman, Marcus Kajak, Louis Perrell, and
Louis Perrell. So he's on the 888 car doing a mega job right now.
Yeah. There are. I've been told that is not in the order of where they stand, but I've been told that there are just tenths of seconds on average between the top 10, or the average of the top 10 fastest laps for all of those drivers. So you've got your moon facts.
Yeah, meanwhile, in moon news, it's a lunar eclipse tomorrow, which means we don't see the moon because the Earth is in the way of the sun that illuminates it. That's correct?
Yes.
I think. And today's moon is a supermoon and is gibbous, waxing gibbous.
Oh, very interesting. I think I had their first album.
Yes, also that.
The seconds tick down to the 1 hour to go mark. We are literally there now. Exactly 1 hour. We've had 11 hours of racing here in the second running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, and we go inside the final hour. Dylan Pereira has got the 48 Lush Motorsport by Black Falcon in the lead of the race. And talking about being in the lead of the race, let's head down to Nick.
2 pit callers, and they are in the pits next to each other, one of which is Harry King in the 6 car, and the car ahead of him, the 7, the ST1 machine, that's also in too. So now the 23 comes in. So obviously people are pulling the trigger, so they're not going to wait out for a safety car, and 3 cars are coming in the same lap. It appears to be fuel only. I don't think I've seen Harry King get out, which is a bit weird. I'm not sure he's got enough drive time to carry on going, but I may have missed it because there's 3 cars looking both ways at several different periods. No driver change on the 23 either, it seems. So yeah, so those 3 cars are coming. They're going just taking fuel. I've not seen tyres either. The 7 car. Oh, now the 7 car's taking fuel, so it's now taking fuel, and now there's also fuel going into the Banky 666. But again, no, are they going to take tyres or not? They're kind of looking at the tyres and thinking about it. Perhaps make a financial decision on the tyres, one way or the other. But yeah, so this is interesting. They've decided that with quite a bit of time to decide, they've put in these changes rather than hanging out for a potential safety car.
Yes, interesting. Harry King has, according to my data, done 25 laps, so he's been in the car a chunk of time. He might be just under. When he clears the pits, I'll be able to tell you exactly what stint length he's achieved. And
I've got,
you did confirm, Nick did confirm that Harry King hasn't got out of the car. Robin Knudsen in the ST Racing.
So he did 1 hour and 1 minute in the first stint, which means he can stay in and will finish the race. Jeez, really?
Wow, really? That might put them back into...
They have done tyres, just a little bit more leisurely on some of the elements. Tyre goes on, tyres drop down, and there it goes. Where they go? And drops very hot brake pad, very near my foot.
Do not stand on it, Nick. It will melt your training shoe.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. I've burnt. We've both burnt things on various parts of brake parts.
We've both burnt appendages, haven't we? On on brake pads.
I sent a Jordan mechanic to hospital by accident. That's a long story you can't tell right now.
Sorry?
I sent a Jordan mechanic to hospital by accident. Yeah, but I'll tell you personally about that. It was a total accident. I felt awful.
Yeah, it's not a story for broadcasting, eh?
Well, it's kind of unpleasant at the end, really. It's lots of kind of festering skin. But anyway,
All
I'll
right,
leave it at
okay, enough. Thanks, Nick. Inside the final hour then, as we said, and with that super moon, that's the sun going down, though, not that glow in the sky that I've just seen there. That was not the moon, surely. That was the sun going down on the horizon in the west.
No, but you saw the big moon.
I did see the big moon,
yeah.
yes, yeah. I think that was a bit different, though. We'll get another glimpse of the moon soon. The leader continues round. 2:24.8 was Pereira's last lap. The gap is 67 seconds or so now, so solid hold on this race. There's only really the gods can make a difference here. The 48 Lush Motorsport by Black Falcon, they were the winners in 2024. They have led this race a considerable amount of time, and it would be very, very cruel if any kind of mechanical issue befell them. Nobody's wanting to win the race in that way. A very good run from Red Camel Jordans.nl. Luc Breukers is the driver that we... Are we thinking that the first 2-3 cars are now into the finish, or will we see these cars? They will have to come in.
No, they've got to come in.
They've got to come in for fuel again, haven't they?
Yep.
And they won't necessarily need a full tank of fuel, but they're going to be static on the pit apron for 60 seconds. So we have got one more pit stop for pretty much everybody out there with 55 minutes on the clock.
I guess the only thing you're looking at for the guys that have pitted more recently, that's excluding therefore Sebastian Freeman, can they do a fuel only and then just keep the tyres on for 10 laps, whereas Sebastian Freeman needs to come in the next 4-5 laps, and therefore he's not going to be able to carry those tyres all the way through to the end. So I guess that would be one way of slightly reducing your pit length from a full service at 2 minutes. Another little one to watch out for is the battle for third in Am Silver. And actually, it's getting quite close because Kern Munich is in the GP Elite number 14. They've jumped ahead thanks to their wily little pit stop strategy. But they've got Wal Gonzalez and Harley Horton chasing them down. And there's only, there's 17 seconds at the moment. There's only, am I right in saying there's only 1 second between Gonzalez and Harley Horton? I think there is. So yes, there is.
Yeah, there is.
And it's not it is Gonçalves and not William Frere, as your graphics say on the left-hand side.
They're in two different classes, though, aren't they? Gonçalves is he's the leading car in amateur bronze, and then the Harley Horton car is not going to improve his position onto the class podium. He's on 4th in Am Silver. However, it will be further up the overall order. It's 11th and 12th that they are battling for.
Joe, sparks coming out of the 23 car there from behind the right rear wheel. Is that end of the brake pads sparking away? We'll see what happens when they come to into La Source. But our director picking out some sparky stuff.
He spots a lot of good things.
And all you can see is big lumps of light, basically.
Yeah, we can't really capture that. What car did we say? Oh, there it is.
What's that?
What is that?
It is, I would say it's brake disc.
Well, he's braking into La Source hairpin, and as he pulled away from the La Source hairpin, the sparks were flying out from under that wheel arch, but then they died off, didn't they? So we'll maybe get a look at that. It's going to be hard to see because the screen is just a blaze of lights. Is it the 58 car that we're talking about?
No, 23.
23. So that is the car that is currently... I've lost him on the screen now. Oh, there he is.
17,
Maxwell Polzler. Maxwell Polzler in the team lap time performance. 7th in Am Silver. He's about 4 laps off the car ahead of him, so that's not going to affect the race other than them for themselves. Down to Brussels he goes, the double apex, where he will use the brakes heavily downhill entry to that double apex 180-degree sweeping hairpin turn. I still can't really tell where those sparks may be coming from. You shouldn't really be seeing sparks unless the rear pads, metal to metal, build up of hot metal and then dissipating out the rear end as the braking phase comes to a halt, comes to a stop.
There is Harley Horton on the tail of João Gonçalves, still behind João Gonçalves, I think, even though he was chasing him down, and they are both still chasing down the 14. As I say, that's the AM Silver third position on the podium. Nick?
The HRT, number 30, the blue car, that's come in, had a new set of boots on. He's getting a big slug of fuel to get to the end. I don't think that our driver changed. The driver stayed on board. So he's getting some fresh tyres to enjoy the last 50 minutes of the race, 55 minutes of the race. And the fuel will go in and they'll go away and they'll... I think he came in... Did he come in then? The 30 HRT machine. Anyway, he'll go out in a racing position.
Thank you, Nick. We're just getting to the bottom of what the sparks are resulting, and have you got a...
No. Seb has been, our cameraman Seb asked the 23 guys, and it's actually in the pits now, so Nick can go and poke his nose in, but they said it was the pickup. But that's rubber, and rubber doesn't spark. So that is a little white lie.
Yeah, they seem to be sparks.
It was coming from the rear right corner, Nick, the 23 car. So if you can see them looking or working on that rear at all.
Am I on?
Yes,
sorry?
you are now.
I could only see them if I could run at 40 kilometres an hour. You just run straight through the pit without stopping.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
We're outside his pit like the vultures we are, waiting to see the problem, and just troll down the pit lane and didn't stop.
Well, that's even more curious, isn't it? Maybe suggesting giving the team an opportunity to have a look at the rear end. Harley Horton's coming to the pits, so his little pursuit of third in Silver AM Silver has been stunted, but it can continue post pit stop. That's a slightly early stop if he was going to go complete stint. And he is going to stay on board, Nick says, so that is an opportunity for him to get themselves to the top step. Yes, however, is it not GP Elite? Yes, it's GP Elite have confused me. They don't need to pit again, and he does. So that's actually game over for Harley Horton and a podium. Got all excited. He can get up one more position ahead of the Black Falcon and Bronze guys, but that doesn't really affect his class position. We're still awaiting Van Berlo and our other two top three to come into the pits for their final time. Sebastian Freeman is back out onto circuit, having done a full service, 2 minutes pit stop in the number 30 machine. And we'll await to see what his last lap time is.
And that's his last pit stop, isn't it?
Yes, that's his last pit stop. Everyone now pitting is their last pit stop unless they have an issue.
Yeah. Just a run to the flag coming up with a pit stop of, certainly for the top three. Indeed. Top four now as Louis Perrault in the Seb Lejeune Racing. The AM Silver entry has just gone ahead of Sebastian Freeman. But he's going to get that back when...
Maybe not.
You reckon the Seb Lejeune, he's done 17 laps?
Well, because of the fact that these guys who are pitting with half an hour to go might keep the tyres on, and then they can do a pit stop 1 minute less, and that would jump him ahead of HRT.
Good point.
Nick? Go on.
The 17 Forgenzi Racing car, I don't know whether they've done anything wrong or not, but this is what happened. Okay. 17 Forgenzi Racing comes in normal, do the normal stuff, they put the tyres on, they drop the car down, and they start the count for the minute. Then they realise that the rear right is not on properly. They lift the car back up again, tighten it up, put it back down on the ground again, which is after where the minute clock has already counted down 15 seconds, and then put the fuel in. They then release the car after only 8 seconds after. So they basically, I think they should have waited another 7 seconds in the pit lane. I don't know. I think
this before.
You can't restart the zero. Can you?
It happened before. However, there's a slight difference to what we saw before. And I can't remember which car it was, but the car went down. The clock started ticking. The car came back up because of a problem on the rear wheel. Then when they sorted that out, they then dropped back down. Then the fueling started, but the fueling actually took longer than the clock timer.
Yeah, the clock timer had to count to 0, but I then counted to I knew I'd have to count to 15 in my head, and only got to 7 before they released the car.
So 7 seconds over the 60.
Yes, but there were 8 seconds less than they should have been once they finished all the work on the car.
I'm not sure how that is going to be pleased.
Well, it really depends.
Well, also, is there a bit of grey wiggle room in the regulations?
Yeah, I mean they didn't effectively try and cheat the time. They didn't go early as such, but they by the way you can read the letter of the law, they should have stayed another 7 seconds.
I think it could be a regulation which is a little bit loose.
He is being a snitch, though.
He is being a snitch. Yeah.
He'll be telling the race director next. He'll be popping in on his way back up. Sir! He's only got another... are you coming out at 9 o'clock, are you, Nick?
I am, and can I make a point to me? Most of your career was formed on the back of snitches, so don't start having a go at me.
For the Queen of England. He gave me, she empowered me to snitch.
Was that your evening work at the nightclub?
Yeah, I was waiting for the Queen.
I am. I'm out in about a minute, and then all I have the chance is to shout at people.
It's the first time I've ever heard policing being described as snitching.
Harry King's got ahead of Jukka Honkavori, which is my favourite name to say ever. Up to 7th position now for Team Parker Racing, but it's definitely a day of what could have been, isn't it, for Team Parker 77666 and our Japanese contingent.
They've had a great, you know what, they've had a great race. They've encountered quite a bit to overcome.
Yeah.
And to be honest, when you think about it, the only thing that put them out of contention for a podium was the front splitter flying off. It was the front splitter flying off. Harry, then his run was completely stifled by a lack of handling, a lack of energy going through that front splitter to keep allow the car to turn in with the downforce needed, and that completely put them out. And then the brake change was always going to happen within the confines of the race. They chose to do that at the same time as the splitter repair, and they've been fighting that loss ever since. Great to see a team of the ilk of Team Parker. It's been a stalwart of the United Kingdom's Carrera Cup Championship for, well, over 25 years. And Stuart Parker certainly knows how to make these cars work, and to see Harry bring and mentor his Japanese teammates this weekend has been great. I hope they've enjoyed their run here at Spa. Who wouldn't?
So Sparky Spark at 23 has stopped Sparky Sparking. I wonder whether there's a bit of mistranslation going on from pickup. What they actually meant was there was a stone in between caliper and wheel,
yes,
and that was what was machining and making sparks.
Right. I wonder if.
And now it's cleared because it's not doing it anymore. We just had a look at the rear end of the 23 on that as you were chatting, and it's no longer there. So the curious trundle down pit lane thing still don't fully understand that. But maybe just an opportunity for the drivers to. Or the team to have a look closer at what's going on. Actually, I tell a lie. It did just spark again. Let's have a look. Going through. Yeah, it's still doing it, Joe. It's still doing it. Not as much. But as it goes through Blanchemont, I imagine the rear end shot here, as it's leaning on that tyre as well, it should be quite obvious. So let's have a look.
It's catching, isn't it? And
no, not.
Wait, he was on the brakes as well there, wasn't he?
Not, yeah.
Or was that just rear lights?
Not anywhere near as much as it was the last time we saw it.
Hard to judge, considering we are literally feeling around in the dark, trying to get a glimpse of a few sparks.
But this is what this is my job for the Spa 24 Hours. I am the night producer.
Are you really?
So I have to basically try and work out what's going on with 70 odd cars for 12 hours overnight.
Yeah.
Let's have a look again. Rear end, yeah. It's cleared itself up.
Oh, no, there was a few. Yeah. Was that wasn't out of the exhaust, was it? It's right-hand corners. Our director is thinking too, and that didn't really spark as much as it did. That was coming out the Lassalle's hairpin, and the last time we saw that was, and there's another one.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that's rubbing and destroying itself is soon going to run out, surely.
Look at the track surface that's being illuminated. I think it's getting quite humid out there, and it might become a little bit slippery. There is definitely some sparks going on now. Interestingly, also, there is not brake glow like we saw from some of the other cars. We saw big brake disc glowing on the front and slightly less on the rear. But on that particular car, on the 23, it's not glowing.
It's the only car that's doing it as well. It's not like every car's got sparks coming out the back end. It's the only one that is showing a few sparks. Now, there was sparks out the left-hand side of the car as it went through the right-hander out of Le Comte, which is sometimes called Malmedy, by the way.
Yeah, okay. I knew that there was, I just couldn't remember where it was.
No sparks there.
No sparks there, no.
And that was through double gauche, wasn't it?
So it's a bit, it is a bit inconsistent. Harry King back into the pits. Now, have they been given a penalty that we haven't seen? Because I noticed that race control was
respecting track limits, got a drive-through.
Drive-through for track limits.
Drive-through. And the number 23 as well is a car that's incurred the wrath of the track limit.
Well, this is this guy. This is
Maxwell Polsler.
This is Monster, Sparky Monster.
But didn't Nick say that the 23 came into the pits and drove straight through?
Ah, so that was the drive-through.
Yeah. But it hasn't been served here.
Yes, it has.
Oh, it has been served. That was the drive-through. The 23 came in, not for the problem of the sparks, but the drive-through penalty. That one's been served, just been issued to the 666. Same thing. And that will now show us, there it is, it's just popped up as served. 20:54 hours. Under 40 minutes remaining.
Interestingly, in the night we are, I mean, you always get more track limit infringements in the night, because it's harder to see, but also it's harder to see
for the judges to see.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Harder for track to police the track limits.
Yes.
By the way,
not that we're cynical, Ben.
Spa 24 Hours. We have floodlights also. I remember now at certain corners, illuminating the apexes. And obviously, because we're only doing 1 hour's worth of racing, we don't need that here. But there was a big floodlight on the apex, down at the bottom there, at Eau Rouge, on the inside of Le Comte as well, to help the drivers. Look how dark it is. It's one thing they always said about the early days of the Spa 24 Hours. 10 years ago, it's dark. It's really, really dark out the back. That was before we started illuminating.
You know what? Doesn't matter what you think of Nick Damon, he really looks after me.
Oh,
he's brought me a lovely coffee, and you know what? It will be milked and with the exact amount of sugar for sweetness.
You guys are such a great marriage.
There's no sugar. He shared it. He shared his last sugar. There was one left in the media centre, and he shared his last sugar. The thing is, when we're karting together, I make the coffee for him all day long, don't I, mate? Yeah. Nick will be
doing my heart.
Nick will be taking us through the podium celebration, of which we have 4 podiums. Nick, did you see that message?
Only 4?
5, he says. Yeah. Let's talking of only 4. Let's head down to Snowy, who's now taken over in the pits.
Well, in the absence of anything actually happening in the pits, I just thought I'd pick up on your comment about your wonderful marriage there that Ben's just observed. Just remember, you boys, I brought you coffees, cokes and canapes earlier on. Just saying.
You did indeed, Snowy. Can I ask you a question? Where did you get the canapes from?
At the Porsche Experience Centre. They were handing them out, like I said, like it was a cocktail party, you've forgotten already. And I thought, do you know what? I don't need any of those because I'm fat enough already, but I know my poor chaps sitting in the booth that can't get out of the booth I put you first, thought of you, and brought you a tray, a selection actually.
We did, mate.
And 3 sugars.
Oh, it is so lovely to be around people who think of others.
Yes, I know.
But as somebody who lives in France, it's very rare. Yes, chat, we are paying attention. Sorry to ignore Tin Plate, who's been posting all of the race direction track limit infringements on the chat. Well done, and thank you for doing that, Tin Plate Geek. We have been reading, and we are appreciative of your presence. But sometimes you're on a different screen. 23 coming back into the pits.
Right, Snowy. I'm just gonna remind Snowy. This is the car that's been sparking out the rear, Snowy.
Front left are doing the sparks, according to...
Front left, so the sparks are travelling underneath the car and looking like it's coming out the right-hand side and indeed the left-hand side. Smoking brakes is not necessarily a new thing. However, that's a lot of smoke, so maybe we've got a binding brake or something.
Hot, hot, hot.
Yeah, we are...
Go on, get the torch in so we can see.
We've got the wheel going back on.
Oh, wow.
Whatever it was that they were worried about, the wheel's going back on.
What can you see, Snowy?
Put the wheel off, had a quick inspection of it, and decided to put the new wheel and tyre on, obviously. But as Joe just said, smoking brakes are not an uncommon thing, but that is excessive, and certainly in comparison to the opposite side, which isn't doing anything. So whatever's going on there has not been rectified in any way, shape or form, but clearly is deemed not to be causing that much of a problem, unless, of course, it turns around and goes in the box in a moment, which I don't think it is.
No, I think you're right, Snowy. It sounds like it's coming off the jacks as well. Fueling going on now. So the fueling won't take a massive amount of time. However, the car will remain static for 60 seconds. Fueling took hardly anything there just to get that fueled for the last 35 minutes or so. Smoke still coming off that left front brake, not so much the right front. So whatever it is, you know, you may have been right with a stone or something, and now that they've unlodged it. But there didn't seem to be much attention going on there, did there?
No.
The wheel came off. They had a bit of a peer with a torch, and then the next wheel and tyre went on.
Oh well.
Yeah.
And with the excess heat, you will feel fade. You put your foot on the brake, and it won't quite be like you would expect it to be.
Yeah, if it had been one set of pads down to the metal, I think the driver wouldn't have had any retardation for a start. They need to get that car moving, don't they?
As my wife found this week.
Yes, she did, didn't she, on the Fiat Panda? Yes.
Panda 4x4.
Making a strange scraping noise, she said. It gets worse when you press the brake pedal. Wonder what that is, love.
We live in the mountains as well, so she was going downhill. So I'm very glad that she made it home.
That's why it wears its brakes out quickly. You're going downhill a lot.
Yeah.
Great for regen.
Job for next week.
In your Hyundai. Let's head down to Snowy, Torn of Regen.
Just very quickly on the number 23 team lap time performance car, the Nick Selescu's just told me very quickly, because he's shooting off to get some food and sleep and rest and whatever, not much of the way to go, but I asked him why it's sparking on the front left. He said, I'm braking too hard, but the car's fine.
Right, okay.
What? You just pick the bones out of that. Don't shoot the messenger. That's exactly what he said.
It wasn't even glowing, so he wasn't braking too hard because it wasn't even glowing.
Snow, you have contributed to
no glow
to the racing. Well, yeah, may have something. You've contributed to the Racing Drivers Book of Excuses. What do you make of that then? What's your interpretation?
It's not glowing, the disc would be glowing, so there's something else in there that's a problem, but if it's not a problem, then that's fine. But maybe something was lost in translation from German to English. Let's give the benefit of the doubt, shall we?
Also, our tiny screen hasn't caught up yet because it still says Nick is in the car, which would be a bit scary if he's also headed off for a beer and spoken to you at the same time.
Driver ID switch hasn't been flicked, has it?
Not yet.
So you may want to maybe friendly reminder to the team, Snowy, if you're still down there.
A reminder that with half an hour to go, we are still expecting quite a few pit stops.
We are.
It is not over yet. The first 4 owe us pit stops. 5th position of Sebastian Framert, he does not, and he is travelling well.
It's going to be right on the cusp of at the end of this race.
What?
Well, look at the tyre life, right? Okay, so 22 laps from Dylan Pereira, 22 laps from Luke Breukers.
Do you reckon they're stretching into the end?
Another 10 laps at is another 23 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean they are within 10 minutes of getting to the end of the race.
And that would be, they're not going to be able to stretch that. And talking about stretching it, here's Snowy.
Yeah, policy of disinformation this late in the race, my apologies. It's Nick Silveski that had got into the car, so the driver ID has been flicked. It was Maxwell Polster that came out of it.
Of course it was. It's been a long day, Snowy, and
yeah, my fault, hands up. It's the first mistake all day, so I can't really complain. Moving on.
Moving swiftly on.
I mean, we started this jabbering at 9:15 this morning, and none of us have really stopped. And we're getting to a point where it's way beyond beer time.
It's way beyond bedtime.
It's actually 12 hours in, because it's 9:15 local time. So we've been on air for 12 hours.
Yeah.
I think that's a very silly thing to do.
What, 12-hour endurance races?
Yeah. No,
yeah.
Nick.
Oh,
Nick
Nick snapped his specs. Will you not be able to see on the podium, Nick?
Nor on your drive home.
Do you want to try mine and see what my reading glasses do for you? I mean, funny.
There's a set of brake discs that are doing what they're supposed to in the 888. Louis Perrault using them. Look how dirty it is over there in what we now can call Malmedy.
Yeah. Yes, lots of gravel on the track there.
Yeah, sorry for those of you listening on the radio. That's what I meant.
And
here's Sparky number 23 again.
Yes.
A little bit of glowing discs this time, but oh yeah, no, you're right. It's all coming out of the front left. I don't know whether the front left has got much pad left. And let's just hope it doesn't have any kind of a failure, because it's the front left that we're seeing when he slows down into Les Combes, and we're not seeing glow. But when you if you do disc to disc, metal to metal, does it create less heat or more heat? It creates no retardation, so less friction, presumably.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be, you're going to be, metal on metal.
Yeah.
The reason why you are not creating retardation is because the material of the brake pad is, creates friction, which slows the disc down. The metal doesn't create as much friction, but it'll certainly create enough friction to overheat the metal plate holding the retardation. What am I trying to say? The material of the pad.
Yeah.
Without that material on the pad, metal to metal, it's going to create heat.
But less retardation.
But less heat, yes. So you could have when you said that the disc wasn't glowing, that might be, you might have been onto something there. That's just come to my mind, because you're not creating as much heat as the friction material.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not creating as much friction. And it's the friction that causes the retardation.
They're glowing there.
Yes, they were. Yeah.
And weirdly, it's now fine. But
so you may not be braking as hard as
no, but one lap ago it was spitting out, like sideways spitting.
I think that we have got much more of a situation with regards to the front runners and just how close they are going to be to the end of this race.
They're not stretching it to the end. They're just waiting, aren't they, for something to happen.
I mean, all right, there's still 28.5 minutes left, 28 minutes left, so still plenty. I think they've still got plenty of time, maybe another 6, 7, 8 laps before we see certainly the 48 Lush Motorsport car peel off. Similar sort of timeline for the Breukers car as well. Luke Breukers in the number 9. He's just coming through Blanchimont. The leader is... He's pulled a huge lead here. So the leader's just going through Double Gauche and heading towards the Fanier S's as Luke Breukers just coming into the chicane. That's 2/3 of a lap.
Yeah. I mean, the gap is a minute and a half now. Luke's been in the 26s, Dylan's in the 23s, 24s. I mean, the moment they put Luke into the car, you realise against Dylan Pereira that it was going to be tricky on a lap-by-lap basis for them. Who is this sitting behind the 23? It's the... Or are we now looking at the 48? Maybe we're looking at the 48. Yes, we are looking at the 48.
The 48, yeah, that's the leader.
Whoa!
Dylan Pratt just going down the inside of someone at Blanchimont.
Bit of a squeeze, wasn't it?
Yeah, it obviously assisted by the back marker to keep out of the way into the chicane now. And it just shows how literally pitch dark that track out there in the forest is. The headlights blazing as he crosses the line, and he will turn into La Source. He's already out of La Source. Gravel everywhere, it seems. Just the gravel being flicked up on the edges of the track here, and it is literally everywhere. Certainly out of La Source, and certainly down at Lacombe. I think you called that very early on, didn't you? You said, "Oh, it's always like that."
Yeah,
that's Lacombe. It's
because you end up slightly offline, having done the left-right, and so to get through the corner, you then end up nibbling way more than you're really supposed to, and that means dragging gravel onto the track, and then you get the side-by-side stuff where one car is forced into the gravel. There is the 23, so it was actually, we were looking at the 23, but it was the leader who was just directly behind it.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's a horrible corner for gravel. Even when it was a pre-motorbike track, there was still gravel on the inside, and it was still always brought out. And for some reason also a lot of tyre deposits and marbles get left on the outside of that corner too.
Yeah, it's probably that change of direction, is it? Right, left, right, and where you're using both sides, you know.
And shoulders as well.
Yeah, you are creating a lot of pickup there. And through this section here, the double gauche on towards Fanier. And there you just see the edges of the track just being illuminated by the lights of the cars. The drivers rely, and that's it. The drivers relying completely on those headlights, picking out the reference markers of the lap. Of course, it looks a lot better than we can see. There aren't any elements of darkness in front of the drivers. The headlights illuminating the track as they go through Paul Frere and on towards Blanchimont.
I really like that camera position. I'm going to steal that for the 24 hours next year. To have that high shot, it's really cool. Gives you a really nice idea of the line they need to take through there.
Yeah, and when we've had shots of the train of cars going through there, it's a dynamic shot, isn't it? It really does show the nature of the track. We've had some great camera work, as ever, from our 0221 cameramen and women. Not quite sure who the crew is. I know we've got Sven. I know we've got Seb. Sebastian Mayer, our cameraman in the pits, who's a familiar.
Wasn't with us in Recar, was he?
No, he's gone freelance now as Seb, so he doesn't do all of the Creventic series. He has told me he'll be at Barcelona, so you'll have him in the pits for you at Barcelona, Ben.
Good.
He's doing DTM as well next week. I just had dinner with him. And he's doing, interestingly, the Winter Olympics in Italy in January.
Cool. Wish I had that gig. That would be a great one to do.
Yeah, it will be.
Can't believe he's come around so fast.
No, I love the Winter Olympics. You'll be a fan of that, living where you do, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Not far for you to go, really, is it? Just across to the Dolomites?
Dolomites are far. Yeah, they're about 7 hours, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But Milan is only about 2.5.
I thought the Dolomites were part of the Alps.
They are,
as they go north,
but they are Italian, Austrian, sort of that end, rather than.
My first trip abroad was to a place called Sapada, just beside Cortina.
Oh yeah, okay,
in the Dolomites.
Lovely.
I was 14, went to skiing holiday. Got snowed in, had an extra week there.
An extra week?
Yeah, there was an avalanche on the road out, and they couldn't dig us out for a week.
That's a very cool.
That is a very.
isn't it?
The flight cases that create couch. I need one of them for home. Do you think
these
guys do a salmon like that? Could wheel it around.
Bought us a new sofa. You can wheel it.
A vacuum underneath.
You can wheel her out if you need to.
Yeah, could just change position.
Right. Grand Prix on. Come on, out you come.
Yeah.
We have 22 minutes remaining. We've got 4 cars in the top 4 positions that owe us a pit stop. Sebastian Freeman in 5th does not. He can go to the end. When will they pit? How long will those pit stops be? They're all on very similar strategies. Do they have the same idea to come in and just do fuel only and get back out? They cannot go to the end. on this fuel.
It's a closer finish than we had last year. The inaugural running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup went down to there was a one-lap gap between first and second, one-lap gap between second and third. Here we have, what was that, 99 minutes there, just under 200 minutes, the gap between Dylan Pereira and Luke Breukers.
99 minutes? I hope not. 99 seconds.
Sorry, 99 seconds. Yeah, everybody knew what I meant.
We are, at least, hey, look, they're on the same lap. They are on the same lap. And is Glenn Van Berlo back on the same lap? No, he's a whole lap back.
It's a good point as well. That Tin Plate Geek 2, to give me his full name. Considering Piana said the 48 was performing horribly, it's still showing the rest of clean pair rails, and that's exactly what I thought.
Classic
I
racing
said,
driver.
so I think at the time he had about a 40-second lead. So you got
Rick Breukers was complaining about the red
Yes.
camels. He's finishing second.
Yeah, well, they were worried that that handling problem wasn't going to manifest any further. So there was a bit sort of fingers and toes crossed. So, but the racing drivers, the biggest pessimists on the planet.
Yeah.
You seen that Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie sketch that they do where...
Yeah, brilliant. You won the race!
Well, you won the race. Yes, I had a problem. The car wasn't great, but you won the race. Yes, but and that was exactly Gabriele Piana in his description of the 48, whilst he was 42nd in the lead or so.
There was definitely an opportunity there to spoof that.
Absolutely. Great drive, I've got to say, from everybody on the 25 team. That's the Van Berlo Motorsport.
Particularly Glenn Stint.
It's Baz Coutin under there. I thought Marcel has done a cracking job. The other bronze, Bart van Helden.
Very strong.
Very, very strong bronze. Marcel, of course, the father of Glenn. And Glenn, who's a silver. The very, very strong drive, and to consider that they are in contention here with 20 minutes remaining, in contention for a third step of the overall podium as well as the Pro-Am class win. And for them to get that far up the field, an absolutely cracking day. The 888, you could argue, has done an even better job. The Am Silver class leader,
Louis Perrault,
in 4th place overall. The driver lineup of Stefan Perrin, the stalwart competitor in the Creventic Grand Series, Sebastien Lejeune, Marc Guillot and Louis Perrault, the silver. 3 bronze drivers, and Louis Perrault finishing the car as strongly as they could to get to 4th overall. He's less than a minute behind the Van Berlo car. So he is currently on target for the Am Silver class top step of the podium. Second in the Am Silver category, it's Jukka, I can't see that, it's getting so, my eyes are getting so tired. Jukka Honkavuori in the PTE by Manthey, PTE operated by Manthey, currently 7th overall. And then it's the GP Elite car that is in 3rd place. Kuhn Munich at the wheel of the number 14 in 11th place overall. Currently on target to fill all 3 steps of the podium in Am Silver. Black Falcon, now consider the Am Bronze class leader at the moment. They're a lap off the car ahead of them. They're about, where are we? They are a lap ahead of the car behind them. They're in 10th place overall. They're in the pits at the moment, actually. João Conclaves in the Black Falcon car. This is the car that started at the very back of the grid. It didn't take part in any of the qualifying yesterday.
And was fighting with Harley Horton earlier on. So we need to watch out when it comes back out on circuit, whether it comes out with Harley or ahead or behind, because there was an opportunity there. And likewise, no, not likewise, ignore that 14 car. It's putting me off. It's got tyres that have done the same distance as everybody else, but they've got like 5 or 6 laps less fuel than the tyres, and so they can go to the end in the GP Elite car, and Harley Horton is a minute back. Luke Breukers into the pits, Glenn Van Berlo into the pits. Now we're talking. Now we're getting the last stops in, and how long will they be? Glenn Van Berlo is already in the pits for 1 minute. Luke Breukers at the end of pit lane, so he doesn't have a very long pit out, and everyone doing the same thing. Everybody on the same lap with 17 minutes remaining. Dylan Pereira also in, Louis Perrault also in, Gregor Jetz.
A terrifying time here. We become complacent with pit stops and a race this long. All it takes is for a cross-threaded wheel nut going on, a wheel getting stuck, coming off. It looks like the job is being done by the 48 car. It's off the jacks now.
Checking those front discs.
No fueling
pads
going on though. Where's the fueler?
Why are they not?
There's the fueler. A bit late to the party. Now the clock had already started to tick. They don't need to hurry with the fuel, remember. Well within 60 seconds.
Sure,
they only need a splash and dash.
They didn't need to wait to bolt the driver in, because the driver, as long as my regulations are correct, the driver and fuel can be done at the same time.
That's right, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Driver change may continue into the refueling phase of the pit
That's
stop.
right. Yeah, we can. Yeah, so you put the driver in while you're doing the tyres, and then you finish the driver off while you're putting the fuel in. We're counting down the clock now.
We're not doing tyre. If you're not doing tyres, then you get the fuel in straight away.
But as you can see, the thing that needs to be hurried is the tyres, is the tyre change.
Yeah.
That's worked. That's fine. The car, as soon as the car went off the jacks, we knew we were on target for a good pit stop. Let's head down to Snowy. What you got, Snow?
Fuel, exactly as you said. 60 seconds stationary, bish, done.
Not particularly relevant outside the top 10 positions, but Pereira, Breukers, Van Berlo are top 3, and Louis Perrault. Now, Louis Perrault is at 2 minutes, so what about the 888? That is taking longer than it should have done. Breukers and Van Berlo exactly the same amount of pit stop, so 1 minute and 37 seconds for our second and third position cars. But Piana does a 2:03, so loses half a minute, and Seb Lejoux does a 2:09. So does that mean, we saw Piana definitely not taking tyres, does that mean that the 888 Seb Lejoux car has got fresh tyres as well? Because it's a full-length pit stop, and I'm surprised that there is.
Do we know if Breukers took tyres?
Well, at 1:37, I doubt it.
Yeah. So the cars that took tyres.
Well, we don't know because we didn't see any of them. But
well, no, we did see the 48. We know the 48 took tyres.
Did they change the tyres?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't watching. So
yes, they took tyres.
They did take tyres.
Remember I said when it came off the jacks?
Right.
The only reason it went on the jacks was to change tyres.
Right, okay.
So we know, and that's got a 2 minute 03 pit stop time.
Yeah.
1 minute 37 for Red Camel, 1 minute 37 for Van Berlo with Baz Coutin.
So no
2
tyres.
minutes 03. Exactly the same pit stop time for HRT in fourth place, and the leading 48 car, exactly the same to the second pit stop time for the Red Camel and the Van Berlo.
So Seb Lejoux did take tyres. Confirm that because the tyre age said 0. Brand new set on the 888, brand new set on the 48. Old tyres for Breukers, old tyres for Van Berlo, and Sebastian Freimut now into fourth position, 18 seconds back from Van Berlo, but with fresh rubber, and Van Berlo's done 15 laps on his rubber. Is there enough time for Freimut to get back onto the tail of Van Berlo? And what about Mark Guillot? I think Mark Guillot is too far behind. Yeah, he's a minute behind Freimut. But 18 seconds in 13 minutes, I think that's possible with tyres that are half a stint less used. Let's see. Glenn Van Berlo, when he had the fresher tyre, was the faster, and that's what put him into third position. But Freimut now is with the slight tyre advantage. That is all the pit stops done then. We just wait for our timing screen to completely catch up. And we'll be able to have a look at exactly where the jeopardy still lies at the end of this 12-hour endurance cup race here at Spa. Here is fourth position Sebastian Freimut. Is he lapping faster than Glenn Van Berlo? He was in the first sector of the lap, and he's coming to finish the second sector lap, and over a second faster in the second sector alone. Framer is on a charge. Down to you, Snowy.
A quick word with Paul Trussers. No, they didn't take tyres, just to absolutely confirm that.
Well,
yeah,
otherwise they put a tyre on that's 30 laps old.
Our suspicions were correct. We've got the tyre data on the timing screen as well.
Which seems to actually be...
The HRT set of tyres have already done 15 laps.
Yeah, remember they're off sequence.
Yes.
They fitted
right.
50, they did 15 laps.
Of course. Right.
Go.
Sorry. The Sebelju car, that has dropped to 5th.
Yeah.
Still leading the Am Silver, and they put new tyres on.
Gap between Van Berlo and Framer at 16 seconds. He took 2 seconds a lap. But a lap is 2 minutes. So
Sebelju really are solid in that Am Silver. They can't really get anywhere near that third place overall.
No.
And so putting a new set of tyres on, I suppose, consolidates the way the car handles for Marc Guyot.
Does it help Marc Guyot in his quest for the top 10? Probably not.
Well, yes. I mean, we are talking about that additional prize of the fastest top 10 lap average, aren't we?
Yeah, but the track's dirty, and I think it's too slow, isn't it? Now.
Yeah, even the quick drivers are doing 223s, 224s.
Frame up with a little bit of traffic. We pick up him. First sector of this next lap. He's taken another 0.6 of a second in this first sector. 10 minutes to go, which is approximately 5 laps, and he's got 16 seconds. So yeah, he needs to be 3 seconds a lap faster than Glenn Van Berlo. That's a tough ask. It's just gone away from HRT, and therefore I have to say, stars of the race for me, definitely the 25s. They've done a really solid job.
Great job, isn't it? Yeah, solid.
Particularly Glenn Van Berlo. Was Glenn Van Berlo in your top 10 list?
I believe he was in contention.
Yeah.
Let me just check that for you.
Because if he's not, that's simply down to the fact that he's not been on the track at the right time to do that.
That's right.
In traffic here as well, a little bit held up. Not as much of a chunk in the sector 2 as he would have liked, I don't think. He's stuck behind the number... Actually, is he stuck behind the number... Is that number 9 with him? No, it's number 30 with him. No, it's 24, sorry. Is it 24? Is it? So Red Ant Racing have had... They've been doing that all day. It's Simon Bachlen now in that car, not Stefan Pelle. They just seem to always be in the way of the guy that we're willing on to create a battle.
Glenn Van Berlo wasn't quite in contention.
Wasn't quite in contention. Yeah. Here comes Framert. There's no space. He's tucked into the exhaust of the 24 car, which is down in 13th position. And there was not the chunk taken out, just a couple of tenths taken out of Van Berlo on this last one. Now he should be able to get down the inside into Lecom and get it done. No point fighting it for Balkan. And he does. So HRT, 16 seconds. Somebody's been deep into the gravel trap, kicking up a load of dust at Malmedy. The circuit is dirty. There's no doubt about that.
Filthy. Dirty. It's got detritus everywhere, especially through Lecom. And as you say, the right-hander at Malmedy. I'm really surprised. I mean, the FIA grade stones have obviously helped with the lack of punches. But I was really fearful when we saw just how much of that gravel was being spewed onto the track. Quite worrying. Really hasn't caused any real problems, not even the lack of grip as we get on the marbles there. Seen very few incidents in that section.
Still watching Sebastian Framert on his charge to try and get back onto the overall podium. He will be third in pro as it stands, so he'll be on the pro podium, but we do have a Pro-Am car in 3rd position.
And he's only lapping a 1/10 of a second quicker.
On the last lap, yes, because he was caught in that traffic.
Right, okay.
But look at sector 2. He's taken 7/10 out of a second out of Van Berlo in sector 2 alone.
This is get 15 seconds on the clock with 7 minutes to go. I think it's a big ask, but it's worth a run, isn't it? It's worth pushing on.
Good way to keep us entertained as well.
Yeah.
At the end of 12 hours of racing.
Would you tell Glenn Van Berlo that you have someone catching you for that overall, or would you just keep it quiet?
Not yet.
I wouldn't tell him.
Not yet. Just wait. Gap, is that 15.4? It is. So Framer actually losing a 1/10 of a second in sector 3. And maybe is that because Van Berlo? No, Van Berlo did a 25.3. 24.8 for Framert.
It's about half a second, isn't it?
Luke Broyker's doing 27, so it's really going away for Red Camels on this last stint with Piana, the silver-graded GT4 European champion in the Losh Motorsport machine.
Remember, Rick Broyker's telling us the handling problem that they've got with the Red Camel car as well, so Luke might just be in the frame of mind to just nurse that car home. Not needing to push, not needing to use any of the curbs for optimizing the lap. Let's just drive the car between the curbs and get it to the flag.
Your AM bronze leaders are Black Falcon's 121. The car that didn't qualify was being repaired during qualifying after an incident, and they're up in 11th position overall. They're clear of 2 laps from their stablemates, the Denner Motorsport Black Falcon car. All Brazilian lineup in both the 121 and the 123, and the retired 100 car as well, the 3rd of those cars at Black Falcon. So Black Falcon with the overall lead and the lead in AM bronze. Seb Lejeune Racing leading AM silver, and Van Berlo, Baz Coutin on course for a last victory. That's a bit emotional, isn't it? Baz Coutin retiring after this race.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I hope to see that Baz will get to meet the infamous Nick Damon on the podium.
Infamous.
He will be a welcome part of that celebration, and he will be there for 2 of his cars. 3rd place overall podium. Underneath the Van Berlo Motorsport sticker is Baz Coutin Racing, and then the AM bronze. Sorry, no, I'm not talking about AM bronze. What am I talking about? I'm talking about, what's the other Baz Coutin car that's on the podium?
There isn't one.
Oh, there isn't one. Sorry.
The other 2 cars are running a 19th and 20th.
It's Black Falcon who's got 2 cars on the bronze, on the AM bronze.
Yeah, Black Falcon have AM bronze 1st and 2nd, and winning of the race.
Yeah, it was Black Falcon I was thinking. So Baz Coutin for Van Berlo Motorsport. Be nice to see Baz up there.
Manthey 2nd. That's not bad, because the PTE car, Porsche Track Experience, operated by Manthey, the 992, that's really a proper arrive and drive group of drivers.
Yeah.
Who have not very much experience in motorsport, but of course being run by Manthey. You've got a solid car underneath you. They've ended up in 2nd in AM Silver. GP Elite will be 3rd in AM Silver, although Harley Horton is desperately trying to make that not be the case, but he's taken 6 seconds out of Kern Munich's and the last lap alone, but he's still got 27 to go.
So the nationalities of the Porsche Track Experience drivers, you've got Ahmed El Amadi, who's from Qatar. You've got Jukka Honkavuori, who's from Finland. You've got Eric Santos from Brazil, and Lucas Wolf from Germany.
Yeah,
that's an international driver lineup, if ever there was one.
I have come across Jukka Honkavuori.
Yeah,
I just can't remember where, because I just like saying his name. It just bounces nicely.
It does. Typical Finnish.
Typical Finnish name.
Typical Finnish name.
Yeah. And you can say it in Finnish, and it just sounds better. Jukka Honkavuori.
You've got to say it like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes remaining of this 12-hour race. We're counting down, and there are still opportunities for change, but we are right at the end of it. And maybe Harley Horton in the Fulgenzi Racing number 17 will get up to 11th position. There is only 5.7 seconds between him and the Black Falcon machine of João Gonçalves, and Gonçalves would be well advised to let him pass if he goes through, because it changes nothing at all. They would still be the winners in the bronze category. And the both of them were chasing down Kern Munich's, but there is not. Munich's on 31 that last lap, so another 6 seconds done, but the gap is just a little bit, just that little bit too big. Same as Van Berlo and Framert, just that little bit, not enough laps to go. But Van Berlo has 36 laps on his tyres, so he is dragging that car to the very end. 1.5 minutes remaining.
I would suggest we are about to go into our final lap of this race. We're at Blanchimont now with our leader, Gabriele Piana. He's just coming through there now. It'll be about a minute on the clock, or so, just under a minute on the clock when he crosses the line. So he will be going into his final lap of this, the second running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. And dare I say it, on target to take back-to-back wins. Took the win last season in the inaugural running of this event for the 992 Cup class cars. Still no official word that we are. Yes, there it is now. It's just popped up now. Last lap. So Gabriele Piana just has another lap of Spa. They have been absolutely dominant here, and considering the complaints of this driver, Piana, that the car wasn't right, I dread to think what the sort of performance they'd be able to put in if the car was right. Everyone would indeed be worried.
Race was led early doors by MDM Motorsport, the 127 machine, wanting to do one better than they had done last year as Max Kreuzer, but they ended up with a stone in the throttle area, which meant that they ended up about 50 laps down. The lead was also held at some points by Red Camels Jordan, the number 9 machine that finished 3rd last year. But ultimately, from the second half of the race onwards, the 48 machine has been in the lead. They won last year, and it looks as though we are going out with a victory again. Gabriele Piana and Dylan Pereira, the stars of the show in that number 48 car that they also share with Tobias Muller, who's been super solid and a great first stint. Let's not forget, Carlos Rivas started that car at the very sharp end of the field and held on for a long time in 2nd and 3rd place. Got past the Super GT driver of Fujinami on the 2nd lap, and basically for that first stint was just a cork in the bottle, but held on so well. And that set the bar for the remainder of this race.
They've completed 4 more laps than they did last year.
Well, they had rain last year, did they not?
Can't remember.
I think it was a little bit soggy at times.
I remember, but
it's going to be 280 laps.
It's a closer race. They were a lap ahead of Max Kreuzer Racing, who were who were on the same lap, I should say, as the Red Camel car. This time, the Red Camel car within 1 minute and 46 seconds as the checkered flag flies, Ben.
Here we go. Over the line, the 48 of Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon has taken victory here at Spa, the 2nd ever running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup, and the fireworks fly for Losch Motorsport. Spectacular scenes at Spa-Francorchamps. A beautiful day to go racing. A stunning race it was. It was interrupted 4 times by safety cars. Some challenges with the cars as well. Everyone moaning that they weren't really working as well as they should have done. But epic fireworks flying over the circuit. Marc Guill for Seb Lejeune Racing comes over the line as the AM Silver victor. And we wait for the AM Bronze victor, and of course the Pro-Am victor, 3rd overall. It's a 1 minute and 40-something gap to the Red Camels Jordan.NL machine of the Breukers family and Fabelin Dance. But celebrations down at Losch Motorsport, because Dylan Pereira and Tobias Muller, Carlos Rivas and Gabriel Piana have done it.
Back-to-back wins for Tobias Muller as well. He was in the team last year with this team and car, and he will be delighted with that. Who can beat these? Let's head down to Snowy now, who's on the pit wall with the winning team. Snowy.
I am. I'm with Tobias Muller. So congratulations for a car that your driver that's taken it across line said was rubbish all race. It's done pretty well, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a rocket falling from the heart, we say in German, and yeah, I'm pretty proud of the whole team, of my teammates. They did a mega job. We did a consistent race, and yeah, that's the machine.
Okay, Tobias is pointing towards Dylan Pereira here, saying, "So you're the machine."
I think the team just did a really amazing job. Every driver did just no mistakes, so perfect. Oh, one mistake on my side on the pit stop, but it doesn't matter. I
wasn't going to mention that.
Doesn't matter. It's a mistake. I'm a human, so everyone can do it. At the end, I drove 40 seconds away afterwards in the stint, so I made it up again. So really happy for the team. I think. Thanks, Carlos. And yeah, I think everyone just did an amazing job, and I'm really happy how it ends up.
You couldn't get a better result?
No, definitely not. I was really happy. I think we was the aim for the team, for Losh, everything. So we really aimed for that, and yeah, finally making it is just unbelievable, and I'm really happy for everything.
Dylan, thank you. You need to get to the podium. Go and celebrate.
9:15 local time, 9:45 local time. We started racing here at Spa under sunny skies. It's been a beautiful day all the way through to 9:45 in the evening. And we have only had 2 retirements. 25 cars started, 23 cars finished. Some pretty hefty problems out there with the 127 car having an engine out of the car. But they still managed not only to finish, but for the prize of a test in a GT3 Porsche, the brand new machine. Paul Meyer put his laps down in that car. And of course, there is the victor for the victory for these different classes, but there is that prize and that test, and so many drivers focusing on that.
There's 4 drivers going to win that.
Yeah.
And I would think Paul Meyer is in contention to be the quickest of those.
Yeah, absolutely. A 40-year-old that we saw once racing in Super League Formula and tutored, mentored by Tom Coronel. Now they race together, and Meyer has done it. Piana, though, the victor here at Spa.
Class winners, then the overall winner. We've talked about the winner of the Pro-Am class, also 3rd place overall for the Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin. We've talked about their race and how great a run that has been for those drivers. 2nd place was the Speed Lover car, a bit of a troubled run for the number 70 down in 21st. And of course, Tom Coronel, who finishes the MDM Motorsport car, kept it running to the end, has taken the checkered flag, 3rd place in Pro-Am, but way down the order in 23rd. Am Silver, that's the property of Sebel Lejeune Racing, the 888 numbered car, finishing 5th overall. And then we had in 8th overall, Lucas Wolf finishes for the Porsche Track Experience with Manthey. They finished 2nd in Am Silver. 3rd in Am Silver is the GP Elite entry for Koen Munix, who finishes that car.
And that was a great strategy from them to get themselves there, because I don't think, had they had to do an extra pit stop, they would have dropped behind Fulgenzi. But that one less stop right at the end, stretching that last stint on the tyres to 39 laps. So they did do a 33-lap final stint, and that got them that 3rd position. Smiles and celebrations for Black Falcon, for Losh Motorsport, to say the Luxembourger sponsor of Tobias Muller. A race often at the Nürburgring in the NLS. But here at Spa, an endurance race in sunny skies. Who would have believed it? And double victors of the Endurance Cup.
I'd like them standing on the roof of my racing car.
Or the windscreen.
Everybody's happy down at the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. Gabriel Piana down there with Peter Snowden. Let's hear from the driver that brought the car across the checkered flag first.
Gabriele, congratulations. I just need to go back a little bit further back in the race when you described how this car wasn't so good.
You've been bothering me all day, to be honest, right? I don't know, you've been stalking me, following me. I think it's the third or fourth interview.
We couldn't let it go.
No, I still think the car is not that good. No, I mean, of course, well done to the team, well done to my teammates. They were very fast. We did everything right, so no complaints. I'm very happy. Finally, this is the interview I really wanted to have to do. Yeah, not very much to say. Of course, the team did an amazing job trying to get us where we are, and this is a team sport. So if you don't have anybody, if you don't have the whole team behind, you cannot achieve this. So I'm very happy.
I think your colleagues are saying we've spoken to them. We've got to be very short. Gabriele, congratulations. You need to get up to the podium. Fantastic result. Well done. And the best interview for us to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we left there to have a chat to our winning driver. We were still lacking a rundown of the Am-Bronze class. João Conclaves in the Black Falcon car. Quite a story, 11th overall, first in the Am-Bronze class, but that car not taking any part in qualifying yesterday because of a problem, rebuilding the car, taking the race start from the very back of the grid and coming through to take a class win was quite an achievement from everybody concerned in that operation.
And for sure, most of those drivers, being Brazilian, have never experienced Spa.
No, absolutely, first time here, and they've driven. I've not noticed that number 121 car with any kinds of issues, off-track issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, everybody out there who've been watching today, but they've had a pretty faultless run to bring them that class win. Second in the Am-Bronze class was the number 123, the Denham Motorsport by Black Falcon. So that's a Black Falcon 1-2 in Am-Bronze. They were 14th overall, and then 16th overall was the Q1 Track Racing, the car 56, the number 56, third in Am-Bronze. Let's head back down to Park Fermis. No, he's got someone else to talk to.
Well, we're just trying to fight our way through the crowds to our Am winners. You look very, very happy. We just sprung on you there, sorry.
I'm happy with my first time here. We're amateurs, like a group of amateurs that made like P2 on the rookie. But we are so happy that like we just want to celebrate.
Yeah, but for the camera, you need to tell us who you are.
Yeah, well, I'm Israel. I'm from the car 123 from Brazil. A lot of Brazilians here, so it's just time to celebrate. Very good race. I hope we get P1 next year. Let's do that.
We were asking earlier in the race, really, why so many Brazilians in this race?
Yeah, I saw that. I think like 10 Brazilians or something.
10 in one team?
Yeah, 10. Like 3 teams or 4 teams. But yeah, a lot of Brazilians. We like racing, right? So we came all the way back from Porsche Cup Brazil. We drive there, and it's very nice to be here in Spa for the first time. Amazing.
Your eyes are out on stalks. You're just so happy, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
This is adrenaline, by the way.
Adrenaline, yeah, that's it. That's just celebrate, you know, like the guys are amazing. The team were amazing. The engineers, everybody. So that's it.
Now, obviously, you didn't drive the whole race on your own. Where are your teammates? There's nobody around you. You're on your own.
Yeah, they're celebrating somewhere. Like I'm
without you.
Here with you. Yeah.
Oh, such a pro. You're too kind. Such a pro. Where they've got to be somewhere. We've got a few moments to have a quick chat with them.
There they are, like happy, like me.
We'll go across there. Take us across.
Yeah, let's go there.
Brazilians know how to party as well. We might lose Snowy here.
Yeah, we might lose Snowy.
So what you got, guys? Why are you guys celebrating separately? He's on his own. I've got to bring him across here.
Big King, congratulations for all the Brazilians, for all other brothers and competitors, and for all the team, all the Black Falcon. We really appreciate all the treatment. They are the best. We did what we did, and next year we're gonna come back to be the winner.
Yay! Anybody else got a word in?
Yeah, I'm just so happy. It's been a long race, and it's difficult. You never know what's going to happen. And I'm so happy that we did a great job on the pit. We did a great job on the track, and P2, it's amazing for us. all the way from Brazil here, so we're pretty happy with the results.
You must chart your own plane to get home. There's so many of you.
Yeah, I know. But there's someone here that has his own plane, so that's okay.
Oh, how did I guess?
That's true.
He's got his own plane. Yeah, we'll move on. Yes, okay, that's cool. That's very cool. Can we get a lift up? No.
Okay, I would like to thank a lot by Denner Motorsport from Brazil, because they all of support with our team, the Black Falcon, and we don't have any mistake, any penalty during the race. It's so important, and I think it is one of the most important things that we get this position for our team. I'm so happy about this.
Yeah, we kind of got that vibe that you were fairly happy, yeah? Am I right?
Very happy. Very happy. Always happy.
We're always happy. That's
we're happy that we're here.
You're even happy with P2?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? If it was like P5, it's always good. Like, just to be here is like a
dream.
Yeah, a dream. Yeah, a dream.
And you're coming back next year for the top step?
For sure.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Go and enjoy. Thank you so much for your time.
That is very much the spirit of this race and of races that Creventic create. They create the spirit of endurance racing, but also of having fun with mates. So that was exactly what they were doing.
I'll tell everybody who those guys were. Nelson Montero Jr., Leonardo Sanchez, Israel, who we spoke to, Israel Fernandez Salmon, and Luis Gustavo Barbosa Zanon.
Here are your results then. The winners of 280 laps. It is 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon, 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Red Camels Jordan, with the usual Breukers family and Fabian Dance. In third position, a great result for the Van Berlos and Baz Coutin. Don't forget, this is Baz Coutin's very last race, and they are on the podium. In fourth position, it was the HRT Performance Group with Harry Ellis, Fremut, Moreno and Gambrel, just 11 seconds back in the end, with the winning AM Silvers of Sébastien Lejeune Racing, one of their biggest results, I would say, for the French quartet. In seventh position, Harry King and Parker Racing. Oh no, sixth position is the Estonia team. Seventh for Team Parker Racing. Eighth for Team Mantai. 9th for Dream to Drive, and then 10th position, third in AM Silver, the GP Elite. You have to flick over to the next page for the AM Bronze winners. They were the Black Falcon 1-2-1 machine. Only 2 seconds between themselves and the Fulgenzi Racing, number 17, in 12th spot. Red Ant Racing 13th. Always feature. We always caught up with them, didn't we, on the circuit? Palette, Balsen and Castellan. Didn't see too much of Castellan, the Belgian. And then another full Brazilian group in the 1-2-3 machine, with the whole Hong Kong team of Q1 Track Racing. Dylan Yip, the Kwongs and Bao. Australians in 16th position in the other Q1 Racing machine. They're third in AM Bronze. And then the 911 car of 9 and Elf. Team lap time performance in 18th. Baz Coutin 19th and 20th. Unfortunate problems for the 30, the 20 and the number 3. And then second in Pro-Am with lots of problems, Speed Lover. Fourth in AM Bronze, Hans Weiss with a big shunt. And then MDM Motorsport, who featured so prominently last year, down in 23rd. And the final finisher, even though they were 50 minutes back, with the number 100 having to retire, unfortunately, the second Denner Motorsport machine. And Mullen Motorsport early on having a shunt. No fault of their own, but unfortunately that sort of derailed their whole day, and they ended up retiring as well. So the highlights then. We started racing at 9:45 in the morning under blue skies, but relatively chilly conditions, and it was nicely well behaved as we went on the first couple of laps. But soon things settled down, and a good fight at the front of the field with the Banksy Racing. First yellow flag came out for Darren Curry, who was in the gravel track. Yinglong Bao lost a front right wheel. That was the incident that effectively eliminated the 21 Mulner car. But that's 56 car finishing in the end, third in bronze. Biggest shunt of the day goes to the 35 machine of Hans Weiss Motorsport. And some spectacular action throughout. The Hans Weiss car did get refixed and back out onto circuit. We had a few more full course yellows, one we think for a Marshall. We never quite identified exactly what the issues were. There were issues out on circuit, a lot of brake pad and disc changes, a puncture for the Seb Lejeune racing car, which would end up in 5th position overall, but as the night fell, it was Gabriel Piana and the 48 Losch Motorsport that finished and won for the 2nd time here at Spa-Francorchamps. He shared that car with Dylan Pereira, with Carlos Rivas, and with Tobias Muller, a double victor at the Endurance Cup 992 trophy with Porsche Motorsport and Michelin. Just awaiting a few more drivers to get up to the podium. It's not the easiest one to find. There is a bit of a maze of offices to find the door to enter the podium, but so it will take a little bit of time. But I imagine Nick must be pretty soon ready to go. Wasn't it spectacular at the end of the race? I mean, that very much. It's great when you finish a race in the night. We had it at Paul Ricard as well. What a firework display! Yeah, quite the display to celebrate the 2nd running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup here, and putting itself very firmly on the racing calendar, isn't it? We've had drivers from literally all over the world that have wanted to come here and compete at the iconic track that is Spa-Francorchamps. And I'm pretty sure this is an event that's going to grow in stature, grow in interest. The world of Porsche Carrera Cup racing pretty much stretches across the globe. And a big thanks to Porsche Customer Service. We're about ready, though, to get on with our trophy presentation. We'll hand you over to the inimitable Nick Damon.
Hello, everybody. It's now time for the podium celebrations for the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup 2025, powered by Porsche. And we will start with the overall trophy, and in 3rd place it's the 25 car of Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin Racing. That's Marcel Van Berlo, Glenn Van Berlo and Bart Van Helden. In 2nd place, it's the Red Camels Jordan NL team. It's Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dans. And your winner of the 2nd running of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup is the 48 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon team of Tobias Muller, Dylan Piera, Gabriel Piana and Carlos Rivas.
Yeah, wait till they're there.
And now for the national anthem of the winning entrant. Okay, we have a number of very exciting trophies to give to the top 3 finishers, and these will be presented by Vincent Bergonnier from Michelin and Christophe Hewer from Porsche Motorsport. But first, the 3rd place trophies for Van Berlo Motorsport. And our 2nd place trophies for Red Camels Jordan. And our winners' trophies for 48 Loche Motorsport by Black Falcon. Now, for this event, we have a very special prize presentation for all the top 3. They're special paintings made by Tanya Stadnich, and will be handing out by Tanya herself now to our top 3 finishers. And to our 2nd place finisher. Oh, I think Tanya's going to go back and do these. Second place. 2nd, that's it. They're the ones. And also to our winners. Something to hang up in the office. We have a very large office. Now, that is not the end of the trophies to be presented. We just give our very large painting to our winners. There is one more trophy, and if we could perhaps rescue the paintings. There is one more trophy, and that is the very, very large trophy to be presented to the 48 Loche team by Motorsport by Black Falcon. To our winners, the very large trophy. Now, gentlemen, if you could all hold your trophy up high, all your trophies up high, come together, and now, the champagne! Excellent champagne work there by the driver, I thought. Okay, and now for our next presentation, and that's for the Pro-Am class of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. And in 3rd place, MDM Motorsport, Jan-Jaap van Roon, Tom Coronel, Paul Meyer and Hans Weiss. In second place, the number 78 speed lover of Joe Warhorse, Dominic Bastien, Jackson Verhoeven and John de Varda. And your winner of the Pro-Am class is the number 25 Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin Racing. It's Marcel Van Berlo, Glenn Van Berlo and Bart Van Helden. And to present the trophies once again is Vincent Berganier from Michelin and Christophe Huer from Porsche Motorsport. First to our third place finishers. MDM Motorsport. And our second place finishers, Speed Lover. And our winners, Van Berlo Motorsport by Baz Coutin Racing. Oh, we have a late arrival. It's Baz. This is Baz's last race, everybody. So Baz Coutin on the podium. After 30 years of doing this, he's going off to do something else instead. Gentlemen, if you could hold your trophies up high. Gentlemen, trophies up high. All of you. And now, champagne. Our next presentation will be for the AM S class at the 992 Endurance Cup with Michelin in 2025. And in third place, oh, one extra track, well, more, so I've got ahead of the drink there. Never get ahead of the champagne, that's a golden rule. So for third place in the AM S class, the number 14 GP Elite of Peter Munich, Cohen Munich and Charles Walsman. In second place, the 992 machine PTE, operated by Mantai. That's Ahmed Al Amadi, Yuka Honkavori, Eric Santos, and Lucas Wolf. Very popular. And your winner of AMS, it's the 888 Seb Lejoux racing machine of Stéphane Perrin, Sébastien Lejoux, Marc Vilotte and Louis Perrault. And once again, it'll be Vincent and Christophe to present the trophies. Firstly to our third place finisher, GP Elite. And our second place finishers, PTE, operated by Mantai. And the winners of AMS, it's Seb Lejoux Racing. Hold your trophies up high, gentlemen. Raise those trophies to the sky. They're running already. And now time, everybody. Champagne! It's like a swimming pool up here. And now for our final presentation of the evening, it's the AM-B class of the Michelin 992 Endurance Cup. And in third place, the number 56 Q1 track racing team of Darren Curry, Danny Stuttard and Adrian Flack. And in second place, it's the 1, 2, 3 Denim Motorsport by Black Falcon, Nelson Montero Jr., Leonardo Sanchez Israel, Luis Goncalves Barbosa, and Israel Fernandez. They seem quite pleased. And the winner, it's the 1-2-1 Black Falcon of Hal Barbosa, William Friere and Hal Goncalves. And once again, it'll be Vincent Bergonier from Michelin and Christophe Ewer from Porsche Motorsport to present the trophies to our third place finishers initially, and that, of course, is Q1 Track Racing. And to our second place finishers, Denier Motorsport by Black Falcon. And finally, to our AM/S winners, it's the 121 Black Falcon team. Thank you, gentlemen. Hold your trophies up high, gentlemen. Trophies in the air, thank you. And now it's time for the champagne. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the podium ceremony for the 992 Endurance Cup for 2025, powered by Michelin. The next 24-hour series race, that's just 3 weeks away in Barcelona on the 27th and 28th of September. And don't forget, we're back here in a year's time for the third running of the 992 Endurance Cup. Have a great year. Enjoy your drinks.